The protagonist spoke to Louise Sweeney. He promised that he would completely forget their engagement and would not dare to interfere with it in any way. He looked unhappy, and there was a pleading look in his blue eyes. Louise Sweeney stared sternly with violet eyes in which distrust was evident. She turned and looked at him. He noted her cold stare and lowered his eyes to the floor. She didn't believe him, and Louise smiled and thanked him, and thought he was alive. She stood there and couldn't understand how this had happened. His words about the engagement ... In any case, this engagement would only bring her unhappiness. She knew this because she had read the story of Louise Sweeney from beginning to end. Louise Sweeney was the spoilt daughter of wealthy parents. She traveled the world spending weekends in France, and she lived in poverty and thought that if she lived a more prosperous life, she would be happy every day. She wanted to wear perfectly washed clothes, wear new shoes, not old and worn-out ones. She could go to a prestigious university or get a special education. In the past, she had longed for all these things, and she escaped from the cruel reality by immersing herself in reading, in a world where love reigns, where the protagonist is loved by everyone, and she envied her. And I imagined myself in that character's shoes. It was a frivolous story where you could get everything at the snap of a finger, and just because you're the main character. In that wretched place where she lived, she always dreamed of being the protagonist of a novel, wanted to have a beautiful life and love. She closed the book and went to bed. Looking out the window, she remembered that she was very annoyed with the part where the villainous Louise Sweeney interferes with the main character. But it was exciting and fun, and falling asleep, she wished and dreamed so much to be loved. She made a wish. Morning came, and sunlight began to break through the window. A woman in an expensive dress and with a string of pearls round her neck burst into the room. She rushed to the little girl and embraced her, calling her her child, and crushingly proceeded to lament that the nanny had just told her that the little girl had run a fever last night, and the woman added that if she had known in advance, she would not have left her alone. The girl sat up and couldn't understand what was happening. Was this a dream? In the meantime, the strange woman carefully put her palm to her forehead, trying to see if she had a fever. And the girl hurried to reassure the woman, saying that everything was fine and not to worry about her. She felt loved and cared for the first time. Had her dream come true? The day she made a wish, she dreamed that it came true. But as time passed, she did not wake up and could not understand why and what to do about it. Or was it a wish so fulfilled? And the girl collapsed into her pillow, powerless to find an answer to that question. The woman watching her anxiously and caringly suggested she get some more sleep, and the baby lay down, allowing the warm, soft blanket to cover her carefully. Everything looked good, but there was one problem. The woman who had so carefully cared for her went away and said goodnight to her little Louise Sweeney, and this perplexed the little one. She's Louise. Louise Sweeney was the villain in her favorite novel, Secret Lovers of the Academy. The girl was upset that she was very unlucky to become such a character, for the heroine had haters who had formed a club called Louise Sweeney's Murder. And she clutched the blanket with her hands and thought with annoyance why she had become Louise Sweeney and not the main character. The woman who was standing next to her, noticing the gesture, asked that Louise was in pain. She stroked her head and added that she didn't like it. In the end, Louise thought that although she was a villain, unlike the protagonist, she was very rich. Also, even though she's only 5 years old now, she is very beautiful. She has big violet eyes and golden-colored hair. The girl rolled over on her other side and thought again that she was a villain, and she remembered that Louise had a very strong and loving family. If this wasn't a dream after all, then it wouldn't be so bad to live her life as the good Louise. Her parents loved her and kept telling her she was their pride and a wonderful daughter. One should treat the servant well and be nice and polite, and then she will respond well to her and treat her with kindness. It will probably be perplexing at first, but over time everyone will get used to her caring and respectful attitude. And then it will be the perfect life, but you'll have to be careful not to stumble. Louise Sweeney is a villain, and if she does something wrong, this perfect life will disappear. And she finally decided to always be humble and sweet, to follow a happy path rather than the road of misery. Time passed, the girl grew up, and so Louise Sweeney turned 17. She had grown into a beautiful, elegant young woman, so she decided to go to Scientia Academy, where it all began. This is the very romantic place where the prince and the protagonist of a poor noble family met, and they fall in love, and promise to live together for the rest of their lives. But it all started with the appearance of Louise Sweeney. She was engaged to the prince while he was still in the womb, and as the plot of the novel follows the protagonist, she is eventually killed. Louise was born with a golden spoon in her mouth. Her death is such a loss. The only thing Louise knew now was that she shouldn't fall in love with the crown prince, and she wanted to see how her beloved Stella and Ian's relationship developed. Someone stealthily came up behind her and poked her in the shoulder with a finger, asking if her head was still as blank as before. The thoughtful Louise jumped with surprise, and turned to ask who dared afford such treatment. It was him, Crown Prince Ian Edmonial Crond, a handsome man with blue eyes and silver hair. The only one without a heart. In the original story, he just used and dumped Louise. Louise bowed in curtsy, saying at the same time that she was pleased to welcome His Majesty. But she hadn't expected what the cheeky man had done. He just pinched her cheek, all the while smiling smarmily and saying he was delighted and looking forward to enrolling his dear bride. And being puzzled by such words, she could not believe it was he who had spoken them. Meanwhile, Ian put his hand on her forehead, saying that she was so pale, and he added that it was no wonder, for she had always had motion sickness in the carriage. Louise recoiled from him and said with a polite smile that she didn't think His Majesty remembered such trivialities. To which Ian flexed his fingers and said that even if he wanted to, he couldn't forget. And he remembered how they had been riding in a carriage as children, and Louise had thrown up right on top of him, and it had been disgusting. And he added, stroking her head, that it was unexpected, though unavoidable. He was trying not to laugh, of course, but he was worried, and the girl thought how Louise had such a warm relationship with him, and noted that he was so handsome. But she mentally reprimanded herself that she couldn't do that. He was a terrible man who could make her carefree life a living hell, and she pulled away again, assuring him that it was all right. But he was persistent and said that if she wasn't feeling well, she could skip the opening ceremony. He worries about her too much. And Ian went on to say that he just wanted her secret, sad story not to be repeated in front of the whole school. Louise clenched her fists imperceptibly and thought that this was wrong. Because they were so close and shared secrets, things could go wrong. She apologized, curtsied, and said she was glad to see him and was about to leave. But Ian was the first to leave. He turned abruptly and walked away, adding as he went that they would see each other at the ceremony. She was surprised by his behavior, because in the plot of the novel, he was only running away from her and hiding, in order to somehow start a relationship with Stella. However, she remembered the two of them and Ian standing in front of their grandmother as children, and her telling them not to fight back. Her aged eyes read weariness, but she continued so that they would not struggle in marriage. Love and be loved. Louise pushed the vision away and decided that this time she would try not to cross paths with him, so that they could still have a good relationship. And she walked in the other direction from him, convincing herself that the childish engagement would soon be over. It was already a foregone conclusion. After a while, she sat in the hall and thought about how Ian wasn't so important now. She looked round looking for her. The most important thing for her now was to see Stella Lapis. There was a scene in the novel where she took the lead and climbed up on stage, but this time they won't see such a fantastic picture, because when the winner is announced, her name will be called. The name is Louise Sweeney. She is the one who will be the winner and go up on stage. She will be honored as she will be the student that came in with the best grades. And Louise feels sorry for Stella, but this time she will take the honorable mention. The gold medallion glittered on the red velvet. It was the result of the life of the new Louise Sweeney. Louise accepted the award and turned to show it to the audience. The bright scarlet hair and a familiar face immediately caught her eye. It was Stella Lapis, a beautiful girl with blue eyes and bright scarlet hair. Because of her hair, she was immediately eye-catching and could be seen from afar. She, like a true noble lady, does not lose her pride even in poverty. Louise came down from the stage and took her seat in the audience. She was happy and smiling all the time. Her thoughts were occupied with the fact that Stella and Ian would soon meet and fall in love, and she was looking forward to it. Stella, too, had noticed Louise and was looking at her with interest. When the initiation ceremony was over, Louise went to the heart of the Academy of Scientia, the ancient library. It was empty. There were no classes or assignments right now, so no one came. On the day of the admission ceremony, it was customary to make as many useful acquaintances as possible, but Stella ignored this tradition. She had always admired books, and Louise knew she would meet her here. Louise froze in the doorway of the entrance to the reading room, and watched Stella, and she thought she was so cute, and this was where her and Ian's love would begin. Just as she thought that, she heard a voice from behind her asking what she was doing here. Louise was angry because she didn't want to miss Ian's meeting with Stella. And at that moment she realized that the voice that had spoken to her was Ian's. She turned and looked at him in surprise. It was as if he were following her. Ian, seeing her confusion, did not fail to ask what had surprised her, and Louise replied that he had suddenly appeared behind her. Ian said he called out to her, but she didn't answer. She didn't seem to hear him. He looked round the bookshelves. He came closer and took one of the books to look at, asking Louise if she read such books. And Louise, smiling sweetly, told him that she was really interested in the subject and decided to study it. Ian turned to her and said it was surprising. He hadn't expected his fiancée to stab him in the back. Louise was stunned by his statement and couldn't understand what he meant. I don't know if he had a book like How to Overthrow the Crown Prince. And seeing her confusion, he showed her a book whose title read, The Horoscope of Love, 101 Ways to Declare Love. It was awkward, and she decided to joke about it by saying that it was an interesting title. She snatched the book from his hands, wondering why he was even standing here with her. Ian was surprised that she took the book. He said he'd help her get a library card. Louise was starting to get angry at this attention from him, and when he noticed that she looked depressed, she was quick to assure him that she wasn't. And she tried to divert his attention to someone else, saying that if he wanted to help someone, he should find someone else, because she didn't need help. Ian turned his head to look around the library. His gaze fell on Stella, who was busy reading, and Louise watched and thought that he had already fallen in love because he had no other choice. Ian walked over to Stella. She raised her eyes and looked at him questioningly. It seemed to Louise, who was watching them, that they were in love. She was excited and thought that now Ian would speak and they would make an acquaintance. And did he actually turn to Stella and ask her about being a first-timer? He didn't even ask her name. He said unfriendly that it was against school rules to take more than 3 books out of the school library. And this surprised Stella unpleasantly. But even more unpleasantly it struck Louise, for things had not gone according to script. As she returned to her room and lay on her bed, her thoughts were occupied with one question. Why was he talking to Stella like that? Anyway, for the sake of her well-being in this world, Ian should be on good terms with Stella. She started to feel sleepy and decided she needed to get some sleep, just a little bit. She dreamed of candles burning in the dark. Someone was crying. She didn't realize where she was. It was a cemetery. A servant girl was bent over the queen's grave, wailing that she had left them so suddenly. Louise remembered. It was the queen's funeral. That day she met Ian for the first time. He was sad. His mom had passed away. Next, she dreamed of their greenhouse. She and her mom and Ian were sitting at a table. Ian resented Mrs. Sweeney that her daughter was looking at him with great disrespect. To this, Louise replied to him that anyone would say that if they were forced to read. Ian sipped his tea businesslike and stated that it's no good if you only read when you're young. And Mrs. Sweeney, watching this altercation between the children, said smilingly that she now understood why the queen had promised her a childish engagement between them. Ian was surprised at that, and Mrs. Sweeney asked him if the queen had told him about it. The crown prince replied that it sounded interesting, and he would like to know more about it. This engagement story? Louise didn't like it. She demanded her mom to stop it, and she awoke to that scream with relief, realizing it was only a dream. Coming to her senses a little, she thought that now was not the time to think about it. She should start with what she could do right now. So she got out of bed and left the room. She headed for the men's dormitory. She needed to talk to Ian. She was in such a hurry she was out of breath. And when she and Ian met and he asked what she was doing in the men's dormitory, she found it hard to speak. She raised her violet eyes to him and said she had something to tell him. Ian was surprised at her sudden appearance, but he was curious to hear what she had to say to him, and he said he was listening to her carefully. But Louise objected that this was not the right place to talk. It was very crowded and everyone was paying attention to them. Ian said he knew a place where they would not be disturbed. He walked down the corridor and opened the door for her. The sight that came into view took Louise's breath away, and her eyes widened at the amazing pictures she saw. The door led to the balcony, and when Ian opened the door in front of her, Louise had a view of a beautiful sunset. The sun was sinking towards the horizon, painting the sky with all sorts of shades of pink and orange. Louise couldn't help but shout in delight and ran to the railing. Ian gave a warning shout and rushed after her. He caught up with her near the railing and grabbed her from behind by the waist and told her that it was dangerous to be so judicious and come so close to the railing. Louise was surprised at this unexpected outburst on his part. It was not what she had hoped for. She exclaimed indignantly at his behavior, and trying to free herself from his embrace, she explained that she was going to stop at a safe distance. But Ian sarcastically remarked that his bride must have wanted to stand in front of a railing that barely reached her knees and enjoy the sunset in safety. She noticed that the railing was indeed lower than usual, but even so, she forcefully tried to remove his hand that held her waist tightly, pulling her against him. She could no longer play the role of his fiancé. Ian loosened his tight embrace, giving Louise a chance to free herself, watching her unhappily. And Louise moved some distance away from him and turned to him and said that she had something important to tell him. Ian covered his eyes mockingly and said he was listening. What was so important she had to tell him? And that dismissive, mocking tone made her angry, and she blurted out that they needed to break off the engagement they'd made before they were born. Such a statement shocked Ian a little, and he became serious and perplexed, asking what she meant by that. Louise answered him that she just didn't want them to be misunderstood, but Ian asked, even more perplexed, how misunderstood? And he added reproachfully that she had run to the library as soon as the admission ceremony was over to borrow a book of love horoscopes. And while Louise was trying to make some excuse for the stupid misunderstanding about the book, he asked in a harsh tone who the man was. He wanted to know who he was so that he could be careful of any misunderstandings. This kind of statement caused Louise a storm of emotions: surprise, indignation, and indignation, and they changed like the colors of a sunset, and she blurted out that she was nobody. Ian clenched his fists. Could her words be believed? And he didn't believe it, deciding that obviously this one was someone from the campus. He thought that she must be afraid of being called his fiancé, and the thought made him petrified. Had she really fallen in love with someone? And the next moment, closing his eyes, he said in a calm tone that she was right. His words and actions are indeed misleading. And already opening his eyes, he added that he promised that he would completely forget about their engagement and would not dare to interfere with it. Disbelief froze in Louise's violet-colored eyes. She couldn't believe that he had agreed with her so easily. She turned sharply to see if this could be another game and the sarcasm Ian usually interacted with her with, but she met the cold, expressionless gaze of his blue eyes. She was glad that he was serious and not joking. She said she was grateful for his understanding. She was glad inwardly that now she would be alive. But just as she thought of that, she remembered that according to the novel, she only had 1 year to live. And she came at him with her fists, asking what the hell was that. Ian couldn't understand what was wrong, and asked why she thought it was bullshit. And she told him that one of them might start dating someone else. He assured her that he wasn't going to do that. But Louise knew that a year later Ian would confess to Stella. Pictures flashed before her eyes. Illustrations from the novel she'd been reading, where he'd been kissing Stella in every corner. She was brought out of these sad memories by Ian's voice, who asked her why she looked so unhappy. Louise answered without hesitation that she did not trust him. Ian sadly remarked that he hadn't realized she had so little trust in him. And he proposed a deal that if either of them had a partner, they would break the engagement. Louise thought for a moment. She had come to the conclusion that there shouldn't be any problems, and Ian would soon be in the best possible relationship. Ian, seeing her pensive face, added that in a year's time, if neither of them were in a relationship. He paused and finished by saying she would be his bride. Louise felt as if she had been hit over the head with a shoe. She asked why he had voiced that clause, and she remarked that their agreement was fine without any conditions. Ian laughingly remarked that if that was the case, why didn't she have the courage to go out with someone else? And he sarcastically asked her why she was so worried. Louise thought she really didn't like it, but she decided to take a chance that it wouldn't happen, and she told him she accepted all the terms. Ian's face expressed no particular emotion. He said that for his part he would keep his word, and added that once the engagement was recognized, whatever happened, they could not break it. This statement surprised Louise, and she objected that this was not an age where it was impossible to break off an engagement. But Ian countered that then, during this year, she would not be able to escape from him. They stood looking into each other's eyes, each thinking of something else. After her conversation with Ian, Louise walked down the corridor of the women's campus to her room. Her mood was wonderful, and she thought that no matter how scary Ian was, there was no need to be afraid of him. You have to think positive. When she reached the door of her room, she saw an unfamiliar black-haired girl in front of it. She wondered who it was. The girl heard someone approaching from behind and turned her head. It was a brown-haired girl with dark eyes. She smiled and greeted the approaching Louise in a friendly manner, asking if she was really Louise Sweeney. As Louise approached her, the girl said she was looking for her. Since she had won the first place in this year's student ranking, she had come to inform her about a couple of traditions of our academy, now directly related to Louise. Louise didn't understand what kind of traditions, and the stranger explained that they were some sort of heritage of old. Louise thought to herself that now she would be tortured with this legacy. Meanwhile, the stranger went on to explain that traditionally, the student who took the first place in the top ranking joined the student council on a voluntary basis. Louise put in that it's probably on a voluntary basis, and added that she can't because if she joins there, then she can't be a top student next year. But the stranger asked her not to rush into a decision, because the members of the student council receive letters of recommendation from professors, and this helps them a lot in the future. The stranger asked her not to make a decision, because student council members get letters of recommendation from their professors, and it helps them a lot in the future. Eventually, she said that if Louise decided to join, she could come to the ground floor room at 8 o'clock, while she ran around in the meantime. Business, worries of all sorts, minor mishaps. The stranger ran off, and Louise sighed as she looked after her, thinking that this girl hadn't let her get a word in edgewise. Louise lay in bed in her room. It was morning outside, and she still couldn't sleep with worry, and she hadn't thought about Ian's proposal yet. Although, looking out the window thought Louise not thinking about his weird ideas is a good thing, right? Suddenly, she picked herself up. The thought struck her that if she loaded herself to the full, she wouldn't have the energy to worry about extraneous things. Her eyes lit up with a gambling glint. As long as the student council attended to the needs of all the students, Ian would have no claim on her. All she would have to do was do the work of the student council and watch Stella's happiness. She picked herself up. She liked her plan, and full of plans, she began to get ready to put it into action as soon as possible. She went to the part where the student council meetings took place. There was silence in the corridor. Louise looked around, but the corridor was completely deserted. She knocked on the designated room and asked if she could come in. There was no answer, so Louise pushed the door open and it creaked open. Louise's violet eyes widened, and she was extremely surprised at what she saw. Ian was standing by the window. He turned at the creak of the door and looked at the surprised Louise. There was sadness in his blue eyes. She slammed the door shut with force and stared at the sign on the door. There was no mistaking she'd come to the right place. Then what was Ian doing here? She couldn't understand what was wrong because it went against his characterization as a character. Where is the lone wolf prince who can't trust anyone? In any case, she decided now to just leave and never come back to this place again. Otherwise, once she walked through that door, she would be on a path of hellish torment. And at the same minute, she remembered Ian. His perfect image, the beautiful suit. He's handsome. She was horrified to realize that she liked Ian, and she pushed the thought away from her mind. She couldn't fall in love with him. Louise shook her head, chasing that obsession away, and convincing herself that she didn't think he looked cool at all. And only because he would resent her behavior if she left now, she should try to enter. And she pushed the door open again, peering into the room. She addressed him according to his status, Your Highness, then just by his first name. And Ian, who was looking out the window without turning to her, said that according to the rules of the Academy, social status is irrelevant from the moment you entered its gates. But Louise was confused. She still didn't think it was necessary to call the Crown Prince by name because of this. Ian, looking out the window, jokingly addressed her, asking her how she should address him. And when she said Your Highness, he said she was stubborn. And Louisa said she was not stubborn, but cautious. He stepped away from the window and headed in her direction, saying that a moment ago he had been worrying about the flowers and thought, Here comes a good counselor. He rushed towards her so swiftly that Louise put her hands out in front of her and said there was no need to get so close and started to back away. But Ian glared at her with a piercing gaze in his blue eyes and countered that as soon as they met eyes, she'd flown back out the door. And slammed it too. And while Louise tried to justify that she hadn't slammed, just covered, he kept thrusting at her, forcing her to pivot until she hit the wall. and he said he couldn't believe he was wrong, feeling brazenly ignored. He had her pinned against the wall, cutting off her escape route. Louise stared at the handsome Ian looming over her and admitted to herself that she hadn't been ignoring him, but running away. Meanwhile, he kept saying that he'd mercifully kept her out of trouble with the law and had even agreed to hide their relationship. And leaning over her so close she could feel his breath on her face, he asked, "So why? Was she running away from him?" His eyes were mesmerizing, and she seemed to have lost the ability to think at all. She pulled away from his grasp and irritatedly retorted that she wasn't running away, just checking to see if she had come to the right place, because she was still not well versed in the campus. His persistent behavior irritated her. His eyes shone with amusement, and he said with mock amusement that he still thought it was after she saw him that she'd torn away. But her composure returned to Louise, and she said more calmly that she was surprised that His Highness Ian. She hesitated to say his name, but went on to say that he hadn't said he was on the student council. Ian asked in surprise, hadn't he? He apologized gallantly and informed her that despite his shortcomings, he had become president of the student council. Louise asked him ironically that he had no faults, and Ian jokingly thanked her for that, adding that since they had sorted it out, they should start their first student council meeting, and stroked her head. And Ian jokingly thanked her for that, adding that now that they'd sorted it out, they should start their first student council meeting, and stroked her on the head. Louise thought that Ian wasn't supposed to be a character with enough ambition to be student council president. Something was wrong here. The girl who invited Louise to the student council sat at the table and said that she already imagined how they would work together. And when everyone had taken their seats at the table, she said that their main job was to help other students fulfill their scholastic duties. She also said that they organize different events and sometimes involve volunteers. All of this was very clear to Louise. She asked if there was anything else she should know. And then the girl said there was something else she could do. And turning to Ian, she asked if the president would mind, to which he said ambiguously that he might. He added after a pause that there was no task that could better prove Louise Sweeney's competence. And the girl agreed that, as a member of the student council, Louise had to pass the admission test. And Louise herself thought that she was getting scared. The next moment, Louise was thrown into a fever. All she had to do was... There was a class going on in the classroom, and there was only one student present, and the teacher was saying that the History and Historians course is not a place where they can just listen to old stories. It's a high-level program aimed at nurturing real scholars. He was a teacher of Korean descent, Professor Herman Hute. He had slanted dark purple eyes, dark hair, and wore a mustache and a short beard on his chin. He was particularly shrewd, austere, and disliked. Nobody went to his lectures, so Louise's job was to recruit a group of students to keep the course open. Ian confirmed what she said. Louise shook with indignation at such a task, and noticing this, Ian said that he could see that she was interested to know, how did this relate to proving her competence? And he explained to her that she had to have a strong will to stand up for her thoughts and beliefs, kind of like killing two birds with one stone. She recruits students, keeps the course from closing, and at the same time gets to run it. Failure, on the other hand, means that she has bent to other people's decisions and has no control over what happens to her. They were sitting in a history lecture, and Louise told Ian that she had no idea it was such a worthless course, and if she had known before, there was no way she would have agreed to it. At that moment, the teacher Herman Hute was making notes with chalk on the blackboard, and out of indignation that someone was chattering in his class, he pressed the chalk so hard that it broke. He asked irritably, who dared to talk in his class? It was a tone that did not augur well for Louise. Herman Hute turned round and turned to her and asked her if she was looking down on his course because she was first in the student rankings. His gaze was angry, and Louise started to justify that this was not the case at all. He said he couldn't teach a course to an unprepared audience, and the confused Louise didn't know what else to say in her defense. And the professor said that was the end of it and left the classroom, slamming the door, and Louise just looked at him. Louise Sweeney screwed up. She upsetly declared that it was all Ian's fault. He smiled sweetly and told her not to worry and assured her that he knew a way out of it. Professor Hute is vital to the progress of the course. He suggested that she find the necessary books for the course in the library. They'll help her. Louise took his advice and went to the library. As she stared at the shelves of books, she thought about how she'd hoped to get away from Ian. And it turns out he's around all the time. Suddenly, she heard a rumble and turned anxiously to the noise. She heard someone apologizing and recognized Stella's voice. Louise turned round and saw Stella standing on the stairs by a shelf of books, and some girl handing her a book which Stella had accidentally dropped when she reached for it from the top shelf. Louise remembered this episode from the book. Stella fell down the stairs. She had a whole stack of books in her hands and couldn't cope with the weight of the stack. She would drop one of them, and trying to catch it, she stumbled, and the person next to her, and it has to be Ian, will save her. Louise, who had reread this romantic episode many times, was excited that she would get to see this moment live. And then Stella swayed with fear in her eyes. The books began to fall from her hands. Louise thought with bated breath that Ian should hurry up, and at that moment the door creaked open. Louise realized that he wouldn't be able to save Stella in time, and it could be dangerous to her life. And Louise couldn't let anything happen to Stella. Otherwise she, Louise, would face a sad end. So at the last moment she rushed to Stella. And it turned out that instead of Ian, Louise was in his place, sprawled on the floor and pinned down by Stella. When Louise opened her eyes, Stella was staring at her with frightened eyes, a blush flooding her cheeks. She remembered the moment when Stella's hair started to develop. There was no time to think properly. Louise's body began to move on its own. She reached out her hands to catch Stella's. And now Louise was lying on the floor with a concerned Stella leaning over her and asking if she was all right. Louise found the strength to smile and reply that it was all right, but in fact she was in so much pain that she thought she was going to die. At that moment they heard footsteps approaching, and a moment later, Ian looked out from behind the shelf behind which they had fallen, finding the girls in such an interesting position. His blue eyes looked anxiously at the scene. He called out to Louise anxiously. She was angry with him and shouted why he had only come now. If he had come on time and not missed the right moment, she wouldn't have had to suffer so much. He crouched down beside her, assessing possible injuries, and apologized. Louise was astonished. She didn't understand why he was apologizing to her. He is the protagonist, and he should apologize to Stella, not to her. Ian, meanwhile, asked her if she could stand up, and holding out his hand told her to try to lean on it first. He said he would take her to the infirmary. But Louise said it was all right, that she could walk on her own. She tried to stand up, but her body shook with the effort. She bit her lip and winced in pain. Looking at her efforts, Ian drew conclusions and said she was hurt, and the infirmary was far away. The doctor on duty would soon have a break because lunch was coming soon, and he asked if she realized that. Louise nodded and said that she should go then. Ian said he was glad she understood, and said he was going to pick her up now, and at that moment he took her in his arms. It came as a surprise to Louise. Stella said at this point that it was because of her. There was remorse in her eyes and voice. Louise couldn't believe that Stella was worried about her. Ian looked at her coldly and told her to follow him. Louise looked at Ian and didn't understand what was happening. Ian had been so gentle and caring with her and so aloof and cold with Stella. It should have been the other way round. He carried Louise from the library to the infirmary, and Stella remained standing. And Louise felt again that something was wrong. Even if Stella and Ian aren't dating yet, they should have fallen in love the moment they saw each other. But more and more often she found his gaze filled with concern, and it was a little strange. Was it love? For her. Louise turned away from him and tried to convince herself that she was only imagining it. It was impossible. He must be with Stella, not her. Ian looked at her and asked how her back was, and Louise hurried to reassure him that it was fine, and he replied that he knew she would say that. They were walking down the corridor and meeting other students. They could hear them whispering behind their backs. Some were puzzled, not understanding what had happened. Others were speculating. This came as a shock to Louise, and she said it was the perfect excuse for rumors to arise. But Ian said it was all right. He wouldn't let rumors about the situation in the library spread, so she didn't have to worry about it. And Louise thanked him politely for that. When they got to the nurse's station, there was a sign on the door that said, "Break," and Ian swore. He took Louise into the nurse's station as the door was unlocked, and she remarked that she didn't think he could use that kind of language, to which Ian replied that he was a quick learner. He walked over to the bandage shelf and at the same time pulling out a bandage told Louise to take off her clothes and lie down on the couch. Louise froze when the meaning of his words came to her. She asked indignantly what he meant by that, and she added that she thought they should just wait for the doctor. Ian looked at her perplexed and replied that they definitely needed to wait. She needed professional counseling, but he thought they could put something cold on her back while they waited. Louise felt uncomfortable. She couldn't decide if she should accept his concern, but the pain in her back was really starting to intensify. She took off her jacket and lay on the couch on her stomach while Ian put an ice pack on her back. The cold instantly penetrated the thin blouse, and Louise gasped at the sensation. She squeezed her eyes shut from the unpleasant sensation. Ian thought she yelped in pain and he asked her about it, but she said the ice was very cold. After a while, she said she felt a little better. Ian was worried about her. He said that she must be feeling numb because of the ice, and it would be better if the doctor had a good look at her. Louise said that it looked like he was really worried, to which Ian replied that he couldn't help it when his childhood friend, he corrected himself, was the cause of his anxiety, and he sighed heavily, and went on to say that he didn't know if he would be able to look Madame Sweeney in the eye after what she had suffered. Louise replied that she couldn't leave the lady in that situation. She had to protect her, and Louise turned sharply to look at him. Ian started to say that she knew, but still, and he didn't finish, but Louise was curious and asked what he wanted to say, but Ian didn't want to say. Louise rested her chin on the couch again, happiness shining in her eyes. It turned out it wasn't so bad to be cared for. She didn't know whether it was because he cared about her or because of their friendship, but it was undoubtedly nice. She covered her eyes and thought that maybe it was because he was doing his duty as head of the student council, but she was grateful to him for everything nonetheless. She couldn't forget the past where she had none of this. The pain slowly receded and Louise dozed off. She had a dream of her childhood. There she was in a beautiful dress, her golden hair gathered in 2 ponytails, and she bowed in curtsy and introduced herself, saying her name was Louise Sweeney, and she was honored to meet him, and said welcome to their greenhouse. The boy to whom she had presented herself silently bowed back in deference. Ian intervened, remarking to the boy that he should at least answer her, and he added proudly that his fiancée was beginning to worry. Louise was annoyed that he had interfered so unceremoniously, and she blurted out irritably that she was not at all worried and demanded that he stop calling her his fiancée. He replied that she shouldn't care about such a trifling nickname. And Louise asked, with barely restrained anger, what did trifling mean? Their bickering was stopped by the boy to whom Louise had been so self-consciously introducing herself a few moments before, saying that his name was Simon Hilliard. Louise and Ian turned their heads in his direction at the same time. They had forgotten he existed and were looking at him with bewildered eyes. It was a black-haired boy, but Louise couldn't make out his features. Louise froze. She rounded her eyes as if remembering who he was and what he was doing here. And then she laughed ruefully and greeted Lord Hilliard once more. She gave him a lily-of-the-valley flower as a sign of greeting and said that she was giving it to him. She added that her father had told her that the flower had amazing powers. It would bring happiness to whoever owned it. So she gave it to the Lord in the hope that he would always be happy. And putting her finger to her lips, she asked to keep it a secret from His Highness. Otherwise, she was afraid he would get angry if he found out. Little Lord Hilliard took the flower and, looking at it, began to say that he would surely. Louise woke up without finishing the dream. She tried to remember the look on his face, but she couldn't. The next day, Louise went to the library and met Stella there. She greeted her with a wave of her hand. Stella shuddered and asked how Louise was feeling, adding that she had heard that she had been badly hurt and was therefore worried about her. Louise twisted round in her seat to show that everything was all right. She thanked the girl for her concern. Stella told her that she could speak to her informally. Louise said it was marvelous, and now she could breathe out a sigh of relief, although she was not at all comfortable talking to Stella informally, as she was the villain in the novel and did a lot of mischief to Stella. Louise the villainess was tripping Stella as she held hot drinks in her hands, gave her the wrong homework to lower her grades. She even once hurt Stella with sharp scissors. And not only that, she also used the money to attract other students and professors to cover herself. Louise remembered all this, and any way you looked at it, she really was mad. Now she wasn't going to live like that and just wanted to focus on her normal student life. She turned to Stella and asked if there was a book called Notes of Time. Professor Hudi told them to read it by next week. But Stella said that all copies of the book had been confiscated, and Louise was very upset. But Stella confirmed her words by saying that there were only 5 copies of the book and that 4 of them had been taken away today. Louise asked her when she thought the first copy would be returned. Stella replied that she didn't know exactly but thought someone would return it next week, and Louise asked her to let her know who had the first copy. But Stella apologized and said she couldn't release the data from the library as it was confidential. This upset Louise, but there was nothing to be done, so she asked if Stella could let her know as soon as she got a copy back. Suddenly, from behind her, she heard a male voice asking if there was a conversation about the book, Notes of Time. Louise turned round and saw a tall young man in front of her. Louise gasped in surprise. He was familiar to her, and a joyful smile lit up her face. The young man also smiled back at her and said they hadn't seen each other in a while. And Louise remembered the boy from her childhood who had dreamed of her that night. It was Lord Hilliard. He had grown up, and now a handsome young man with blue-colored eyes and black hair was looking at her. He called her by her name, Louise Sweeney, and smiled welcomingly. It was Simon Hilliard, Ian's cousin and only son of the Emperor's younger brother, Archduke Hilliard. Being the same age as the Crown Prince, he by his very existence added fuel to the fire of rivalry. For this reason, he tried to stay in the shadows to avoid any problems. Besides, Stella was a special girl to him. Louise looked at him and marveled that he had grown so much. She thought to herself that he had become a real beauty. But Simon winked playfully and asked if that was the case. Louise answered in the affirmative, and a blush flooded her cheeks. Simon wanted to ask something, but he stopped talking. Louise noted that he was trying to find the words. He was still thinking before he said anything. Meanwhile, he asked her that she was looking for the book Notes of Time, wasn't she? And said that he had picked up that book. Louise got excited and said hopefully that if he had finished reading it, maybe he would give it to her. And Simon said he'd give her the book. There was something in his eyes. He had a special look in his eyes. Louise rejoiced and said smilingly that she was very pleased and grateful to him. But at that moment, Stella caught their attention by asking if they wanted to see how much time was left before the book deadline. At that moment, Louise remembered that this was Simon's first conversation with Stella, and she wondered how he would behave when he found a new love. She watched his gaze, but Simon didn't look at Stella with any particular interest, just a glimpse of her, and didn't pursue the conversation. He simply said he didn't need to look at anything, and turned to Louise again, asking her to wait here while he went to get a book. Louise frowned when she saw this reaction. She thought that it might be too soon and that his feelings for Stella would flare up later, so she told Simon that she would wait for him. He quickly returned and held out the book to her. Louise thanked him, calling him my lord, but as soon as she wanted to take it, he lifted the book up sharply. The trick made Louise laugh, and she remarked that she hadn't realized he could joke like that. To which Simon said it wasn't a joke. He added that he wasn't my lord, just Hilliard. Louise replied that she hadn't thought, but she objected that wasn't it strange to address him as Mr. Hilliard? And Simon said that then she could just call him Simon, and his face lit up with happiness. Then Louise argued that it wasn't proper for her to call him by his first name, and she thought that Simon's situation was more complicated than Ian's. Simon is direct, which makes him more mature, and he doesn't hide his feelings. Simon told her it's the rules around here, and Louise, smiling, agreed and asked him to give her the book, saying she would hold it herself. But when he said he would hold it himself as she had hurt herself the day before, Louise was upset that the rumor had spread so quickly. But without showing it, she twisted round in her seat, assuring him that she was all right and in no pain. And Simon said he'd heard that Ian had even gone pale. Louise was uncomfortable with the attention, and said that His Majesty was making a big deal out of it. She added that she didn't know why he was behaving like that. Simon assumed that Ian was worried because they were engaged. A shadow of sadness came over his face as he said it. Louise wondered if she should tell him. On second thought, Simon should know about their arranged marriage, and he said, as if he had read her mind, that she could tell him anything she thought of. And Louise told him that they had decided to postpone their conditional marriage for about a year. When Simon heard that, he asked if he could take up some of her time. He winked and followed her down the corridor, inviting her to follow him. Louise was intrigued and followed him, asking where they were going. Simon looked at her and replied that to one beautiful place. Louise looked at him in surprise and asked if he liked the place. Simon squeezed his eyes shut and replied that he didn't, but he knew for a fact that she would like it. And the next moment, Louise froze with her mouth open in amazement. She stood in front of the greenhouse. There was an artificial pond with large rocks and water plants, and a wide variety of flowers and plants. and Louise looked at the beauty with delight and said that Simon had been wrong about her liking this place. She paused and added that she was delighted. Simon was delighted to have brought her joy, and said he knew she loved orangeries and especially liked to drink red tea in them. Louise turned to him and said that this place was so incredible, and Simon said he was going to step away for a moment to make tea and asked her to wait. Louise gave him a glance and wondered if he was going to make tea. She shifted her gaze to the plants again and thought that this greenhouse had never been described in the novel, and they could even have tea here. And at that moment a shadow flashed behind her. Louise turned round and a young man wearing glasses with round lenses halfway down his face stood before her. She screamed in surprise, scaring the young man, and he dropped the book he was holding. The thick book fell on his foot, hitting it painfully with its weight, and the young man crouched down with a cry. Louise rushed over to him, worrying if he was all right. The blow must have been hard and he must have been in pain, but he still said he was fine. And Louise looked at how pale he was and thought he was totally out of order. She looked at the book that had fallen out of the young man's hands and almost squealed with delight. She said excitedly that it was an illustrated book about plants by Dr. Rogers. And the young man still holding her leg asked if she had read it, and Louise said she had. There was a book like that in her father's library, and said Dr. Rogers was an artist, adventurer, and scientist. All of his incredible skills and knowledge are shown in this book. Louise realized that she had taken the book without permission, and apologizing for getting a little carried away, added that it was her favorite book, and introduced herself by saying that she was Louise Sweeney. The young man said she was the best student of the year. He also said she was the only child in the Sweeney family, which surprised Louise, and she asked him if he knew her family. To this, the young man proudly replied that as a professor of biological sciences, he couldn't help but know the Sweeney family, because it's pretty hard not to notice such an amazing greenhouse that the Sweeneys had. Louise said in surprise, "What did he mean by saying professor?" And then the young man aghast and rose from his knees. He stood up and smilingly introduced himself, calling himself Wayne Hill. Louise was shocked. She couldn't believe her ears and asked if he had really called himself Professor Wayne Hill. She could not believe her good fortune. At the age of 23, he had become a professor in academia, and this young man was that genius, Professor Wayne Hill. She'd met the professor she'd admired so much, it made her absolutely ecstatic. When Simon came back, she told him all about it, and as he poured the tea, he said he was happy for her. Louise sat at the table with her hands folded in front of her and was absolutely happy. She felt like she was home again. They sat opposite each other and drank tea. Louise said that who would have thought there was such a wonderful place here? Louise turned to Simon and asked him if he remembered her giving him a lily of the valley flower a long time ago. And he said he did, and Louise confessed that she had dreamt of that day yesterday. She added that in the dream, when she gave him the flower, she couldn't hear what he said to her, so she asked him what he might remember. Simon opened the book. Between the pages was a bookmark with a lily of the valley flower on it. He took it and held it out to Louise, and she was surprised that he had bookmarked it, and she added that it was so sweet of him. Simon stared at her in love and didn't say anything, but he thought to himself that she'd never know about that. And he remembered how she'd asked him not to say anything to Ian so as not to upset him. She'll never know how he felt when he took the flower. Taking the flower in his hand, he promised not to say anything to Ian. She wouldn't know about the way he'd tried to control himself after the gift either. He fell in love with Louise and suffered a lot, all because of a line he couldn't cross because it was very important to Ian. He remembered the moment when they had sat on the lawn, and he had said he would treasure him. That phrase alone had so much genuine sincerity and innocence in it. After tea in the greenhouse, only good things happened to Louise. Lessons were interesting and life was full of all sorts of student concerns. The freshers' party banquet was approaching, and her colleague on the student council asked if they could leave the floral design to Louise. And so she became responsible for the design of the freshers' party. And the best part was that she had no reason to see Ian, and she had Simon to thank. It was after he'd taken her to the greenhouse that things had been going so well. She woke up in the morning in high spirits and decided that today would be a beautiful day too, since she had the blessing of the greenhouse. Humming a little song, she pushed open the door to the student council. And, unsuspectingly, she bumped into Ian, who was waiting for her outside the door. He was beautiful. Ian smiled and said hello to Louise. Louise was suddenly glad to see Ian, even though she kept thinking that she didn't want to meet him. When she entered the room, she said that he was early. Ian replied that he was the president and therefore should come early. And he also added that now that she was here, it was time for her to do her job, which surprised Louise somewhat. Suddenly, the door was pushed open and workers began to bring in various pots of flowers. Louise looked a little confused, not sure what was going on. The flowers were carried, and Ian told her encouragingly that wasn't she the daughter of House Sweeney, the chief florists of the kingdom, and said that she would decorate the place beautifully, and if it turned out really well, it would certainly reflect on her future. He also winked at her and told her that from now on, the fate of the Sweeney family was in her hands, and he asked if he could trust her and leave it in her hands. Louise smiled and said excitedly that of course she would do the job, and she thought to herself that she wanted to inherit Sweeney's greenhouse and live her life there in peace. After the work was done, Louise stood in the middle of the room admiring her work, thinking that it was certainly not the level of a professional working in Sweeney's house, but it had turned out very well. She walked around the entire hall to make sure she didn't miss anything, and decided that this level was high enough for her father to retire quietly. Nevertheless, this scale. She wondered if the aristocrats' parties in the capital were like this. The door creaked open and Louise saw that it was the president returning, with some woman walking behind him, and Louise thought uncertainly that it looked like Larson. In the novel, it was she who, sympathizing with the fall of Stella's house, helped them revive. Yes, that was the fairy godmother, Professor Larson. She stopped near one of the columns and examined how it was decorated. The expression on her face said she was pleased with the work she had done, and all the decorations satisfied her. And the girl standing next to Louise noticed this and said that it was a relief that the professor liked the jewelry. And when Louise asked why, she explained that Julianne Larson was very sensitive and not easy to please. At this point, Julianne Larson turned to Ian and said superbly, "The hall is beautifully decorated." She added that she hadn't seen this level of decoration in years. Ian nodded his head respectfully and thanked the professor. Louise wished the professor would look in her direction and acknowledge her, and she did turn round to ask her if it was Louise Sweeney, the best student of the year. It was so exciting. The fairy godmother herself spoke to her, and Louise replied that it was her. The professor smiled and said how embarrassing, because she thought she had memorized the faces of all the beautiful ladies who had recently entered high society. And she added that apparently Louise had never attended a party for aristocrats before. Louise said confusedly that that was exactly what it was. She didn't attend parties like this. To this, the professor replied that of course the parties of the academy were open to everyone, but her gaze became stern and haughty, and she added that only if all the formalities were properly observed. Louise stood aghast at this turn of events, and whispers spread around the room. Some could not understand what had happened. Others explained that Louise Sweeney, she was of ignorant birth. Some asked that her mother was not of some baron's lineage. It was so unpleasant and humiliating. Louise clenched her fists in resentment. Suddenly, Ian came forward and addressing the professor said that in the academy, the rules of high society and origin were of no importance. The professor replied that of course he was right, but she was talking about implicit rules that exist everywhere. It is very important to teach these things as well. But Ian didn't stop. He didn't like Louise being put in that light and wanted to protect her. So he said if the professor was talking about implied rules, she should follow them too. And he stood beside Louise and said that it had not been officially announced yet, but that Louise was the president. Louise was stunned by his statement, but the next second she turned to Ian and quietly told him that everything was fine, and she thought the professor was saying the right things. Ian was incredulous and wanted to object. But Louise, realizing that he wanted to speak of the engagement, stopped him. She looked at him with widened eyes and asked him desperately not to speak of it. Ian looked at her with a hard stare. He could have protected her from the gossip and shut the gossipers' mouths if he'd told her about the engagement. But she looked at him with a look that made him bitter at the realization of how much she did not want this engagement, and consequently him. Louise respectfully made a bow before Professor Larson and said she would be the first to leave. She closed the banquet hall door behind her and leaned against the door to catch her breath, the color of shame flooding her face. She remembered that when she was a little girl, she didn't understand why her parents insisted on her making her debut in high society. Now she seems to understand why her mum used to make her pretty outfits. Louise was sad. She wanted to wear that dress and stand beautiful in front of everyone. She wanted to see the celebration with her own eyes, and she would be really happy. Instead, she sat in her room, and the girl from the student council comforted her by telling her that she knew that Professor Larson was obsessed with aristocracy, but the way she had treated Louise was simply unfair. It was nice and important for Louise to hear words of encouragement. There was another guy in the room. He crossed his arms over his chest and asked Louise if she really wasn't going to the banquet. That was Dean Christine, a first-year student like Louise, and he was a member of the student council too. The girl said to Louise that all the members of the student council thought it was right for her to be at the party. They had worked together to prepare for the banquet, and she added that the president was so angry about it that it was the first time she had seen him so angry. Louise remembered Ian. He had indeed been very upset, and a hunch struck her. Perhaps it was because her behavior brought back unpleasant memories. It was aristocrats like her who were behind all the hardship and discrimination towards an empress with common blood. The girl from the student council persisted in persuading Louise to go to the banquet. She said that the academy was a place where only intelligence and honesty were valued. She was an extension of high society, where the cost and benefit of every opportunity was calculated. She crouched down beside Louise and begged her to go, for if she was not there, she could not enjoy the evening to the full. Not even a little bit. But Louise said firmly that she was fine. Her friend looked at her with eyes full of regret and ready to cry, but Louise said that she hopes tonight's party goes well, and she didn't want to be the cause of any trouble. She started to send her friends away, even though they didn't want to leave and reproached her for being so stubborn. But still, Louise asked them to have fun properly and not to worry about her, and added that she had a great plan. She had lots of books she wanted to read, so everything worked out well. When she was alone, she went to the window and opened it, telling herself that when, if not today, she would be able to relax and read. The weather was marvelous today, perfect for reading. Louise looked out the window and saw Stella. This surprised Louise. Stella was sitting on a bench outside the building where they lived. Louise wondered what she was doing there, because it was time to get ready for the party. In the novel, it was described that Stella did not prepare the dress in time, which added to her many problems. And she had to beg acquaintances to see if anyone had a spare dress, but she heard a negative answer. Louise walked over to the mannequin with her party dress and thought looking at it that she had nowhere to wear it anyway, so it worked out as well as possible, and she would be able to help Stella again. Stella stood with Louise's dress in her hands and couldn't believe it was possible. She wondered if Louise would really lend her the dress. After all, she needed a dress too. But Louise assured her that she wasn't planning to go to the party tonight. She just wanted to read. And seeing the doubt on Stella's face, she assured her that it was fine and added that she would be more than happy to help her and asked her not to worry and just take it. Stella was uncomfortable, but she thanked Louise for her kindness. The girls said goodbye, and Louise waved her hand to Stella, thinking that with her dress, Stella would be able to go to the party without any problems, and she would have the opportunity to spend more time with Ian. Everything had turned out well. It was for the best. It was evening, and the party was in full swing. Louise sat by the window where she could see the stars in the dark sky and thought she could hear the noise even from here. She pictured couples of students dancing, all enjoying themselves. She wondered if anyone smiled at the flowers she had decorated the hall with. With a hand on her cheek, she thought that she had never wanted to go to the party, but now she seemed to understand how Cinderella felt, and she wondered if this meant that Professor Larson was the wicked stepmother. It was strange. With Stella, she is a fairy godmother, but in front of Louise, she is a person of bad character. Even though Stella is a poor aristocrat, she is the descendant of a noble house with a long history, and the protagonist. Louise clenched her fist and reassured herself that it was okay. She wouldn't have to worry about Stella and Ian being together anymore. And anyway, if she was going to be upset by any little thing, she might as well step into the path of a villain. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to focus, but the noise from the party kept her from doing so. And she grabbed the book and walked out of the campus to the street, deciding to read in another, quieter place where it wasn't as noisy. Louise was walking along the Academy's park alley when suddenly in the distance she saw Stella running in a smart dress. Louise thought that obviously because of the dress she was only now going to the party. Louise looked closer and was even more amazed. She realized that Stella wasn't wearing her dress. Louise's eyes got bigger and bigger and she couldn't understand what was happening. She reached the greenhouse and sat down on a chair and leaned back in it. Her eyes closed. She wondered if Stella had got to the party safely. She remembered that the dress she had just seen Stella wearing was described in the novel, and she had worn it in the original story. And Louise smiled, thinking it was even better than hers. Suddenly, she opened her eyes as she heard a familiar voice somewhere nearby saying that he knew Louise was here. She turned her head to see who it belonged to, but she couldn't see anything in the darkness. A silhouette in a white tailcoat appeared out of the darkness. When Louise recognized him, she did not immediately believe it and questioned with surprise, "President?" It was Ian. He was walking towards her. His blue eyes looked focused. He was serious. He held out his hand to her and called her name Louise Sweeney, and it was unclear to her what he was doing here. He gently touched her face as if brushing away a tear. Louise was mesmerized by the sight of him. He was beautiful. His austere tailcoat emphasized all the advantages of his supple figure. They stared into each other's eyes as if the whole universe were in those eyes. His gaze magnetized, mesmerized, and wouldn't let go. And Louise didn't want to look away. Still, she was the first to wake up from this obsession and grinned, asking if he was worried about her. But Ian remained serious and said he was worried about her. He thought she might have been crying and it made him sad. He wanted to be close to her. Louise stopped smiling and said confusedly that it was nothing of the sort. Ian tilted his head and a strand of hair fell across his face, and he said that his fiancé was very indulgent. She noticed the sadness in his eyes and thought that he called her fiancé out of revenge for what had happened earlier. Ian held out his hand to her and told her to go to him. Louise looked at him in bewilderment, not knowing what he wanted. Ian saw her confusion and said that she had forgotten that he was her great dance teacher for the aristocratic parties. Louise finally realized the meaning of his words and asked in a daze that he was trying to ask her to dance. She added that she had never seen anyone ask for a dance in such a way. And she said she had one request for him too. When he meets her mother in the summer holidays, he should tell her that she was a great dancer at the academy. Ian's eyes lit up and he told her he could only say that if she danced magnificently now. At this moment she was enchanted by the moonlight, Ian's charm and the romantic atmosphere of her favorite greenhouse. And even though she knew she shouldn't reach out to him, she still did. The temptation was too great. Ian squeezed her hand and pulled Louise to him, hugging her waist with his other arm. Louise was both attracted and frightened by this closeness, so she thought maybe she should say she didn't want to, and she said there was no music, and immediately thought she was talking nonsense. Ian kept his eyes on her and said that wasn't what was important. There was so much tenderness and warmth in his gaze, and Louise found herself thinking again that something was wrong. She tried to remember if there had been such a scene in the original novel. Her thoughts drifted to another direction, and she thought that if Ian was with her now, where was Stella? He spun her round in a dance, and she savored the moment. He danced beautifully and confidently. Louise broke the silence and looked up to ask how he knew she was here. Ian replied that he assumed there were two places she could have gone to, either the library or the dormitory. But Louise interrupted him by saying that they were neither there nor there, but in the greenhouse, and Ian replied that he had bumped into his cousin in the dormitory. Louise interrupted him again to clarify that he had met Simon. Ian confirmed that Simon Hilliard had, and he said he'd shown her the place. Ian thought that she called him President and her cousin by his first name, Simon, and that made him uncomfortable. Louise, unaware of his thoughts, remarked that Simon was very sweet, and at that moment Ian lunged sharply and bent over her and said that if only she had said the same compliments to her dance teacher. Louise told him that he had changed a lot since he was a child, and if he treated her as well as Simon did, then she would compliment him too. He returned her to her previous position, and smilingly said that she should be more understanding. After all, she knows that when boys are embarrassed, they start to misbehave towards others. And Louise said, "What do you mean he's not embarrassed now?" Ian replied cryptically that he might be, and Louise laughed and said that he had indeed become an adult. He was flattered by her words and jokingly said that he had always hoped so and still did. A romantic atmosphere enveloped the couple. The moon brightly lit the park where Ian and Louise were dancing without music. They were having a good time together. She was so pleased to be here with him, and these new sensations frightened her. They stopped, and the next moment Louise tried to free her hand from his grasp, but Ian squeezed it tighter. But Louise did unleash herself, and the magic of the moment was gone. She clasped her hands to her chest and stepped away from Ian. Her heart fluttered, and she didn't want to interrupt the moment. She realized she was attracted to this prince. She is becoming attached to him and summer is still so far away. Why? They looked at each other in silence. Each was preoccupied with his own thoughts. Louise was thinking about how she must never forget that she was Louise Sweeney, a villain, and therefore must never let her guard down. She smiled and asked if it was time for him to go back to the party. Ian bowed his head respectfully and replied that it was time, because a lot of students wanted to take the flowers she had decorated the hall with. Louise couldn't resist asking if he had got permission. He replied with a grin that Professor Larson had given permission after long negotiations. And Louise asked that he was probably the one who had handled this negotiation, and he replied that did she think there was anyone else who could have handled it? And she praised him, saying that he was so amazing. And Ian told her that that's why she was going to be very busy from tomorrow. Louise was surprised by his words and wondered why. Ian told her that the students who would take the flowers had no idea how to look after them. Louise aghast. If they just put them up, the flowers would wilt in a few days. So she asked that he give her a list with the names of the students, and she would go with each of them and tell them the basic rules of care. Ian looked at her with a smile and said that if she did that, many students would learn something new about Louise Sweeney. Louise wondered if she was the reason he had arranged to be able to pick up the flowers. Louise thanked him, and he replied to her that he was welcome, adding that anything for his bride he wanted to say. But he corrected himself and said for his childhood friend, and then added that he would have said they were really childhood best friends. The next day, with a list of students' names, she went round the rooms to talk about how to look after the flowers. The first name on the list was Ian Edmonial. Louise had no idea why his name was on the list. But there was nothing to do, and she knocked on his door. But no one answered. Louise waited for a while and decided to go in. She opened the door and called out to him, calling him again, not by name but by president, and announced that she had knocked before entering. Ian lay with his head buried in the pillow. He was asleep. Louise looked round his room. Things were scattered around the room. He must have been very tired. There was a vase of flowers on the nightstand beside the bed, and Louise could see that he had done a great job. As expected, he'd learnt how to look after flowers from her father. Why did he put his name on the list of people who need help? Don't tell me it was because he wanted to say he could do everything perfectly. Ian put his arm around her waist so suddenly that she couldn't even say a word. She turned round abruptly and saw that he was lying leaning on one arm with the other arm around her waist. Louise noticed his handsome torso and immediately wondered how much he had taken off, and if he had any of his clothes left on. He said he was very upset when he saw that his partner was going to run away. Louise turned away and looked out of the window and wondered what he meant by partner, and indignantly added that this was absurd. Ian said that of course she was his partner, or was she dancing with someone else? Louise said she wasn't running away, and he said maybe he should rephrase it, and Louise asked him to rephrase. Ian sat down beside her and asked her not to leave. Don't go. 2 simple words, but they turned everything upside down. Louise found it harder and harder to control her feelings. She'd tried every time not to fall for Ian's charms. Now her mind sobered again, and she wondered if there was something wrong with him. He drew her in more and more. She remembered how they had danced under the moon. His closeness was exhilarating. Louise realized that she should push him away, but the next moment her eyes widened. Ian gave her no chance to pull away. Now he laid his head on her shoulder and told her that she was so good to him. It was a new burst of sensuality. Louise sighed and replied that it was because she owed him a debt of gratitude, and frantically began to look for something to turn her attention to in order to distract herself. She glanced at the notebook with the list of students and asked, calling him president again, why his name was on the list, since he knows perfectly well how to handle flowers. Ian replied with regret in his voice that it was getting harder and harder for him to order her around, and since he couldn't tell her directly to come to him, he decided to put it on paper. Louise, looking in front of him, replied that he could tell her directly, making it clear that she would come. Ian put his hand on her lap and said that he didn't want her to misunderstand him, and Louise replied that if that was really what he meant, she was grateful for it. His closeness was exciting, but Louise realized that she must not fall in love with him, for that would be her undoing. And when he asked what it meant that he could keep asking her for favors, Louise smiled politely and said that he should have stopped by now. Ian regretfully replied that he knew, but he was counting on being able to do it again. Louise laughed, and taking his hand away said she was glad he understood after all. She asked him if he was finally awake. Ian mumbled that he wasn't quite there yet, and said that sitting like this with her reminded him of when they were little. The time when the three of them had fallen asleep together for the first time. Louise said she remembered too, and added that at least he had been dressed that time. Ian playfully said that of course he was going to be dressed. He added that he was a decent man. He told Louise to close her eyes. Louise was amazed, but she closed her eyes at the same moment. She heard Ian yawn. Then she heard his footsteps and the creak of the door opening, the rustle of things, and finally he said her name. She was so deep in her thoughts that when she heard her name, she opened her eyes fearfully. Ian stood in front of her. He had his trousers on and his shirt unbuttoned. He had a beautifully toned body, and Louise involuntarily said, "Oh God," and at the same instant covered her face with her hand. Ian said she saw, but Louise began to justify that she had not seen anything. She had only opened her eyes because he had suddenly called out to her. But Ian wasn't going to let this situation go down that easily. He sarcastically stated that he was the only one who should be scared in this situation, because he was the one who had lost his visual purity. And Louise, just like that, and sitting there with her eyes closed, replied, "What kind of nonsense is he talking about? He only had his shirt unbuttoned, that's all." He asked again what she had seen. Louise gritted her teeth and wanted to say that yes, she had. So what? She was annoyed. What was she even doing here? Without waiting for her to answer, Ian said he should put it in his diary. He commented aloud that Louise Sweeney had robbed him of his visual purity today. It was too much for Louise, and she stretched her arms forward and said she would take it back. She opened her eyes and saw that Ian was dressed and fully prepared to go out. He was waiting for her. As soon as she opened her eyes, he said, "Shouldn't they go to work?" It was a lifesaver for her. And after a while, she was sitting in the room of one of the students and telling her how to take care of the flowers. The girl was grateful to Louise for coming to her rescue. Louise in turn thanked the fellow student for taking the flowers, and the girl, smiling sweetly, said that she got them from her dance partner. She also said that using the flowers as an excuse, she was able to make a lot of new friends and received gifts in return. They were having a nice conversation when suddenly the girl remembered the big news and asked if Louise had heard about it. And without waiting for an answer, she said that at the party, the president was dancing. Louise gasped when she heard this and thought to herself, had someone seen her and Ian? She hoped they wouldn't be misunderstood. She remembered again that marvelous moment when she and Ian had danced under the moon, and she thought there was nothing wrong with that. But the girl asked her again if she had heard about it. Louise held the vase she had just put the flowers in and replied that it was the first time she had heard about it. The girl was surprised and said that it had been discussed. Out of the blue, she asked if Louisa had taught Stella Lapis how to take care of flowers. Louise was puzzled and asked why she was asking about her so suddenly. And the girl told her that in truth, at that party, the president was the first to ask Stella Lapis to dance. It was unexpectedly unpleasant for Louise. In the meantime, her interlocutor continued to say conspiratorially that they looked so good together. Who knows? Maybe he even gave her flowers and asked her out on a date. The girl noticed her absent look and called out. Louise jerked her hand in surprise and knocked over the vase of flowers. The vase shattered and water spilled onto the table, and the girls scrambled to clean up the mess. Louise didn't pick up the shard carefully, and it cut her delicate skin. She clenched her eyes against the unpleasant sensation. She looked at her finger, and there was a streak of blood on it. She was annoyed, but she felt no pain. The girl was startled, rushing over to Louise, asking if she was okay. Louise looked at her hand, but her thoughts were far away. She remembered how Ian had held her hand yesterday, how he had squeezed her palm, unwilling to let go when she tried to release it. There was pain in her eyes, and there was bitterness and resentment in her heart. Finally, she was out of that room and could concentrate on her thoughts. So the president was the first to ask Stella Lapis to dance, and then she remembered that the main event of the novel had taken place at that party. Louise got even more upset. She is so stupid and pathetic. How could she have missed this event? Still, she was relieved in the end. After all, she was worried that these two had a bad start, but it looks like everything is going according to the script. Ian and Stella love each other. That's the law of the land. And she's just a fan who's lucky enough to watch and cheer for them. Louise was walking along the campus of thought, and her senses were slowly coming to order. As suddenly, she was overcome with doubt again. But why then? He had come to her in the greenhouse. Reason again tried to take over her feelings and ordered her to keep her cool, for everything was going exactly as she had hoped. She stopped, exhaled, and thought that judging by the fact that she couldn't contain herself, her villainous instincts were taking over. It wasn't clear what disappointed her more, the fact that Ian was dancing with Stella, or the fact that she had missed the chance to watch the two of them dance romantically. It must have been a truly beautiful scene. And Louise prayed to God to let her be here so she could see one of the main events of this novel, even if it was just a date, even if it was just that. Louise opened her eyes and saw Stella and Ian not far away. They were talking about something among the columns. Louise watched them eagerly. She noticed the way Stella kept her eyes on Ian, and the way he looked at her. Ian was facing her, and Louise thought he was looking at Stella with a loving gaze, and she looked at them with all her eyes. Suddenly, she hiccuped and hid behind a pillar, covering her mouth with her hand. I wondered if she had been heard. Suddenly, she caught herself hiding. Why is she doing this? But those thoughts didn't occupy her head for long. It was so interesting to see what was going on out there. Louise looked out from behind the column, so curious to see what they were talking so sweetly about. But Ian noticed the movement and recognized Louise. He was surprised. He hadn't expected to see her. He turned to her and called her by name and asked her to come over. When Louise got close to them, he asked what she was doing here. Louise said she didn't want to interrupt their conversation, so she waited for them to finish. Louise panicked and didn't know what else to say, so she said the first thing that came to mind and asked if they liked strawberries, and went on to explain that she was going to help the collector's department pick strawberries the other day. They said it would be okay to take some, and Louise thought she could share some with them. Stella said smilingly, "Louise is so kind." Then she faltered and asked doubtfully, "Are strawberries really that good?" She clarified that they were so red and speckled and soft. But Louise laughed and said that Stella was talking about rotten strawberries, and fresh ones were very tasty and bright red and shiny. This embarrassed Stella, and she blushed and said that apparently she had never seen a good strawberry before, and added that she thought all strawberries were like that. After saying that, Louise realized that she had made fun of Stella in front of Ian. She was annoyed because she had acted like a villain. She tried to remedy the situation by saying that Stella was right, and that if you took the berries straight from the field, they could easily be crushed. And she assured Stella that she would share the strawberries with her too. Stella was surprised, and Louise said she wanted her to taste fresh strawberries too. Louise has a plan. She will give the strawberries to Ian to give to Stella. They will eat them together and become even closer. And she left saying that she had to go now. She had something to do in the library, and she wished Stella and Ian a good time. Louise decided that she shouldn't hurt Stella anymore, and she got a good chance to make up for Louise's previous actions, and she promised that she wouldn't let her do anything that could make her look like a villain. When Ian and Stella were alone, she said that Louise Sweeney was very kind and added that she would be loved by everyone. To this, Ian said that she would probably be easily taken advantage of by everyone. This statement stunned Stella that she even gasped in surprise to hear such a thing, and she thought that right now Louise Sweeney was being constantly intimidated and used by him, the president. But she smiled and said he didn't look like a man capable of something so bad. But Ian stretched out that he didn't see anything wrong with that, and added that to begin with, she was his. It was impossible to tell from his face what he meant. But Stella was shocked by such a statement, thinking he meant a personal relationship. Her gaze faded, and she shuddered. And seeing that kind of reaction, Ian said that Louise Sweeney and the other members of the student council were his people, and she relaxed a little when he said that. Ian looked at Stella Lapis with a strange, detached, cold look, and said she must know the feeling. How does it feel when someone else tries to use you? Stella shuddered, looked at him full in the eye, and said that everyone would be offended. Ian asked what else, and she replied that she would hate and be furious. Ian closed his eyes and put on his mask of nonchalance again. He replied to Stella that she had said all the right things, and added that he wasn't trying to talk about Louise Sweeney now anyway. Stella asked that he was worried about the rumors. Ian replied that he was worried about the rumors and just wanted to study in peace. Stella said uncertainly that after that dance, she was in an uncomfortable position, and wondered if there was a way. But Ian interrupted her and asked her if that was why she had asked to meet in person at the library. She was struck by his calculating nature and apologized, saying she hadn't thought it through. Ian's gaze turned cold again, and he said it looked like it. The next moment, he turned and walked away from the library, leaving Stella standing near the shelves of books. The girl was disappointed to realize that this guy is playing a double game. He is calculating, he will use and play with everyone's feelings to achieve his goals, and she was caught up in his game. A few days passed, and Louise went to the strawberry field. There, the orders were already in full swing. She was worried that, according to the professor from the hospital wing, it would rain tonight, and she was worried that she had to work hard, because she was always right when it came to predicting the weather. Just then, Louise and her helpers arrived. She told the manager that they had come to help. Simon and Wayne Hill came with her. They were assigned to strawberry beds and told how to pick strawberries. And the work began. Simon was next to Louise, and she told him that she was surprised he was here and asked how he knew about all this. Simon said he was coming out of the library this morning and met Professor Wayne Hill, uncertainly carrying a mountain of baskets. So he offered him his help. But he admitted that it was a surprise to him that he would have to pick strawberries. Louise praised him for being so attentive. Simon said it was because he owed him. They heard a worker behind them reprimanding the professor for dropping strawberries on the ground, and he apologized. Louise asked Simon what he owed him for the greenhouse, and he nodded affirmatively. Simon, in turn, was surprised that Louise was here too, and she said she also owed the collections department. In exchange for the sugar used in the students' vases for those flowers, she offered to help in the strawberry fields for a day. Louise didn't expect to be doing this kind of work. She had already soiled her clothes quite a bit and said with annoyance that she should have taken work clothes instead of a uniform. Simon asked, "The one with Sweeney's greenhouse written on the back?" Louise nodded affirmatively and said that if the work overalls got dirty, they were easy to wash and hard to tear, and he said that their work uniforms suited her. Louise said that she planned to bring her over for the summer holidays and offered to grab one for Simon too, but Simon asked her if she thought it would be better if she took care of Ian instead of him. The image of Ian arose before Louise, his expressive, penetrating, blue-colored eyes, but she called him president even in her mind. She laughed and said that the president doesn't need that kind of clothing. Simon looked at her perplexed. He said he hoped the two of them, and stopped halfway through. A shadow lay over his eyes and a veil draped over them. He looked deeply thoughtful. His shadow, he thought. He looked at Louise, and she looked at him with frightened eyes. There was a question in her eyes, and Simon thought his shadow was taking away the light. He stared silently with a hazy gaze, not daring to say anything about how he felt, and Louise was the first to ask what he was thinking about. This question seemed to bring him out of his oblivion, and he smilingly shook his head and said it was nothing. And he stepped aside. It was starting to rain, and the first big drops fell to the ground. The phrase that came into Simon's head was that when he looked at her, he felt guilty. "Fool. Don't know your place? You should know your place. Don't let anyone see hope in you. He's been told that all his life." And now he automatically thought that he must not attract attention because his shadow might steal Louise's light. Simon stood in the intensifying rain and thought that he would get through it after all. The rain turned to a downpour, and Louise, sitting in the auditorium, thought what a relief that they were able to pick strawberries before it started to rain. In front of her on the table was the strawberry she had received for her work, and she thought she should quickly share it with those two, Ian and Stella. She yawned. Tiredness was making itself felt. After all, she had been working since early morning, so she wanted to sleep so badly. And she thought there was a little time before class started. And resting her head on her hands that were on the table, she dozed off thinking she would only get a little sleep. After a while, Ian leaned over her anxiously thinking, what happened that she was in such a state? He came closer. Louise, with her head resting on the table, was sleeping serenely. Her clothes were soiled, but she did not seem to have hurt herself. Ian leaned over her, thinking maybe she was sick. He was worried. He crouched down beside her and stroked her back. Thinking it was bad, if her fever started to rise, what would he do? He tried to move the hair out of her face, and Louise smiled at him through her sleep. It made Ian feel hot. He looked at her in surprise. It was unexpected. But he quickly pulled himself together, and smiling said it was mean to make such a defenseless expression on his face. He tried to wake Louise, and after a few minutes she opened her eyes and stretched and asked why it was still so quiet. Ian enlightened her that it was already over. Louise hadn't expected to see him here, so she jumped up in surprise, and he didn't let her relax and said that she had been drooling in her sleep. After that statement, she was horrified, and he admitted he was joking. And then he said it didn't matter and asked what had happened to her. And then Louise, finally awake, remembered her plan and said she was going to tell me. She picked up a box of strawberries and held it out to Ian. He asked in surprise that she was picking strawberries on such a rainy day. But Louise told him that she had packed it in before it started to rain. She caught herself thinking that she was no longer a villain, and she liked it. She told Ian that if he shared the strawberries with someone he liked, that person would be happy. At this time, she was thinking about Stella. Ian bowed in thanks and said he had to go then to give the man he liked some strawberries. He stood up and told Louise to come with him and to hurry up. Louise looked at him in surprise and asked why she should go with him. What happened next, Louise couldn't even imagine. Ian approached Dean Christine and said that he liked him. Dean was shocked by this statement and asked if the president had lost his mind. But Ian made a fool of himself by saying he had no choice because it's that kind of strawberry, and Louise told him to do it. Without giving anyone a second thought, he approached Claire and declared that he liked her. The girl was puzzled and replied that it was a great honor, and she never thought she would get a confession from Ian Edmonial. He popped a strawberry in her mouth and said that he had no choice because it was that kind of strawberry and Louise had told him to do it. Louise tried to stop him, but he said that she had told him to eat strawberries with someone he liked. Louise wanted to say something to him about Stella, but realized she couldn't. And Ian continued his march down the corridor of the academy, telling everyone he liked him and treating everyone to strawberries. In the end, there was only one strawberry left in the box. Louise thought annoyed that she had put so much effort into picking the strawberries so that he would eat them with Stella. And he was just putting on some kind of circus. Ian looked at her, and it was as if he remembered something and said, "Exactly, Louise?" She looked at him, not realizing what was going on, and what should she say to him? Why was he looking at her like that? Should she tell him she liked strawberries? Ian took the last berry from the box and said thank you. Louise smiled and said that she liked strawberries too. And the next moment she realized the strawberry was the last one and screamed at him not to eat it. And then she thought she was crazy and hoped he wouldn't misunderstand her. But Ian shamelessly threw the strawberries into his mouth and said he didn't think she liked strawberries that much. He thanked her for sharing such delicious strawberries with him. Louise replied kindly that it was nothing and that she was glad he liked them. Ian asked what she was going to go to the hostel and volunteered to walk her, but Louise said she could walk herself. But Ian drew her attention to the pouring rain outside the window and asked how she would go without an umbrella. She replied that she would just borrow an umbrella from someone. Ian agreed that it was a good idea, and pulling out an umbrella said that it could be him. Louise had no choice but to agree and told him to take care of her then. They walked down the corridor to the exit, and students meeting them on the way smiled sweetly and said that the strawberries were delicious, and thanked the president, and he sweetly replied that he was glad they enjoyed them. And Louise said that he was popular. Ian replied that he was not someone who could be unpopular. Louise said in surprise that he had thought differently before, and she thought that in the novel he was a man who despised any attention. They were just coming out of the building and Ian opened his umbrella and answered her that it had been a long time ago. He stood under the umbrella and looking at Louise added that besides he had no choice. Then with his free arm he put his arm round her shoulder and pulled her under his umbrella and said that he understood thanks to one Sweeney. They walked in the pouring rain, and Ian talked about how he knew the Sweeney family hadn't always done so well. But she never complained and moved forward. Louise's eyes became sad and she repeated the word, complained. A memory came over her. The girl she no longer remembered well from that other life had many complaints. She had nothing, so she could only envy the others. And she said with a smile that she had no reason to complain because she was surrounded only by beautiful things. Ian was somewhat surprised by her answer, and he suggested that she speed up a bit as the rain started to get heavier. Louise agreed with him and thought that now everyone was trying to hide from the rain, and she hoped that no one would notice how close together they were walking. When they reached the building, Louise suddenly jumped out from under the umbrella and dashed into the dormitory building. At the door, she turned on one foot to thank Ian for his concern, and to say that as expected of a president eager to help every student, and at that moment her foot slipped on the rain-wet and slippery doorstep. And Louise realized that she was about to collapse at Ian's feet. Her eyes widened at the inevitability of the moment. But Ian, having already assessed the situation, rushed over to Louise, not holding back his true emotions. He said irritably that, well, really, and called her a fool. It was offensive. Louise thought as she fell down that it was too much to call her that. She was only doing her best to avoid rumors. And at the last moment, Ian caught her before she could fall. She was in his arms, pressed tightly against his strong body. His face was so close it was exhilarating. But Ian quickly brought her to her senses by saying that he could scold her now. She tried to justify herself by saying she didn't realize it was so slippery, and she reproached him for always being a strong moralizer. He, supporting her, helped her to her feet and asked how her ankle was. Louise replied that it was all right, but he still couldn't resist moralizing and said that she should be more careful as it hadn't been long since she had hurt herself in the library. And Louise agreed with him and she was sorry. There was a whisper in the corridor, and students began to pay attention to them, and Louise was annoyed to think that her plan was being ruined by her stupid clumsiness. Ian took her hand and led her down the corridor, while Louise continued to worry about the rumors. She wanted to tell everyone that it wasn't as wonderful as they might have thought. He was just a kind man who had helped her. Then she thought that this little incident didn't matter anyway. There were already so many rumors around Ian that had to do with Stella. They stopped outside her room, and Louise began to thank him for walking her out, and remarked that he was getting very wet and needed to get in the shower as soon as possible. Ian touched his hair. Droplets of water dripped from it, and he asked, "Won't it dry soon on its own?" Louise told him that as a friend she would give him advice and said that if a guy a girl has just started dating starts smelling bad, all feelings fade away. Ian looked at her silently with a questioning gaze. He had a question in his eyes. And Louise thought confusedly that he must have been offended by her words, and she shouldn't have said that. Ian, still without taking his eyes off her, said that as her ex-fiancé, he wanted to say that he had no feelings for Stella Lapis, and he thought she would realize it at least now. Louise was stunned by his confession. She looked at Ian with all her eyes, and he sadly went on to say that he didn't know she was so interested in his love life. And he added that she knew that the picture in front of our eyes was not always complete. She was still staring at him with wide-open eyes, and the thought flashed through her mind that maybe he loved her. But she immediately warned herself that she couldn't believe it. But deep down she realized that she had hoped it more than anyone else. She looked away from him and said thoughtfully that it was so strange. Ian took her chin and turned her face to his. She didn't remove his hand. She was both pleased and afraid at the same time. She just stared at him, not knowing what to say. And then it came out of her mouth. "Your Highness." Ian leaned towards her and asked why she was trying so hard to push him away. There was annoyance in his voice. He was making it clear that he wanted to be with her, that he liked her. He was so close and had such an exciting effect on her. But that was what frightened Louise, too. She remembered how in the novel she had fallen in love with him, and he had only used her, and she had said she was sorry, and tried to take his hand away. He took her hand in his and squeezed it, trying to hold the moment a little longer, to feel her closeness, to convince her of his feelings. Louise said it was no wonder he was angry with her. And Ian continued to hold her hand, frustrated, and asked why she was saying that. Louise explained that it was very rude of her to accept something without talking to him, and it's even worse when it happens between two friends. And he said that that was it. He let go of her hand and added that he understood. It was hard for Louise to say all this, and when he let go of her hand, she was suddenly cold. She looked at him and he smiled and said he treasured her. That was nice, and Louise smiled back and clarified that as a childhood friend, right? And Ian said, right, like family. He bowed to show her his respects and apologized for the delay, but Louise assured him it was all right and said she was glad they had talked. Ian said she should rest, and she replied that he, the president, should rest too, and they said goodbye. Louise entered the room and locked the door. She stood by the door for a while, as if she were putting her thoughts and feelings in order. She wondered how it was possible that Ian could truly love her. She couldn't believe it. After all, he was the protagonist of the novel she was reading, and Stella was the protagonist, and he must love her. She remembered the rumors that he had danced with her at the party, and again the question arose as to why he had danced with her then, if he didn't like her. Can someone dance with someone they don't like? And then why did they go out last night? Louise remembered lines from a novel she had reread many times, that depending on the season, different flowers and fruits would grow to be the perfect backdrop for their love. Even the weather would be glorious. Without their feelings, this world would have no reason to exist. Louise sat down by the door and thought that she didn't know now what would happen next. That was how the day ended. It brought many questions for Louise Sweeney. Some time passed. Louise was once again sitting in the student council room, looking at the notice that her acquaintance was holding in her hands, and asked if the paper and ink sold by the student council was already sold out. And the girl smilingly said that it was the effect of superstition. She went on to explain that during exams at the academy there was a belief: if you buy ink and paper from the student council, the students will write well. And she said with a thumbs up that we should draw lots to decide who would buy paper and ink to replenish the student council's supplies. Louise went to pull the lot with joy and excitement, but her fervor faded a little when she learned that she'd have to do it with Ian together. She'd decided not to see him for a while, and now she'd have to do the job alongside him again. Dean Crispin and Claire smiled happily when they saw that Louise and Ian had drawn the same lot. When the meeting was over, Ian and Louise were standing outside the academy building, and he said that on second thought, it was a good thing that they would be on this mission together. After all, if he went, his bodyguard would go with them. It would be safer that way. Louise was surprised that he had a chaperone, as she had heard that no outsiders were allowed into the academy. Ian grimaced and explained that when he went outside, he always followed him. It was obvious that he didn't like it, and he said that he had even tried to run away from him, but it had never worked. And also, he was silent, hesitating to speak or not, but he added that he didn't like to talk about it, but his bodyguard wanted to see Louise. Louise asked why he was doing that, but Ian crossed his arms over his chest and replied irritably that he liked girls and warned Louise not to flirt with him. The unidentified man said he never thought His Majesty would stab him in the back like that. Louise looked in the direction of the person who spoke. It was a young red-haired man. He wore a uniform that indicated he belonged to the Imperial Guard. When Louise looked up at him, he immediately knelt down in front of her and said in greeting that it had been a long time, "Louise from the greenhouse." She recognized him. It was Hesse. It was the Crown Prince's personal guard. And such a fiery red lock of hair Louise had never seen on anyone else. He looked at her with gray eyes that glowed with joy. It was he who gave her that nickname, Louise from the greenhouse. When they were children and Louise was always digging in her parents' greenhouse, Hesse sat down beside her and told her that from now on she would be Louise from the greenhouse. He made fun of Louise every chance he got, and it made Ian angry. Louise bewilderedly asked him to get off his knee, saying that he was the future Earl, and she thought that the knights had said that they made up nicknames for each other. Ian even now angrily remarked that she had a right to do so, and Hesse confirmed his words by saying that of course Louise of the greenhouse had done something wonderful. And he laughingly threw in that he had heard that Louise had dumped His Highness as soon as the opening ceremony was over, and looking at the angry Ian, he kept laughing, saying that finally His Highness had been dumped by a girl. He was making fun of Ian by deliberately making him angry. Louise laughed too, watching them bicker with each other. She thought that they had just met and were ready to declare war on each other, and they had yet to buy paper and ink. And would she even be able to survive today? He came to the shopping street, which was situated between the dwellings. Louise looked around confused. She lost sight of Ian and hesitantly called out to him, the president. A man in a black cloak with a hood on his head approached her. She cried out in surprise, and then recognizing him as the prince, she asked in amazement why he was dressed like that. Ian replied that it was a necessary disguise, otherwise there would be trouble if they were recognized. He added that he had prepared an outfit for her too. Louise asked dejectedly what she was after, and Ian replied that a wizard walks around with an apprentice, and isn't that strange? That's why a wizard needs a mistress with a bad temper. The last statement made Louise cringe. She didn't particularly want to have such a temper. Ian, meanwhile, pulled out an outfit for her and said that here it was. Louise remarked to him that why would she buy such expensive clothes, but he said that he wanted to get her something for the entrance anyway, and told her not to worry. Louise took the dress in her hands, examining it, and thought it was black, the color of the villainess, and after all, she tried to avoid such colors. She went to the fitting room to change. There was a knock on the door, and Ian on the other side said he thought she didn't normally wear dark-colored clothes, and added that if she didn't like it, she could change. But Louise said it was fine, and she liked it. Ian, standing outside the door waiting for her to change, said he was glad, and Louise thought that she didn't have time for that now, and when she got back to the academy, she would change. She changed quickly, but when she tried to fasten the dress in the back, it turned out that there were buttons and she couldn't fasten them. She remembered that if a girl wore a dress like that, she would have someone to help her put it on. She was puzzled, but at that time Ian spoke again from behind the door. He said that when she had changed, he would like her to open the door for a while. He had brought several pairs of shoes matching the color of her dress. Louise thought it was bad timing, but there was nothing to do and opened the door. Ian immediately noticed her upset face and asked what was wrong. Louise said uncertainly that there were buttons on her dress. Ian couldn't realize she couldn't put them through the buttonholes. Louise blushed and said they were on her back and she couldn't button them. She was uncomfortable. Ian apologized for choosing clothes that made her uncomfortable. He asked her to step back so he could come in and help her. Louise was even more confused and asked again, did he really want to come in? But Ian said there was no one else here to help. She hesitated, but Ian said that they had grown up scrubbing dirt off each other's clothes since they were children, and advised her to take it as such. Louise thought it was funny, but strangely convincing. He stepped in, and she turned away, pulling her hair back so he could button it. His movements were deft and neat, and he managed to say it was done. It was exciting. Louise froze. The touch of his fingers on her skin made her feel hot. She turned to him, and he was at a loss for words. She was so damn beautiful and seductive. The dress accentuated all the curves of her feminine figure, and the color suited her well. She turned round and noticed his shocked look. He stared unblinking, admiring her beauty. It was a special moment of intimacy. She turned to him uncertainly, saying, "President," and asked, "Is something wrong?" Ian seemed to wake up and turned his head away and said nothing. His voice became hoarse. And he coughed, returning it to its normal tone, and said dryly, "It suits her." Louise thanked him for his help, but she noted to herself that black was her favorite color when she was a villain, and there was nothing she could do about it. Ian pointed out to her that she shouldn't be grateful to a man who cared for her. It was foolish. Louise asked, meaning that she was fascinated by him. But Ian replied irritably that he could for 1 second, and turning to leave, Ian put his hood over his head and said it was time to go to the shopping district. They went into the market stalls, and Ian stopped by a table and asked for farming gloves, 3 pairs. Louise was surprised and asked what they were for, and he said it was for her, because she was the most knowledgeable about soil and plants at the academy. The vendor asked why a magician would buy such things. Ian said in all seriousness that his magical abilities were not very good, so he had to use his body for labor, so that his mistress would not leave him. Louise was indignant when she heard this and thought what a load of rubbish he was talking about. Ian gave her a sidelong glance. She wondered if she should join in this ridiculous game, but she couldn't act like a villain. But there wasn't much choice, and after a second she looked at Ian with a fierce, burning look of resentment and said angrily, his blonde face only to complain. Ian leaned towards her and began to beg his mistress for forgiveness, but she asked just as angrily what more did he want, and he humbly said nothing. And she screamed at him to stop messing around and hurry up, adding that how much more of her precious time was he going to waste in this place. As she screamed, she realized that her lines matched the original novel she had once read, and she thought, Louise Sweeney, what a horrible person she is. As they walked away from this vendor, Ian said that her playing gave him a chill running down his spine, and he remarked that it was quite pleasant. But Louise was not pleased, and asked him not to say that, and thought to herself that she was not a villain. After that, they went to a stationery and grocery shop to buy whatever they needed. They were greeted by a friendly salesperson and asked what they needed. They ordered 3 boxes each of ink and paper. And of course her role as villain continued in other shops. She was always dissatisfied with something. The biscuits were too hard, the dried fruit stuck in her teeth, or Ian kept annoying her with his chatter and telling her to shut up. After a long walk through the shopping aisles, they finally bought everything they needed and went into a small cafe for tea. They rested a little and regained their strength, and Louise stretched happily and said that after a cup of tea they could go back, and added that she had no strength left. And the exams were coming up. They had to prepare. Ian stood up and said, "Well, let's go then." He was exhausted too. Louise looked round and said she never saw Hesse, but Ian told her to ignore him. Hesse's mission is to protect him from afar. But Louise said it would be nice to buy him tea, and she hiccuped without noticing Ian's dejected look. The next moment, before she realized what had happened, Ian instantly crouched down, drawing her away and demanding that she hide, covering her with his cloak. She wanted to be indignant. Why was he starting this game again? Suddenly, she saw a familiar boot in front of her. It was Professor Larson's boot. It surprised her that she was here. and it was at that moment that she walked past them. The waiters scurried around offering her a seat right next to Louise and Ian, and she sat down, saying it was all right. Her meeting would start soon. Louise opened Ian's palm and began to run her finger along the lines of his palm. She wondered what to do. Ian was thrown red from that simple movement and thought it was so sweet that he was about to die. He whispered to her that they should wait. They needed to sneak past her desk to get to the exit. They sat behind the professor's back and whispered. Louise began to speculate if anyone else from the academy was coming, but Ian surmised that she was probably out with her family. But Louise, remembering the look on the professor's face on the day of the freshers' party, whispered that she didn't think she had a family at all. Ian turned his head towards Louise, and they were face to face. His lips were almost touching hers. She pulled away a little, saying to be quieter, and he agreed. His breath burned Louise's face, and she thought again that he was very close. They sat like that, hiding under Ian's cloak, and he looked her in the eye and told her it was okay. She wouldn't hear. Louise, too, looked at him with open eyes and thought, what does his all is well mean? And added that she could still hear him, and consequently so could the professor. Suddenly the professor stood up and Louise and Ian were quiet, not knowing what to expect. They figured she was leaving. Suddenly they heard her voice behind them telling someone that they were 5 minutes late. And she called out the name of Professor Wayne Hill. He looked like he'd been running non-stop. His clothes were disheveled and he was breathing heavily. For Louise and Ian, it was a surprise discovery. They couldn't believe that Professor Wayne Hill had come to meet Professor Larson. Meanwhile, she continued to reprimand the tardy Wayne Hill, saying that she had already said that punctuality was a major virtue of being a professor. It's not right to be a perpetual student. Wayne Hill inarticulately tried to apologize. Ian put his hand on Louise's head and leaned her against his chest, saying that things were bad. Louise began to whisper indignantly that she was ticklish, and Ian told her to bear with it, as it was quite fun. She threw her head up sharply and whispered impatiently, "What should they do?" And she immediately had to bow down again, because the professors were standing so close to them that they might notice at any moment. She heard them continue talking about the dean, and she exhaled with relief that she had gone unnoticed. She heard scraps of phrases that Professor Larson was not to worry, and Louise suddenly thought that after all he was human too. And maybe it's a dream? A dream that lasts for years. What if she wakes up one day and it's all gone? Something was bothering her, and the moment when Ian had drawn her to him in the greenhouse and they had danced came back to mind. She felt as if she were the main character. At that moment, Professor Larson stood up abruptly, and Louise and Ian flinched. She said to Wayne Hill, hoping he had understood her correctly. She glanced at Louise and Ian, who were sitting there, and said unhappily, "Young people are young these days." She turned and walked away. The young people sat for a while listening to the clock ticking on the wall of the cafe. Then they turned round, and the table behind them was empty. Ian said they had left, but suggested they wait a little longer. Louise agreed, saying it was good they hadn't been spotted, but she wondered, what were they doing here? Ian looked thoughtfully in front of him, saying who knows. He didn't even hear what they were talking about. Louise laughed suddenly and said that it was good that they had a cloak. Ian thought she had such a cheerful face in spite of the situation. He was watching her intently, and he had a thought that, looking at her face, he realized she had... Louise looked at him at that moment and said that it was all thanks to him. Her eyes sparkled with pure, genuine joy, and he was again convinced that she had so many colors and movements on her face. Ian hesitated for a moment. It was as if he were struggling with himself. His face was tense, and again the thought flashed through his mind that this meant... Suddenly, on impulse, he leaned over and kissed her forehead, saying no thanks. That day, something was wrong. No, even earlier. It started on that very day, the day of the Queen's funeral. He remembered again the coffin in which the Queen lay, and the servants that bent and wept over her, asking why she had left them and begging her not to leave them. He stood with his head bowed. He remembered how people whispered around him, saying that since the Queen was a commoner, the funeral would be a pauper's funeral. Others had shouted at the first, afraid that someone would hear. He remembered how a tear rolled down his cheek, and he wiped it away with his hand, and some girl handed him a handkerchief. But Ian turned away proudly, saying he didn't need it. He didn't want anyone to see his weakness. And when Louise called to him insistently holding out a handkerchief, he turned round and shouted angrily that how dare she, what impertinence of... And she just said he could cry. And there's nothing wrong with that. And she asked him to get a handkerchief. She put a handkerchief in his hand with her little hand, and so supported him in his hour of need. Ian looked at the handkerchief he held in his hand, and Louise said she wanted him, His Highness, to be happy. He looked at her and asked her what her name was. She replied, Louise Sweeney. From that day on, she gradually colored his gray life. But for some reason, she avoided his gaze, and he liked to follow her. But in the end, he caught himself thinking he wanted to look at her. She recoiled and Ian let her go. He looked at her with frightened eyes, realizing that she was going to leave. He wanted to tell her how he felt, but he couldn't find the right words. She looked at him with eyes open, with what seemed to him to be horror, and the thought flashed across his mind. Is it impossible? And he said, I'm sorry, Louise Sweeney. Time passed, but from that day on she avoided the president. There was only one rule that could keep her alive. She couldn't love Ian. That day, she was still wondering why the president had done that. Did he have no feelings for Stella at all? Now things are not going according to the story. When exactly had something gone wrong? A hot wave doused her heart and it beat faster. Louise again admitted to herself that there was nothing she could do about being attracted to the president. It was Louise's fate. But that's not what she tried to concentrate on right now. She had work to do. Night had fallen outside. The street lamps were lit in the park near the academy. The stars twinkled in the dark sky. Louise met a student in the park. She needed history notes and hoped he would help her. But he apologized and said he didn't have them either. Louise said it was all right. There was nothing to be done about it. Finding Professor Hewitt's notes was much harder than it seemed. She fell asleep in class after picking strawberries. She had a list of all the students who had been to the lecture and had asked almost everyone. The only one left was Ian. After some thought, Louise decided not to go to him. She said that she had to study harder and wished herself good luck. She went to the dormitory, and there she met Simon in the corridor outside her room. She called out to him, and he turned and looked at Louise in surprise. She went up to him, asking him what he was doing here. He in turn asked if she was okay. Louise replied that she was afraid of the dark, but she felt better when she saw him. Simon held out a dark-covered notebook to her. Louise was astonished. She wondered if he had been waiting for her to hand her the notebook. It was Professor Hewitt's notes, and she said that he was such a good friend and thanked him. Simon sadly repeated the word friend that Louise had said, and she, not noticing his distress, confirmed it by saying that they were friends. Longtime helpers of each other, and they said in one voice, childhood friends. Simon said he would go, it was getting late, and wished her good night. Louise said good night to him too. Simon walked briskly up the stairs of the men's dormitory. Ian was sitting on the last step of one of the flights of stairs. He was obviously waiting for Simon, and when he reached the top of the stairs, he apologized for his strange request. But Simon told him not to apologize prematurely. Simon looked at Ian and said he wanted their relationship to be strong. He added that he meant it. Ian turned and looked at Simon questioningly, as if doubting the sincerity of his words. Simon looked at Ian too, and his face remained serious. No one must interfere. It was morning, but Louise couldn't wake up. She mumbled through her sleep that Simon would forgive her because she couldn't keep her promise. She wanted to sleep. He had taken this course last term, and he had outlined the lectures so that they contained only the most important information. This made it much easier. And also, he should be thanked today for such a wonderful synopsis, and she patted her cheeks trying to finally wake up. But it was not an easy task. He was not in the canteen, nor was he in the auditorium. She even went into the greenhouse, but she found only strawberry jam. One of the greenhouse workers gave her the jam, saying that her daughter had made it. Louise stopped in thought, thinking where could he be? She stepped out onto the balcony and looked down at the visible area of the park, but she didn't see anyone. She was standing near the very railing where Ian had caught her when she had run up close to the edge to enjoy the colors of the sunset. She said disappointedly that it wasn't here either. And then suddenly she heard a question nearby. Who? Louise turned her head sharply in the direction of the speaker. Her heart skipped a beat, then beat harder. She saw that Ian was sitting under the railing. His face was focused, the wind developing his hair. He got to his feet and she said she was looking for Simon. She needed to thank him. Ian was surprised and asked what she should thank him for. Louise smiled and said that Simon had shared his notes with her yesterday. Ian said that Simon was probably in his room. He didn't like to hang around idly. Louise said that she knew. Ian then asked why she had come here. Louise gave him a hard look and said that Simon had brought notes, but the president had written them. Ian averted his gaze and uttered what he was sure was a perfect forgery of handwriting. Louise smiled and said she knew. He said he could do it. So she knows it's him. She told him she'd been looking everywhere for him, and thanked him for the synopsis, saying that she might have been in trouble. Ian felt out of sorts. Without looking at Louise, he said that he was glad he had been able to help his friend, and choosing his words, he said that he was sorry for what had happened. He forgot about boundaries for a second. Louise asked, "What boundaries are we talking about? She doesn't know what he's talking about. Why is the president apologizing to her?" Ian didn't immediately believe that she wasn't taking offense. He hesitantly said Louise Sweeney, not wanting to remember that moment. And she grinned playfully and said she was joking, and she assured him that it was all right, and she said, looking at him with beaming eyes, that they could look into each other's eyes. Then she took his hand in hers and said that they could hold each other's hand, and she asked him that they could, couldn't they? Ian gave her a sullen look and said he thought he could. He added that he needed to know her tolerance level for him. Louise asked him what he said about the acceptable distance between them, and when Ian nodded in response, she wondered briefly. If they set distances and boundaries, would anything change? Seeing her indecision, Ian took her hand in his own. He intertwined the fingers of their hands and asked, "If this is the distance, is it normal?" Louise asked uncertainly if it was too much. Now Ian, playing along, pretended to be surprised and asked again, "Is it too much?" He wanted to hold her hand longer, to talk to her, and he said that she had authorized it. Louise blushed and looked away, saying that of course she had, but it was so sudden. Ian, seeing her confusion, was afraid she would run away again, so he didn't insist. He said he would do it another way and just took her hand. Louise said she thought that was better. Ian was pleased and offered to continue. He surprised Louise again. He told her that if she wanted him to stop touching her somewhere else, she could stop him. She blushed even more, not sure what more meant. She wanted him near her, to feel his touch. It felt good, but this way she'd just fall in love with him at the speed of light. Ian could see that she was having trouble, so he put his arm round her shoulder, pulling her close to him, and asked, "What if it was over your shoulder? Could you do that?" Louise smiled. His touch stirred her blood. In the next instant, he had his palms around her face, turning it towards him. And he was so close that Louise's breath caught. She stared into his eyes with bated breath, trying to see if he was playing with her. She flared up and mentally urged herself to be more serious, reminding herself that she could do no wrong. He is the main male character. He is handsome and charming, and it's too easy and simple for him to charm anyone. But she realized that arguments of reason would not help her. She was captive to his charms. And after mentally apologizing to Louise from the original work, she thought she might join the murder squad. Ian looked at her and said that her face was flushed. Louise, saying he was wrong, put her hands around her face to take away the heat he had put her in. She heard her name, Louise Sweeney. Ian bowed to her and said that he once again asked her forgiveness. Louise looked at him with loving eyes. She believed him. She believed in his sincerity. She felt at ease. Her doubts were gone. She touched his head and said he had beautiful hair. Ian replied that it was all thanks to his mother. A shadow fell over his face. He'd lost his mum at a young age, and now he said he sometimes thought about her. Louise wondered what about. Ian looked away and replied that about was she happy? Louise was surprised at the word happy, and Ian went on to say that in the palace, where she was rejected by everyone except her husband and son, her only amusement was writing letters to her mother. He said his mother was very intelligent. She was able to get into the academy despite her social status. She was a top student, and Louise said that all the professors praised her genius, didn't they? Ian confirmed this, but when she arrived at the palace, she could not use her mind properly. Ian took Louise's hand and, looking into her eyes, said that if he wanted a girl, he would wait patiently for her to make a decision. That's what he thought. It was about her. Louise said it was nice to know that he had patience. She added that a man should have principles. Ian joked that he knew she'd appreciate it and put his hands around her face again. She wished she could tell him to stop stroking her and wished he would remain faithful. His gaze became focused and serious, and he uttered that to that. After the girl gave him her permission, even if everyone objected, he would always be by her side. even if it would be against the destiny set by God. He wanted her to know the depth of his feelings and the firmness of his intentions, and he added that even God could not decide who should be with whom. Louise thought there was no arguing with that, but she said it was a bit too much. But Ian said indignantly that it wasn't too much, it was fine. Louise sighed heavily and said she didn't even know what to say. Despite everything, Louise smiled and said that she felt better. And now she could really concentrate on the test. She was sure that she could be the best in the class again this time. And when she graduated, she would have the honor of being called the best student. Ian said that he was sure the Sweeney family would have a bright future. Louise replied that of course she was confident in her business and was looking forward to finishing her studies so she could continue with it. And Ian said he was looking forward to it too. After a while, Louise went back to her room and saw the jam she had got from the greenhouse. And as Professor Hill and Simon were picking strawberries, she left one jar in the greenhouse for them to eat. She decided to give the rest to Stella. She wanted to do it earlier, but Ian had given all the strawberries to the other students. She went to the door and pulled the handle. The door creaked open and there was a shriek from inside. Louise walked in and saw Professor Wayne Hill. She said hello to him. He looked distracted. Louise said she didn't want to distract him. It was probably all because of her inexperience. Wayne Hill agreed with her and said he wanted to ask her something. Louise asked what he wanted to talk about. Professor Hill asked what she had been doing in the tea room the other day. Louise hadn't expected such a question. It was like a thunderclap, and she was completely confused. But then she said she needed to buy some ink and paper, and then she went into the tea room to get something cool to drink because it was hot. But the professor asked about who else was with her. Louise blanched. She couldn't tell it was the president. It was almost like they were hugging. He might have misunderstood. But the professor said he didn't mean anything by it. He said he was just worried that the wizard was so close to the students. He also thought Louise Sweeney was smart enough not to make any mistakes. But Louise smilingly assured the professor not to worry. It wasn't a wizard. A wizard. It didn't matter who it was. The professor asked if she was sure, and when Louise nodded affirmatively that she was sure, he said that was fine then. Louise apologized for causing him trouble. But he said that as a professor he was concerned about all students, and he asked that she be careful not to get caught by the other professors. Louise felt ashamed, and Wayne Hill went on to say that Professor Larson was especially worth watching out for. She remembered their meeting before the freshers' party. Meanwhile, he went on to say that the Larson family really appreciates talent. That's why they help students. He thought that was great. And students sponsored by the Countess's family always top the achievement lists, so they are usually successful even after graduating from the academy. This support helps them a lot in the future. He called out to Louise, demanding her attention, and said that he had something else to tell her, not as a professor, but as a student who had already graduated from the academy. He fixed his glasses and said that the goals of the sponsorship were rather strange. They will make sure that their student will be... The professor still couldn't find the words, and then he said, on top of it. Louise listened to him with her mouth open and thought that this year's sponsored student, Stella, and the professor took off his glasses and finished his speech by saying that he was a puppet created by the Larson family. He remembered Professor Larson telling him that she wanted to make the test harder, and he tried to tell her that the dean had a different opinion. But she told him not to worry. Professor Hill said he didn't like to simplify the test questions. He faltered, but when he got over his excitement, he continued that there were problems with research costs, and if the course was canceled next term. But she cut him short and repeated that she had nothing to worry about. Count Larson has always sponsored the academy. Last term, the psychology professor had been made redundant because of his intransigence. Wayne Hill was nervous. His hands were shaking with excitement and he said it was true, but he did mention what she was asking him on behalf of the Larson house. If he made the test difficult, his research funds... He did not finish. Professor Larson interrupted him, angrily asking him what else was he arguing about. She stated peremptorily that she was advising him to follow his beliefs. The support of the academy wasn't everything. And added that this was a test that Louise Sweeney must fail. Professor Hill was so stunned by this statement that he could not recover for some time. And now looking at Louise, he thought that he couldn't reveal all the details. But he had to warn her. And he said he couldn't tell her everything. Louise realized that he wanted to warn her of some danger. And the professor asked her to be on her guard. She returned to her room with anxious forebodings. Louise knew that Professor Larson had enormous power, but still, in the original work, she seemed like a very different person. And Louise wondered if there were other changes to the plot. She wondered what she should do now. Suddenly, she saw Stella up ahead, and she was glad that she had met her, for she had to give her the jam. Louise called out to Stella, but Stella did not want to see Louise and talk to her, so she turned and walked quickly in the other direction, trying to avoid this meeting. Louise wondered if Stella had not heard her. Stella, meanwhile, quickened her step and tried to avoid seeing Louise. Professor Larson's voice still echoed in her head, telling her that she had to be the best in the academy, and she knew how to pull the right levers, saying that Stella was the last hope of the Lapis family, and she added that it was time to repay their favor. She walked to the door, and the phrase that this year's top student, Louise Sweeney, was in her mind. If she didn't get better now, there wouldn't be another chance. Stella knocked on the door, and when she heard permission to enter, she went into the office. She stopped at the door and called out to Professor Larson. She turned and looked disparagingly at the girl who had entered. Stella Lapis, the last hope of the family. She looked tired. She had black circles under her eyes, a sign of sleep deprivation and nervous exhaustion. The professor said that she had been here since the time when the king was still crown prince. She was sincere. And then she couldn't even imagine his majesty, and that filthy— She didn't finish, trying to temper her hatred. Having coped with her emotions, she continued that she should have warned him as a child. Everyone should have their place, so she hoped Stella wouldn't forget that. Stella bowed her head, thinking about Stella Lapis having her own place too. That was Louise Sweeney. She was the child who met Ian and his guard Hesse and asked in surprise where they were going. Hesse replied that they had already returned from the dungeon where the man-sized cake lived. Ian grudgingly asked him what he was carrying, and asked Gesse that maybe he could explain to him what they were doing here, hinting at a meeting with Louise, and Hesse said he hadn't planned anything like that and what's wrong with a chance encounter, and added that everything was fine, asking the prince to calm down. But the prince irritably dropped, "What nonsense," and turning his back to them said he was leaving. And turning to Louise said he would apologize properly tomorrow, and Louise was amazed by Hesse's story about the man-sized cake. And when she saw the prince leaving, she caught up with him and seizing him by the cuff of his sleeve said, calling him, "Your Highness." Ian turned and looked at her in surprise, and she said what she had never been able to tell him, and wished him a happy birthday. The girl's eyes were sparkling with happiness and joy that she had finally congratulated him. Ian opened his eyes. It was a dream. He was dreaming about his childhood and Louise Sweeney. He propped himself up on his elbow and said that she had been so smart and sweet when she was a child, and he thought that even though she still was, and he muttered that she seemed to be seriously avoiding him. He reflected that he would have laughed at this before, but now it was different. Maybe it wasn't Louise who had changed, but him. Ian was holding an invitation to his birthday party. Perhaps that was the reason he had this dream. And he thought, how many years had it been since he had celebrated his birthday at the palace? Louise was extremely surprised at the news that she had been chosen to be the student representative at his birthday party. And Ian said she was a great student and she was qualified to be a student representative. But Louise argued that why would a student representative go to the president's birthday party? Ian told her that since he was president of the student council, he needed a deputy, and for a while it would be her. Louise thought that was strange, and said she couldn't anyway as she had an exam on the day of the party. But Ian told her not to worry. The party would be at night. Louise wondered what to do. Ian watched her and couldn't understand. He walked up to her and taking her hand asked her, did she really not want to go to his banquet that badly? Louise looked at him with frightened eyes. Then she pulled her hand away and asked, what about Simon? Ian was surprised by her question. Did she really prefer Simon to him? But he replied that Simon wasn't coming, and she was the only one who could come. Louise looked at him and thought he looked very nice. Simon didn't like going to places where nobles congregated. His desire to make friends could be mistaken for a quest for support to gain a position as crown prince. And Louise agreed, asking what he would like as a present. For Ian, it was a surprise, and he said that he felt like a child in a gift. It was a difficult question. Louise thought with annoyance that he could get anything he wanted, and then Ian suddenly said the letter. Louise did not immediately realize what he wanted to say, and Ian explained that he wanted a letter written by her. And she asked in surprise that it was the gift he wanted? Ian confirmed that's right. The best gift for him would be a letter written from the heart. Louise said she wasn't sure she could write such a thing, but whatever he wanted. And he, joyful as a child, said he would look forward to it. And Louise smilingly thought she should tell Stella about it. When Louise met Stella, she couldn't contain her emotions and asked, "Is it true?" And Stella confusedly said that yes, it was. Louise said she was so lucky, and added that although it was only natural that she would go to the Crown Prince's party, Stella said she thought it would be difficult for her as she didn't know anyone, but she was glad Louise would be there too. And Louise smiled happily and said she was glad too. She thought that now she would be able to see the moment she had missed at the last party. Louise changed the subject and asked how her exams were going. Stella crossed her arms across her chest and replied that it was fine. She added that Louise would probably be top again. Louise was a little embarrassed and thought she was sorry, because those marks should belong to Stella, and she changed the subject again, asking if Stella had decided on a present, and without waiting for an answer, she said, "How about a letter?" Stella was doubtful about her suggestion, but Louise said that a letter of congratulations written from the heart would be the best gift, and she added that he would be happy. Stella thanked her for her advice and said she would think about it. Louise was pleased with herself. She thought that how could she now be said to be a villain? After Ian receives Stella's letter, his heart will melt because of her sincerity, and he will immediately fall in love with her. She would do a good thing if she brought them together. Louise rejoiced like a child, and thought she would be their dear friend. The flower could have no other way. Later that evening, she sat in her room, fiddling with a pen and a piece of paper, wondering how she was going to write this letter. She didn't think it would be any harder than the exams. She wrote, "Happy birthday. You've already become so mature. Maybe you don't feel the change yet because it doesn't happen overnight. You know, I always wanted to say thank you for accepting my stubbornness. I mean, my request to call off my engagement." She stopped herself at that point, deciding it was unnecessary. It wasn't polite to talk about it on her birthday, but it was childish, and she wrote that she hoped they would continue to be good friends. And she sealed the letter. The next day, excitement overflowed the corridor of the academy. All the students were taking their exams, and Louise was no exception. She clenched her fists, thinking that there were 2 exams left, and if everything went well, she would remain the best. She walked into the classroom and saw Stella with her head on the table. Louise was afraid she was sick. She walked up to her and asked if everything was okay. Stella looked up and was surprised to see Louise. She looked sleepy. She put her palm to her forehead. It was hot, and she thought with annoyance that it was all to fulfill the professor's expectations. Louise asked her if she had taken her medication, but Louise said she hadn't yet, that she was going to go to the infirmary after the exam. But Louise was worried that she wouldn't be able to pass the test in that condition. She asked Stella to describe her condition so that she could go to the infirmary and bring her the necessary medication. But Stella said that Louise also had a test, and Louise assured her not to worry because Louise had prepared well. Stella interjected that she was so sure, and Louise jumped up and said she wasn't trying to be vain. But if she didn't say it, Stella wouldn't stop worrying about her, and asked if she could just tell her when she had a fever. Louise ran headlong into the infirmary and asked the doctor for medicine, explaining the situation. The doctor gave her a bottle of pills and told her to take them straight away. Louise brought Stella the medicine and told her that she had to drink it all at once. Stella thanked Louise profusely for her help. The door opened. They announced the start of the exam and asked everyone to take their seats. Louise sat just behind Stella. They sat one person at a time at the table. Louise successfully answered the test questions. She was happy that she had done well because she had expected such questions. With Professor Larson compiling them, things are going well. Suddenly, Louise's gaze was fixed on a piece of paper that lay on the floor near her feet. She thought, what is it? She thought, could it be Stella's? Had she been in such a hurry that she had dropped it? She began to get nervous and wondered what to do. It's definitely the cells. Professor Larson might misunderstand the situation. She was tormented by the question, what to do? Do nothing? No, she couldn't do that. So she tried to push the leaf with her foot. And then she heard Professor Larson calling her name, and Louise flinched. Professor Larson stood at her back and demanded an answer as to what Louise was hiding. Louise stood up and said she could explain everything, and added that it wasn't what she might have thought. It's a misunderstanding. The professor picked up a scrap of paper from the floor and, looking at it, pronounced, What an interesting. Not only that Louise found this sheet, but that it had something to do with the exams, pure coincidence. But Louise said she didn't write it, and if the professor compares the handwriting, he'll notice. But the professor didn't let her finish shouting irritably that then whose is it? And she began to ask all the students who were sitting near Louise if this sheet was theirs. But they all answered fearfully, no. She turned to Stella last, also asking if it was hers. Did she make these notes? Louise stood there, and her thoughts were not happy. She wondered if she would be punished for hiding the records, and she thought that maybe Stella could help her. But her eyes widened even more when Stella said no, it wasn't hers. Louise couldn't believe it because Stella was friendly and helped everyone. Louise looked at Stella's drooping gaze. Professor Larson came over to Louise Sweeney's desk and said she was going to confiscate her bag and all its contents. And Louise flashed on the idea that there was a letter for the president's birthday. Louise reached for her bag and shouted for the professor to wait, but she slapped Louise, hitting her across the face. Louise staggered, and the bag fell out of her hands and fell to the floor with a clatter. Louise was numb at this turn of events. Her cheek was flaming from the blow, and the professor kept telling her off that how ashamed she was of her behavior. The bag was on the floor, everything in it. The letter for Ian, the shards from the ink bottle that had shattered when it hit the floor. Louise thought it would be best if she just wrote out the most important things in a new letter. She looked at the ink-stained letter and remembered that Ian had said he would look forward to it. She thought, as if in a fog, why it was only his words that came to mind at a time like this. Stella Lapis didn't help Louise. She was sure it was her note, though. Stella, despite the fact that her parents, brother, and sister hold a title of nobility, they are on the same level as the poor, and she was the only one who stood out in the Lapis family. She had beautiful hair, a perfect face, and a great figure. After she realized all her advantages, it became easier for her to get someone's love. And even Professor Larson took notice of her. She told Stella, who had just entered the academy, that she had the honor of doing something worthy, and this year she would become a sponsored student. Stella didn't quite realize at the time that it was not only a privilege, but also a duty. But she was glad, and said she would do everything in her power not to disappoint the professor. She was glad because no one had ever helped her before. But why then? Not just the grades, but the attitude of the professors, and even all her connections. She realized that everything she had achieved was leaving her. She really liked Ian Edmonial, the Crown Prince, president of the Academy's Student Council. But who is that girl next to him? That's Louise Sweeney. She's also a member of the Student Council. But listening to the gossip of the other students made her wonder if it was true. Maybe the Student Council was just a cover. They weren't always together, were they? Weren't they too close to each other? She'd noticed that too. Someone said he was also hugging her, so they were definitely dating. She didn't like it. It made her sad, it made her uneasy. And one day she found herself thinking, why is this Sweeney interfering with her precious life? At this time, Professor Larson was talking to Ian, asking him if he knew about the flower auction. The auction would be held inside the academy, which was not good in the professor's opinion. And she told Ian that there was a student, Countess Lapis, a sponsored student. Stella was standing outside the door at the time and heard the professor tell him that she thought Stella needed fond memories of the academy, and she assumed that he, as the professor of the student council, knew how to create such memories for a girl, thereby forcing Stella on Ian. The night of the freshman party, he had asked Stella to dance to make her feel good, even though he was not happy about it. As she danced, Stella could hear whispering going on in the hall. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the envious glances of the other students. She heard their surprised gossip about her family and the fact that she was a sponsored student, but most of all, she wondered why the president danced with her, as if she were unworthy of it. Those envious looks had always haunted her. But then, dancing with the Crown Prince, she decided that she could make up for it. And then the Lapis family would be proud of her. But to do that, she needed Ian's help. Looking at his focused face, she knew he had connections and influence. He was the only one who could help her get out. But when she saw Ian and Louise together, she thought that no, it wasn't hers, and she wanted to shout for Louise to get out of her way. More and more often, she had dark thoughts, and one day she decided that Louise would fall to the bottom of the pit. And she wished that pit was filled with horrible creatures eating her, and if she fell in, she'd never come out, and then everything would be hers again. So Stella was consumed with a feeling of hatred for Louise Sweeney, and she resolved to do everything possible and impossible to hasten her downfall and regain her happy life. Louise Sweeney was in Professor Larson's office after the exam, listening to her speculate that Louise had come first in the entrance exam, and that she had had quite high results before, and hypothesized that it must have been the same then as it is today. Louise exclaimed that she hadn't, but the professor was undeterred and said that when she passed by, Louise had started hiding them. The annoyed girl replied that this note was already lying there, and asked not to be misunderstood. The professor looked at her unpleasantly and said that if she had, she would have raised her hand and informed her. But Louise did not do so. The girl thought she wanted to do it, but it was too late. But the professor continued to accuse, saying that Louise wanted to take the bag to destroy all the evidence, and Louise protested that it wasn't like that at all. In the end, the professor said that the contents of her bag were just that, and added that Louise must have been pleased that all the evidence had been destroyed. Louise bowed under the weight of her oppression, but still said it wasn't really like that. But when she heard what the professor had said about expulsion, it was too much. She shrieked that the professor could ask her anything. She could answer any question and tell everything without those stupid notes. But the professor was unwavering and said she had to bring objective evidence. After all, she had no time for her ridiculous excuses. At that time, an assistant came to the professor and said that it would be difficult to decide something right now, because the dean was going to the palace for a banquet for 2 days. And she added that it was necessary to contact the student council as soon as possible and choose a new student assistant to the dean. Louise did not hear their conversation. She was sitting in the study and waiting for the judgment. In the meantime, the professor told the assistant that she could not worry. Their sponsor, Countess Lapis, would fit the student assistant dean's seat. She grinned at Louise through the ajar door and said that she would attend the meeting that would decide her situation. She added that she hoped Louise would have time to reflect on her behavior in the meantime. After these words, the professor slammed the door shut, leaving Louise to languish awaiting the verdict on her continued stay at the academy. Louise clenched her fist. The girl was tormented by the question, why had Stella done that? She was sure that the notes had fallen off Stella's desk. She wanted to help hide the note, but it had turned out the other way round. Despite the grades, what kind of situation was this? And biting her lip in annoyance, she thought she shouldn't have done that. She felt angry at Stella for what she had done. She thought of that dream, of being a good Louise. It had put her in this situation. But the next moment she thought she could not blame Stella. After all, if she did, she would end up like Louise from the novel. Meanwhile, Professor Larson was telling Stella that everything was great. The thing was finished and everything was going according to plan. Stella sat opposite and the professor said that now she was their only hope, and Stella gloomily looked down at the floor and agreed with her. Meanwhile, the professor went on to say that they'd fought back against Louise Sweeney, and that Stella shouldn't give up her seat to some bitch who doesn't even know her subject properly, and asked that she realized that this wasn't the time to muddy the waters, right? Stella stood up and the professor said that this was the end of it, for Stella had much to prepare for the banquet. She added that she was sure Stella would look her best. Stella walked out of the office and met Simon just outside the door. He stood there looking at her questioningly. It took the girl by surprise. She thought that he had overheard their conversation with the professor and now knew everything. She thought there was accusation in his gaze. She apologized for almost bumping into him and walked past him, with one question in her mind. Had he heard their conversation? She continued walking down the corridor and thought that even if he had heard, she had no choice but to get hers back. She squared her shoulders and thought that she hadn't done anything wrong, and remembered the professor's phrase about how she shouldn't give up her seat to some bitch. With that thought, she stopped and froze in place, thinking exactly that. The next moment, all remorse left her, and she found her former determination that this place would be hers and no one else's. She remembered how her classmates had laughed at her, how hurtful and unpleasant it had been. She decided that she would not laugh at Louise, and won't begrudge her having many connections and friends in the academy, but her goal is a place on the throne next to the crown prince, and she won't let anyone else take her place. Night came on. Louise heard someone say that she had done it, and whispers began to break out from all sides. How could it be? So she cheated on the entrance exams too? She was suspected for a reason. No wonder. It seemed to her that the students were leaning over her and whispering again and again, accusing. and she first covered her ears with her hands so she couldn't hear their accusations. And then she screamed that it wasn't like that. It's not like that at all. The hands of the clock on the wall showed 12:30. Suddenly the door creaked open, and Louise finally woke up from this nightmare and jumped up thinking that the meeting must be over, and they had made a decision. A man with a candle in his hand appeared in the doorway. He asked her what she was doing here at this time of night. Louise was dejected and said uncertainly that Professor Larson had told her to wait here. But the man, no less surprised than she was, asked what she meant, and explained that the professor had left on a business trip in the evening. Louise interjected that it was a business trip, not a meeting, and the man irritably said that he himself had seen the professor leave with the dean, and demanding that she stop lying and go back to the dormitory, he slammed the door shut. Louise walked out of the academy into the night courtyard. It was deserted. She wondered if the president already knew what had happened. She reached the dormitory and thought he was different, and maybe he would believe her. She walked up the stairs and thought, what if he came back to ask her if it was true? But that can't be today. It's his birthday. And she'd heard that this time it was a politically important event, all because Ian was now officially an adult. Apparently they'll be partying till dawn, maybe even longer. She went to his door and knocked, not hoping for anything. She thought that of course he wasn't here, but she needed his support so badly. She stood alone under his door, and all the tension of the day came over her with a new wave of resentment and helplessness. Color rushed to her face, and she struggled to fight back tears of resentment and humiliation, thinking that she was so stupid. In the original, Louise often distracted Ian because of stupidity, and she decided that she must find some solution herself, and rushed away from his door. How was she different from the original Louise now? She had tried so hard. Even if no one believes her now, she must regain their trust so that in the future she can inherit the business, and... At the sudden thought of whether it would make her happy, she stopped. She struggled with the doubt. Should she return the favor to the people who had so easily turned their backs on Louise? She stood in front of the door of her room. Was this what she really wanted from this world? Suddenly, the door swung open. Ian stood on the threshold of the room. He was dressed in a festive white tunic. Louise's eyes went wide with surprise. She couldn't believe he was here. She hadn't realized her joy yet, only that she had been so eager to see him. He drew her to him and hugged her, resting her head against his chest, and she thought he trusted her. As if sensing her tension, he stroked her head. She was so near and dear to him, and it was his most cherished wish to be with her. Suddenly, Louise heard the question come from somewhere. "Where is His Highness?" Louise recognized the voice and went cold. She looked at Ian and wanted to say something, but the words stuck in her throat. He understood half a word. Silently, he picked Louise up and went into the room, closing the door. He pressed his back against the door, pulling her even tighter against him. Louise rested her face against his chest. Her heart fluttered. Hesse was walking down the corridor with a girl, and she said that she was sure there was someone on this floor. Hesse interjected that she meant she thought Ian had been drinking at his birthday party and then broke into his favorite student's room. The girl replied that it was impossible, and demanded that she not say such words about the prince. Ian, realizing they had passed, exhaled and slid down the door, dragging Louise with him. He sat down on the floor, and she sat on her feet. Louise clutched the shirt on his chest. She couldn't hold back any longer. His gaze froze. Ian couldn't understand what was happening. She wasn't pushing him away again. Louise tried her best not to cry. A small shiver ran through her, but too much and too suddenly had come upon her this day. She said she wasn't crying, but her sobs shook her. Ian stroked her back, trying to comfort her, but he felt so useless. Tears rolled down her cheeks, relieving the tension of the day, and she said that no one had believed her today. They sat on the floor in the dark room. He didn't rush her, letting her cry and talk about her pain, and Louise said, "Doesn't everyone dislike her so much?" And she added that she really hadn't done anything, and she exclaimed in her heart that she swore she hadn't done anything. Ian lifted her face to his and looked into her eyes and told her he believed her. He looked at her with blue eyes and pronounced that he, Ian Edmonial, no matter what, would believe her. A tear rolled from Louise's sapphire eyes again. It was a special moment of intimacy. Their gazes met and they stared at each other mesmerized, searching for answers to their questions. They felt each other's breath and warmed each other with their warmth. Ian leaned toward her, her sob-swollen lips beckoning, and he wanted to kiss her, to take away her pain and her resentment, and Louise needed him. But at the last moment she remembered that Ian and Stella, and she pushed him away, turning away. The image of Stella appeared in front of her, and she asked herself again, why? Why had she done that? But Ian turned her face to his again and called her name, forcing her to look at him. She looked at him with sapphire eyes and hesitation in them. She was afraid to trust herself in him. She stared into the blue depths of his eyes. They beckoned with happiness and love, and she realized she was confused. And he couldn't resist himself any longer and kissed her gently and insistently at the same time, making her forget her fear and trust him. The moon was shining through the window, illuminating everything with a blue light and giving everything a romantic atmosphere. Ian pulled Louise to him and stroked her head. She didn't resist. And after a while she said that, by the way, happy birthday, and added that she was sorry she was in such a state, but still. He looked at her and said she was in great condition, and thanking her for her congratulations, he asked, "It's not midnight yet, is it?" And he said he thought it would be a good time to give him something. Louise looked at him incomprehensibly, and he said he was looking forward to the letter. The letter. Louise remembered her bag, the broken ink, and said it had been taken. Ian said that was how it was, and remembered that he had been told that Professor Larson had taken the bag away and slapped him, that it must have been a shock to Louise, and that she needed him. Louise brought him out of his reverie by saying that, to be honest, she hadn't done very well, so he asked her to retell it. Louise was surprised, but Ian insisted, saying it was his birthday. She felt embarrassed, but said that first of all she wished him a happy birthday, asked him what it was like to be an adult, and thanked him for his patience with her stubbornness, referring to that request. Ian said he hadn't expected to hear on her birthday that she was grateful to him for breaking off their engagement. He added that it was amazing. Louise confusedly said that she didn't know, and Ian said, "Okay, so what's next?" With excitement, she twiddled her thumbs and said she had written that she hoped they would be friends. Ian hummed and said that given the style of Louise Sweeney's letter, he thought there was more to it. Apparently it was something that excited her. Then she finished the letter and signed it quickly. But Louise said it wasn't, and Ian then asked, "What's the end?" And she said she had written that she hoped she could celebrate with him next year, and she thought that because the president is in his last year at the academy, soon he'll be His Highness, so it would be great to congratulate him next year as well. This may sound trite. However, in the novel, the protagonists and villains did not meet afterwards at any celebrations. Ian cradled her head against his chest again and told her thank you. Louise blushed and he said they could celebrate next year too. Louise told him that she had cried too much and she had no strength at all, and Ian told her she could sleep. She was comfortable and cozy, and now all is well, but the president is supposed to be at his birthday party. Ian smilingly said it was fine, and stroking her head thought it was the best birthday present ever. Louise closed her eyes and sniffled, her fatigue overpowering her. He thanked his Louise Sweeney once more. She fell asleep in his lap. Ian held her in his arms and thought, why couldn't she rely on him a little more? He wanted to protect her, and he was just asking for her to trust him. Was it too selfish to ask for that? Ian remembered how he and Louise used to go out together as children, and he had taken her to his mother's house. The girl looked at the old dilapidated house with all her eyes. It looked like it was about to collapse. But Louise went inside with him. Inside there was simple furniture. There were framed photographs on a side table. Turning to the older man, Ian asked how he was doing. It was the Earl of Warren. When his daughter became Empress, he was given a title, but he had no estate or honors, only a name. They were all seated at the table, and when Ian called this old man Earl Warren, she smilingly corrected him that he was not an earl, but a grandfather. And she added businesslike that he was his mother's father. And the earl asked her who she was. And she said, smiling amiably, that she was a friend of His Highness and his... She hesitated a little, but still asked, "Friend?" The man pressed his lips together at first and remained silent, but then he pronounced that only the chosen ones can be friends with the chosen ones. There was an infinite weariness in his eyes. Louise stopped smiling and looked at him with all her eyes. It was not clear whether she understood what the Count had said or not, but he looked at the curtained portrait of his daughter and said that he hoped she had understood him correctly. Ian, too, was pensive, and his gaze drooped. This misfortune was closely linked to his daughter's dramatic rise in status. Although no evidence was found, the suspects were still... Earl Warren said he was in no position to ask for it. He just wanted his grandson to promise him something. You could even call it a will. And when Ian told him to speak, the Earl said 2 words: "Do not resist." Louise looked at him in surprise. And he went on to say, "Just don't be greedy. The soil will only be fertile under a clear sky." I guess that was his experience. And even now, Ian remembered his grandfather telling him not to imprison her. He looked sadly through the panes of the window. And 2 beloved women came into view. On the one hand, his mum, as he remembered her on the day of the funeral, and on the other, the cheerful Louise. And his memory brought back the second part of that sentence, that if you want to protect what's dear to you. Louise sat again in Professor Larson's office, who said she wasn't going to remove her from the entrance exams. There were 3 of them in the study, and the professor went on to say that it was only because such shameful things the dean's office didn't want to divulge, and she added that Louise should be grateful. However, she plucked a round sapphire-colored stone from the bag that had been taken from Louise on the day of the exam. Louise bit her lip to restrain herself, and the professor went on to say that she would be punished, and she added that she was mistaken if she thought that she was not guilty of anything. A round, gold-framed sapphire snatched from her bag flew to the side. Louise said she had done nothing to defame her family's honor, but the professor countered that she didn't even know the true meaning of honor. Not at all. But Louise said with her head held high and proud that she knew what honor was. For example, she knew it was dishonorable to blame her crimes on others. Meanwhile, the assistant professor was recording their conversation. The girl added that her honor does not define her as a person. The professor crossed her arms on her chest and smiling said that what nonsense she was talking, but nothing and it will be written down. And she poked Louise in the arm with a stick, making the girl tense up. Meanwhile, she herself continued to say that, and yet Louise didn't seem to fully understand. She picked up the piece of paper the assistant was writing on, and Louise mentally asked, "Are they really writing all this down?" At that moment, there was a whistling sound from the swing of the stick the professor was holding. Louise caught a glimpse of her gloating face. The professor was clearly intent on enjoying the pleasure of physical violence. Moments of cruelty from her past life surfaced in her mind. She didn't tell anyone and didn't want to talk about it all. She thought it was over. Louise turned her head away and squeezed her eyes shut, covering her face with her hands in preparation to get hit. But at that moment, she heard a question come from outside. "What's going on here?" She opened her eyes but kept her hands on her face. Terror froze in her eyes. It was Professor Hewitt. He looked anxiously at Louise, ignoring Professor Larson's surprised exclamation. But she repeated her question, asking him what was wrong. She felt her superiority over him as she unceremoniously blurted out that he had not been invited. But the professor didn't flinch and said he had come to see Louise Sweeney. He added that, according to the rules, any student under the age of majority could choose a guardian professor, and assured that Louise was all right. He turned to Julianne Larson and said that he had heard that she had charged Louise Sweeney with cheating in the exam. And Prof. Larson confirmed his words, saying it was a fair accusation, adding that he had nothing to worry about. But Professor Hewitt replied with shifting eyebrows that the fact is that the charge against Louise Sweeney affects him too. In other words, he has something to worry about. Julianne Larson didn't like this interference and raised her voice and said that Louise could just retake the exam, under strict supervision. But Hewitt was not going to back down and said that Professor Larson had already voiced her suspicions about the entrance exam in front of the other students, and those suspicions affected him as well. And he added that if they wanted to know the truth, they would have to cooperate. And turning to Louise, he asked her what she thought about it, which surprised her immensely. Louise hesitated for a second. Then she gathered her thoughts. She got up from the chair she was sitting on and said she wanted to get to the truth. She added that her fate depended on it. Apparently, Professor Hewitt had been waiting for just that. He stated bluntly that since that was the case, as Louise Sweeney's guardian, he had the right to ask for a proper investigation, and asked Julianne Larson if everything was right. She had nothing to wing it and said annoyedly with her lips pressed together not to worry. When Louise and Professor Hewitt went out into the corridor, he asked her if there had been a manhandling. Louise was startled by this question and tried to assure the professor that nothing had happened, but he still recommended that she go to the infirmary, and she smiled and thanked him for his help. But the professor said he was equally concerned, and he added that if she wanted to cheat on an exam, she would hardly use such cheap tricks, and Louise said in all seriousness that she hadn't. The professor said he knew and trusted her completely, It's hard to believe that someone like her could do something like this. Louise smiled radiantly at him and said he was very fair, but he cooled her down, warning her that she would still be leered at. And Louise reeled from that brutal truth. Afterwards, he said that if it was all right, then they would see each other in class, and left. Ian and Simon were approaching her down the corridor, both young men looking worried. They called out to her in unison. She was glad to see them, but she called Ian the president and Simon by his first name. She smiled and said she didn't expect to see them here, and she asked, "What are they doing here?" Simon said that he was the only one waiting for her at first, and then Ian and a few others came up, and Ian added that the whole student council was nervous. Louise was unprepared for this. She didn't know how she would be looked at and hesitantly said a few people. Just then Claire came at her from behind, hugging her and glad her friend was okay. She said she turned the tables in anger when the gossip about Louise started. She just couldn't sit still. Louise asked if everything was okay now, and she said that Dean had been calming Claire down at first, and then he'd gone mad and started punching her. Louise asked worriedly that they don't get punished for this sort of thing, but Claire said that no, it was fine, and Dean said they were in charge of the dishes in the cafeteria today. Louise said she would help them, but the boys started saying it was fine and they would manage on their own. Ian said he would join them as a member of the student council, and Simon also said that if everyone was going, then he would join too. They went into the cafeteria kitchen and rolled up their sleeves to clean up. Louise said she never thought the president was so good at washing dishes, and he told her he was trained in all the basics necessary for survival, and boasted that he even knew how to boil a towel in water. Louise said she was proud of him, and he asked if that was true. Suddenly he turned round and wanted to kiss her. Louise stopped him fearfully with her hand out, but he demanded a kiss. But Louise looked round asking what he was doing. What if someone saw? The other boys were organizing the tables. Ian looked at them and said he thought they were far enough away. Louise was surprised at his remark, but Ian said sadly, but because, and sighed heavily. Louise wanted to tell him not to pretend to be sad, such a face as if he had been abandoned. She remembered their kiss and said it was only once. Ian protested and said, "Can't they kiss anymore?" And he stated that it wasn't normal. He didn't agree, but Louise told him no more. What, and WTF? But Ian smugly said, demanding a kiss. Louise's behavior made her blush. She thought that one day she would hit him. The next day, Louise went to the library, as she knew she would find Stella there. She deliberately banged her books loudly on the table and asked what Stella had to say to her. But Stella, without lifting her head from the computer, said she would not apologize. And taking the books in her hands, she added that Louise hadn't lost anything, had she? Louise was outraged by this behavior and asked if it was all right if her lies hurt her, and the grades hadn't been announced yet, so she didn't know whether Louise had lost anything or not. And she thought to herself, has Stella always been like this? Louise asked that Stella wished her luck to get first place. She added that she wanted to be friends with her too. And then she turned and walked silently out of the library. But Louise had only taken a few steps when Stella called out to her, saying, "Is everything she has yours, really yours?" She looked depressed. It was clear that she had put into this question all the resentment she had accumulated against Louise during her year of study. Louise turned round and wondered what she meant by that, but Stella asked again if she was satisfied or if there were still some whims. She accused it was all because of Louise, and asked why she should apologize. Louise was distraught. She mentally repeated the accusation that it was all her fault, and she thought that it was Stella and Larson who had set her up. She had achieved everything through her own efforts. She remembered the image of Stella from the novel, and wondered if the effort was justified. Isn't Stella special? In the novel, she is happy and everyone loves her. Ian, Simon. She remembered the look in Simon's eyes. He loved her. Then Ian's stern, testing gaze. Then it was as if she heard the voice of the girl she had been in her past life, and she asked how long would she be pretending for. And Louise really thought it was because of her. And Stella added that it was all just a moment, like a dream. Louise turned and left the library. Her thoughts were not happy. It was as if she had been intoxicated with feelings and had completely forgotten. But in any case, none of this belonged to her from the beginning. She was walking with her bag clutched to her chest and deep in her thoughts. She looked very unhappy. Suddenly, some student appeared in front of her. He smiled cheerfully and said hello, but Louise didn't know him. He asked her if she remembered him. He said he lived next door to Ian and had heard a lot about her. He said he'd heard a rumor that something had happened to her, and he asked if she was all right, and Louise smilingly assured him that she was fine. This guy said it was a relief, and adding that he wanted to cheer her up, handed her a jar of sweets, saying that sweets always lift her spirits. Louise was surprised. There is a tradition in the academy that when a student submits a report to the professor, his assistant gives candy for the work done. Exactly the kind of candy he was offering her. Louise hesitantly reached for the candy, saying thank you. Suddenly she heard a greeting from behind her. Simon came up to them. He asked if he was interrupting anything. Louise said no and explained that she had just been given some sweets. Simon was surprised, and the student who had given the candy shrugged it off and said he had to go. Simon was gone before he could say a word. Louise noted that he had retreated rather quickly. Simon looked at her and noticed that she was holding the bag in front of her. He asked, "What's wrong with her?" Louise explained to him, without going into detail, that something had happened and now the briefcase wouldn't close and she would walk around like this for now. Simon took the briefcase and, turning it round in his hands, said that if she would give it to him for an hour, he thought he could help. And he took the briefcase and turned and walked down the corridor, leaving a surprised Louise standing still. She looked out the window of the building, and when she saw Simon leaving, she shouted to him to wait for her, and she would go with him. Simon turned round and looked in surprise at Louise leaning out of the window. She threw her legs over the windowsill, asking if he was in a hurry to go somewhere, and suggested we go together. Louise intended to jump off the windowsill. It wasn't too high and there shouldn't be any problems. But Simon rushed fearfully towards her, shouting as he went, telling her to be careful. He came just as she jumped. He picked her up and helped her to the ground. Louise looked at him and said thank you, thinking she could do it herself. Simon turned away abruptly and said, "Come on," and went on his way. Louise picked up his briefcase, which Simon tossed onto the bench. She was surprised at how heavy it was, and saying that it was heavy, she asked what was in it. To this, Simon said it was a fine for her, and Louise asked what was it for jumping out of the window. He said there was candy in the briefcase and she could have it. Louise opened his briefcase and asked that he had already handed in his reports. Simon confirmed, saying 3 papers, and she stretched out that she envied him and wished him a pleasant appetite and dropped a candy into his mouth. Ian looked at her satisfied face and asked, "Is it good?" Louise, with her mouth full, nodded back at him, and thought such delicious sweets, which was more like a gift than a fine. He looked at her with a satisfied look and pronounced that she had done well. Louise looked at him and thought, what was he praising her for? Sometimes she didn't understand him at all. She looked at Simon again. He was smiling happily and content, and Louise smiled back at him too, thinking it was nice that Simon was smiling. An hour later, the briefcase was fixed. Simon said it was ready and handed her the briefcase to accept the job. Louise was grateful to him. After a while, she was sitting at her study table writing a report paper. She was not in the best of moods. She was tense. Dean was sitting next to her. He asked that she hadn't finished her reports yet, and he asked her if she knew that today was the last day, and he asked her why she was so worried about it. Louise answered him without taking her eyes off the letter that the results of the examinations would be announced this afternoon, but until then, she had to keep herself busy because she could not keep her anxiety at bay. She thought she wondered how Stella was doing. Dean noticed that there was a jar of gift candy on the table beside her, so he asked her, had she had time to hand something over yet? And where did she get the candy from? Louise looked away from her work and said that Simon had given them to her. Dean reacted strangely to her words. He exclaimed that Simon had given her those candies. Louise replied that he had, and asked what's the big deal. And Dean said it's the kind of candy you give when you want to declare your love. Louise was surprised and asked that this was another academy tradition, and added laughing that it was amazing that Dean believed in such a nice tradition. Dean jumped up and told her not to laugh at him, and Louise thought that she was sure that there was no way Simon would have recognized such a tradition. She looked at him and asked if Claire knew about it. Dean's mood changed. He became thoughtful. Louise said she'd been thinking. He'd said they'd been in touch for a while, and Claire mentions him a lot. And Dean interrupted her speech and said she'd better hurry up with her report, or she wouldn't have time. And Louise realized she'd forgotten about Dean and Claire. After a while, a crowd of students gathered in the corridor near the board with the results of exam grades. Everyone was looking for their answers. Louise looked at the lists of sophomores and saw that Ian was in first place, just like in the original story. and she thought that she couldn't figure out where he was similar to the original and where he was different. And she thought of Simon. In the original story, he always showed a moderate level of skill. Sometimes he even wrote the wrong answers to questions he knew, and she found him at number 15 on the list. Louise thought that in the original, Stella would have been first among the freshmen. She walked over to the freshers' leaderboard. Louise Sweeney's name was in first place, and Louise was amazed because she had actually beaten the original, and took Stella's place. Stella, who was standing nearby, turned round and walked away. Louise looked at her, realizing that she was upset. But what could she do to help her? After the results were posted, Stella went to Professor Larson's office. The professor was already aware that the sponsored student was in second place. She gave her a resounding slap. The professor was furious. She was shouting accusations that she had helped her. And why the hell could she have come in second place? Stella stood with her head down and said apologetically that she had let the professor down. Her cheek was flaming and her ears were ringing. The professor said angrily that it looked like she had made the wrong choice, and Stella couldn't even do that. And she turned away from her, telling her to get out and that she couldn't see her anymore. When Stella reached her room, she walked in and slammed the door shut and slid to the floor. She folded her hands on her knees in front of her and put her head down on them. She had lost her support, and now she would not be able to help her family. She had failed to live up to expectations. Louise was walking down the corridor and saw Simon. She wanted to call out to him, but she cut herself short. Remembering Dean's words that when one gives such sweets, one confesses one's love, she faltered. He went up to her and said hello, and Louise told him that they had been seeing each other a lot lately, and he replied that they had. Louise asked him where he was going. Simon said he was going to the hostel to pack his things. Louise realized that the holidays were coming up and everyone would be away. She asked if he was going back to his place. Simon nodded and said that he thought he didn't have much stuff, but there was more than he thought, so it would take him a while. Louise asked if she could help him, and Simon had been so surprised by her suggestion, he didn't even immediately believe she'd said it. But Louise told him that her exams were over, so she had a lot of free time, and the two of them would get the job done faster, and she added that he could trust Louise in the greenhouse. She put Simon's books down and pronounced that they would now only see each other in the second term, and Simon said sadly that it was true. He was sad that he wouldn't see the girl he liked for so long. Suddenly, Louise picked up the frame with their photo in it and exclaimed in surprise. This photo was of the three of them, her, Ian, and Simon. They were still children. She asked him if he still had it, and she said sweetly, "What a lovely thing," and Simon said it was a precious memory. Louise said that as far as she could remember, he still had the flower she had given him, and she added that he seemed to cherish the memories. And she was still looking at the photo and said that she wondered if this time would be a good memory. Simon assured her that, of course, and he said that the time he was spending with her was too precious. Even if he wanted to forget, he couldn't. Louise turned her head to him and asked what he had said. It was something personal. Simon came to his senses and looked sadly at Louise, at her sparkling eyes and cheerful smile. He didn't hold back and leaned towards her and ran his palm over her face. Louise looked at him with wide-open eyes. She said his name questioningly. She blushed and said, "When did she get soiled?" She rubbed her face where Simon's hand had been and asked if the mascara had rubbed off. She rubbed her face where Simon's hand had been and asked if the mascara had rubbed off. The work was finished and they rose to their feet. Simon thanked Louise and said that he owed her a favor, but Louise assured him not to worry, they were friends. But Simon said he'd like to thank her right now, and he asked if she had time. Louise was surprised. What could it be? They came into the greenhouse. There was a cake on the table. Louise was delighted. Simon made tea and said that the manageress had made it as a thank you for their help. He thought it had been great picking strawberries. Louise, while he was pouring tea into cups, asked him what he was going to do at home on holiday, and Simon replied that he thought he would be helping the royal family and Ian. Louise was surprised and said that it was a holiday. We should be doing something more enjoyable. Simon wondered what pleasant things he could do. He couldn't think of one. Louise thought sadly that Simon was virtually indistinguishable from the original. His life has been ruled since childhood, and now he doesn't even know what he likes. She thought he looked like her, in a past life, like her who had led a gray, joyless existence. And so she wanted him to experience something new too. And she enthusiastically told him that she would help him, and she told him to imagine that they were walking in the city and had come to a popular play. She went on to further narrate, saying that later they would go to a cafe and eat delicious food. And then she said you could eat baked goods too, and that would be great. She looked at him and asked him how he liked that plan, and he smilingly replied that it would be good. And Louise laughed joyfully. A blush spread across her cheeks, and she was happy that she had been able to bring color into his life. At this time, Hesse was standing behind Ian, who was sorting through the papers on his desk, asking him how he was doing and if he was doing well. Ian was concentrating on reading the document, and without looking away asked what Hesse was talking about. Hesse crossed his arms over his chest and told him that rumor had it that Simon and Louise had a lovely tea party in the conservatory. Ian asked him again, without taking his eyes off the papers, "What's he talking about?" Hesse came up to him and whispered in his ear that it was just the two of them, and added mockingly, teasing Ian that he could be frank and honest with him. But Ian closed his eyes and asked nonchalantly that was all he had come to him for, and added that he seemed to have a lot of free time on his hands. Hesse replied to him that he had said that just in case, and he added that there was so little time left, but since Ian wasn't interested, he was leaving and jumped out the window. Ian was hurt by his words. He looked in front of him, but his thoughts were far away. He remembered Simon telling him that he wanted their relationship to be strong. He remembered his words that no one would dare interfere with him. Simon was an attractive young man. He was as attractive as Ian. He was attentive, caring, and kind, and Louise might well have been charmed by him. Ian's gaze flickered with suspicion, wondering if Simon was being sincere with him or if he was just trying to put his guard down. The bitterness of that suspicion poisoned his soul. Ian didn't want to lose his friend. After a while, Louise looked out of the window of her room at the street and noted how quiet it was. It was not surprising, though, because there were only 4 people left in the whole dormitory. The week before, Ian had gathered all the members of the student council and announced that he had some unpleasant news. He went on to say that, as everyone knows, the student council had recouped its budget in the first term, and added that he really appreciated their work. Louise thought in surprise that this was the unpleasant news, but Ian went on to say that the professor had said that it had been decided that the remaining sum would be used to build a roof to make it safer. It was wonderful news. Everyone rejoiced. But Ian went on to say that during the summer holidays, someone would have to stay on during the building process. He added that as president he was definitely staying and asked if there were any others who wanted to stay. Several people said they couldn't stay. Louise looked at Ian. He was handsome. His blue eyes radiated confidence, and he looked at her and smiled a reserved smile, but that smile gave Louise a chill. She realized he was waiting for an answer, and she struggled with herself. She realized that he was waiting for an answer, and she struggled with herself. But finally she said she was staying, and Ian glared like a Christmas tree. But he said discreetly that it was fine, and asked who else. Claire raised her hand and said that if Louise was staying, so was she, and Dean, sitting next to her, immediately said that he was grumpy at home anyway, so he was staying too, and Ian said that was the end of their meeting. Louise thought she should pack up and leave. Her eye caught the jar of strawberry jam. She stood up and picked up the jar in her hands, thinking it was strawberry jam for Stella. She was going to give it to her, but she never got round to it. She felt sad. She really thought they were friends, but she never seemed to consider them friends. She remembered giving her party dress. That was probably why she hadn't worn it to the banquet. She showed her true feelings every time. Stella is different from the original, probably because Louise is too. Louise thought that if she didn't act like she did in the novel, Stella would continue to distance herself from Ian. And then Larson and Stella can ruin her life because she's in their way. And Louise thought sadly that she needed to keep her distance with Ian so as not to cause trouble for herself or others. At that moment there was a knock at the door, and Louise, thinking it was Claire, told her to come in. The door opened and Louise's eyes widened at the sight of Ian standing in the doorway. She'd just thought about staying away from him, hadn't she? She said in surprise, "President," and he apologized for disappointing her and said he had brought a gift. Louise was surprised, and Ian explained that the caretaker had gone home for the summer and had left lots of potatoes, along with an apology for not being able to help them. So he explained that they needed to make their own food. Everyone gathered in the kitchen. They quickly peeled potatoes and made mashed potatoes. Louise watched Ian and Claire. She thought that if she thought about it, they got on well and made a great team. At this time, Ian told Claire that she was a quick learner, and she laughingly replied that it wasn't that hard. Dean walked up to Louise and bluntly stated that why doesn't she stop being jealous and start making mashed potatoes? Louise turned blue at that statement and asked what he was talking about, and he told her to work faster. And Louise stated that she didn't want to hear him say that she was slow. Dean said, why didn't she show off her skills then? So he dumped the potatoes from his bowl into hers. They got into an argument. They couldn't decide who was doing what right and were fiddling with the mashed potatoes, pouring them from bowl to bowl. A moment later, sparks were already flying between them. At that moment, Ian and Claire came up to them, and Claire said that they seemed to be getting along well, to which Dean blurted out that they didn't. And Louise said she was kidding? But Claire smilingly replied that they were really close. Ian, meanwhile, turned away. Claire looked at the jar in her hands and aghast. She was upset that she'd taken the wrong sauce. She went to get the sauce and Dean said he was with her. Louise, alone with Ian, noticed that Dean seemed to follow Claire everywhere. She watched them and thought that he'd said he'd joined the student council on Claire's recommendation, though he'd never been interested. And she also noticed that they spent a lot of time together. And when Claire raised her hand that she was staying, he ended up staying too, and she made the discovery that he was in love with her. She couldn't understand why she had only realized it now, and she told Ian that Dean was always with Claire, and suggested that maybe they were dating. But Ian said that Dean Christine couldn't afford it. Louise wondered what he was talking about. Ian said with chagrin that he couldn't date a girl who was already engaged. His words were a revelation to Louise. She didn't know that Claire was engaged, and Ian told her that Claire was officially engaged, and if he was not mistaken, the wedding would be in the winter. Louise was quiet and immersed in her thoughts. She thought that this was it. It made sense to her now. That's why Dean had always kept some kind of distance from Claire. He drew the minimum line to protect Claire's honor and his own heart. Ian noticed her changed mood and asked her what she was sad about. Louise told him honestly that she was depressed and added that Dean, although annoying, was a nice guy. Ian said he could cheer her up, but Louise, believing him little, asked him how he was going to do it. And he said it was very simple and asked her to repeat after him. He said the word tomorrow, and Louise repeated it. He said the word we, and she repeated it with surprise. Finally, he said that they would eat meat, and Louise repeated this phrase and was very happy. She pictured the picture and happily repeated again that they would be eating meat tomorrow. But the next minute she thought of the fact that he knew all her weaknesses, and her gaze became focused. She looked at Ian and thought it was dangerous. Very dangerous. He was a much bigger temptation that she was finding it harder and harder to fight. At dinner, Ian explained to them that there were 3 things to do during the holidays. One was to see the builders off to the roof early in the morning, maintain cleanliness of employee break room, and finally locking all doors upon returning to the dormitory. After completing all these tasks, all the time was free. They took turns cooking, and Dean's lousy sandwiches were the talk of the town. In the evenings, when the entire dormitory was locked up, they would gather in one room and play cards until late at night. Sometimes they broke into teams to play silent chess. Louise and Dean showed such excellent teamwork that even Claire and Ian never once beat them. They gathered again in the same room, and Louise said regretfully that it was a pity it was the last night. And Claire agreed with her, and Dean agreed. And Ian said we should play cards again. And Louise thought, there's our president. It was well past midnight. The moon shone brightly in the sky in a scattering of stars. Through her sleep, Louise heard someone calling her name. She got up, rubbing her eyes, and realized that the president was calling her. She couldn't figure out when she had fallen asleep. She definitely remembered picking up chess. Ian put his finger to his lips and signaled her to keep quiet. Louise turned round and saw that Claire was sleeping right there, and Dean fell asleep right there in the chair. She turned and looked at Ian, and he smiled and held out his hand to her, like he was inviting her to come with him. Louise stared at him in surprise, slumped against the back of the sofa, not understanding his intentions. But Ian whispered that he wanted to show her something. And she went with him. The door creaked open and they found themselves on a balcony under an open starry sky. Louise looked up into the sky and she was mesmerized by the beauty. The stars twinkled with different lights, some brighter, others dimmer. Some flickered and fell away, fading away forever. She thought it was beautiful. She remembered how, on that balcony, she'd told Ian she wanted to break off the engagement, and she thought that was where the whole story began. Ian stood beside her with his arms crossed over his chest, looking up at the sky, and said that they were lucky, and Louise looked at him in surprise. And he went on to say that it had been cloudy lately, so he thought it wouldn't be a night like this. Louise asked in surprise that did he really come here every night? And Ian said that was right. And he added that he wasn't often allowed to be out of people and light. And she said it must be the first time he had ever seen such stars. And he said he had never seen such a sky before because of the illuminated capital. And he asked, had she seen it? And Louise smilingly thanked him for inviting her to his first contemplation of the stars, and she said that it had been a long time since she had seen them too. Ian held his gaze on her as if he wanted to ask her something, but didn't dare. There was a pause between them. But then he did look away and said that he had been thinking, but he never finished the sentence. And Louise asked impatiently, what about? Ian tentatively broached that she and Dean were very close, and Louise said that was natural as they were the same age, but immediately added not to worry Ian. It didn't mean he would replace Ian as her mate. Ian turned to her sharply and said that wasn't what he was worried about. Louise asked in confusion, what did he mean? Her sapphire eyes shone particularly sensually in the moonlight, and Ian turned away and said that of course he would leave her free for a year. And Louise realized what he was talking about and said that his words and actions were different, but Ian said firmly that he had promised and would wait patiently, but he added that even now he was happy to be with her. Her eyes widened at his confession, and there was a pause. Ian heard a rustle and turned to see that she had moved away from him. He called out to her, asking if everything was all right. He didn't want to push her, but he was weary of his feelings and wanted to share them with her. Louise replied without turning round that it was fine. Ian walked over to her and said her ears were red, again asking if everything was all right. She turned to him and said it was just cold in here, and offered to go back into the building. But Ian pulled her hair away from her face and held his palm on it. He said she was affected by the weather, and he added that suddenly she had a fever and asked her to look at him. His words had a double meaning, and it was getting hard for Louise to understand exactly what he wanted to say. Louise slapped his arm with the last of her strength, trying not to lose control. Ian hadn't expected such a reaction and looked at her in surprise. She looked wide-eyed at him and seemed ready to cry at any moment. She clenched her hand into a fist, thinking how silly. She couldn't get his words out of her head that he was happy to be near her. And when he says that, he called out to her and a seductive smile played across his face. She caught herself thinking that she wanted more, and she mentally asked him not to continue. She couldn't ignore it any longer. She was so embarrassed she couldn't even lift her head. Ian walked over to her and stood behind her. He called her name again and put his hands on her shoulders, told her it was okay, and asked her to lift her head. She raised her head and looked him in the eye. He was looking at her, too. She admitted to herself that it was a little annoying, but Ian Edmonial was right. She did like him. However, perhaps those were Louise's feelings from the original, not hers. But one thing she knew for sure. She stood on her tiptoes and reached up to nestle into him in a kiss, and she admitted to herself that she wanted him. They melted into the kiss and into each other, and now there was really no turning back. Time stopped, and the world spun with renewed vigor, intoxicating and oblivious. They pulled away from each other. Their gazes met, uniting the two universes. Louise turned away, resting her hands on his chest, but Ian wrapped his arms around her and pulled her against his chest, unwilling to let her go. Pressed against him, she could hear his heart pounding. It was beating so fast it gave away his feelings. Louise closed her eyes and thought it made her feel sad, because one day that pounding might slow down, and his feelings might fade. She remembered how, in the original story, she'd confessed to Ian that she liked him, and his response hadn't been what she'd expected. He said sorry, and she snapped back to reality. She couldn't immediately realize what he was talking about. Ian said it was just that she looked upset, and Louise had told him she shouldn't apologize because of that. He changed his face and said that she should apologize to him then. Louise was puzzled. Ian said he was hurt. After all, she only makes that face when something bad happens. And now he was wondering what he had done wrong. And she asked for forgiveness with a chagrined look. Ian said, "Good." And he added that he and Simon were happy to see her happy and confident anyway, even though she was very soft-hearted. And he pronounced that Simon was concerned too. For sometimes she is very indulgent, and he doesn't know what to do about it. Louise replied that Simon had never said anything like that to her, and Ian declared that of course not, which was why he often hung around to help her. He sounded clearly jealous, and Louise added fuel to the fire by saying that Simon was like a prince. Ian remarked that wasn't it rude to say that next to a real prince? And she explained that she meant the prince from the fairy tale. And Ian sighed sadly that it was a pity he was real. And Louise smiled and said that he shouldn't worry because he was a prince from a book too. He held out his hand to her again and told her to walk towards him, adding that a walk under such a sky was very rare. They held hands. That simple, innocent touch triggered a new wave of sensuality. They went for a walk looking at the starry sky. Louise said that the starlight they were seeing came from the past. Ian asked what that meant, and she answered that she had heard it once, but she didn't know the details, only that starlight takes a long time to reach us. He looked at the stars twinkling in the sky and said, "That's funny. People think that using the same time is important, but in fact, heaven and earth are not synchronized." They walked round the balcony hand in hand, and Louise said that the weather was nice after all. Ian asked her that when he got back to the capital, would they be able to see each other sometimes like they did today? Louise asked him that he would come to the gallery, wouldn't he? Louise said that Simon should come to visit too, and that phrase made Ian freeze in place. She stopped and looked at him too. Ian was upset. He said what he meant, and stopped halfway through. He hated sharing her attention with someone else, but he realized that the important thing was not to imprison her, so he said he looked forward to seeing her in the greenhouse. Louise did not understand the change in his mood. She could see that he was upset, that he was not telling her something. He let go of her hand, and it was as if the thin thread of their budding relationship had broken, and something close was suddenly far away. He took a few steps forward. The wind fluttered his hair. What was he thinking? Must be. The president remembered the promise he'd made on that rooftop. Louise remained standing still. She said nothing. She was cold and uncomfortable. They returned to the enclosure in silence, and Louise lay on her bed hugging her pillow. She could not sleep. Her senses were stirred. She thought of him. Why does he always listen to her so attentively? And he is so friendly to her. She remembered their kiss, the fluttering of her heart, and the thought that there was no turning back. It was hard for her to fight her mind, and she didn't want to. She thought he might change his mind when the power and strength of the original story was restored. But even if it was like the original, she wanted to look at him with a smile, like she does now. She didn't want to regret later that she couldn't do anything because she'd run away. Dawn came, and with it came the decision that she needed to talk to him. She wasn't going to run away with her tail between her legs. Stella's image appeared before her again, and her words that everything she had was really hers. Louise sat down on the bed and lowered her feet to the floor. Well, she worked hard, studying, taking notes, getting the best grades. She made new friends through her hard work, and all this she did with her own hands. She stood up and said aloud that therefore, yes, everything belonged to her, for she had achieved everything by her own strength and perseverance. She went to Ian to talk, and she told him that today was their last day at the academy. And he noticed that she said it like she was sad, and Louise said she was. Ian looked at her intently and said that he knew, and as soon as he saw her face, he knew everything. And he knew she had something to tell him that she'd been thinking about. Louise faltered, and he asked that didn't he guess right? But Louise said he was right. Ian asked, so what was it? But it was not easy for her to start a conversation, and she clutched the fabric of her dress with excitement. Selecting her words, she said that she... And then there was a knock. Someone was banging insistently on the door. They jumped up, and Ian said annoyed that such a moment could only be ruined by one person. He opened the door in front of him, stood bowed on his knee Hesse. He lifted his head, and Ian had a premonition of something bad. Hesse said, "Your Majesty," as he struggled to choose his words. Ian froze and uttered only one word, listening. Hesse blurted out that Earl Warren had passed away. It came as a shock to Ian. Louise, too, was stunned by the news. They were in the chapel. It was a funeral. Louise knew the Earl of Warren. Ian had introduced them. He loved his grandfather, who was the last thing that reminded him of his mum. And today at the funeral, she was mourning with him. She went to the coffin and placed a white chrysanthemum flower. The deceased count was lying in the coffin, and white chrysanthemums were lying around him, and on his chest was a portrait of his daughter. She thought that the count wanted to be near his daughter to the very end, and she chided herself that she should have visited him more often. She closed her eyes and whispered an apology. There was no such thing in the original story. Is it possible that it was because she had changed the course of history? If he had lived a little longer, he would have been happy. Louise remembered how happy he had been in the original story about Ian and Stella's union. Suddenly she saw Ian. He too was dressed in a black mourning outfit. He nodded slightly to Louise, and she thought he couldn't even show his real feelings. And he was so attached to the Count that he wanted to visit him secretly. The funeral was completed, and people began to disperse. Louise told the housekeeper that she would stay. She added that she didn't know if it was possible, but she would like to talk to Ian. And the housekeeper agrees, saying it's a good idea. Ian doesn't show it, but he's hurting inside. And the housekeeper wished Louise a safe journey home. Louise was walking down the corridor when suddenly she was called. She recognized the voice and was surprised. She looked up and saw her in front of her. It was Stella Lapis. Apparently she had come to the funeral too, but Louise didn't see her among the other people. Louise said her name, but then realized they were not at the academy. The rules had to be followed. Stella looked at Louise disparagingly. She felt her superiority. And Louise, as was customary in the world, bowed before her in curtsy and greeted Lady Lapis. Stella was a countess, and Louisa was beneath her in social status. Stella smiled haughtily and asked what she was doing here. Louise unbendingly replied that she was waiting for someone. Her answer did not please Stella, and she jumped sharply at Louise, saying that she was stupid and rude, even after she had seen the Earl's warning. Louise didn't know what warning Stella was talking about. She was probably referring to the Queen's portrait. Such misfortunes must not be repeated. Louise was irritated by her manner of speaking, and she restrained her emotions and clenched the fabric of her dress with her hands. And said Lady Lapis, the Count had left a warning. And looking up, she said it was a sincere wish for a happy life. It wasn't a restriction, as she thought. Stella was indignant that even so, Louise's actions were clearly against the Count's will. Her shriek made Louise flinch. She had never seen Stella so irritated and aggressive. There was a commotion in the corridor. People who had not yet left began to whisper, not understanding what was happening. But Stella was unstoppable, and she shouted without restraint, forgetting where she was, that if Louise had any respect for him, then... But she could not finish. Simon was coming towards them, and he called threateningly to Stella, wanting to stop the impending scandal. Stella apparently didn't expect to see him so much as she immediately became dumbfounded and stopped screaming. He walked over and stopped beside Louise, crossed his arms over his chest, and said that they weren't at the academy, making it clear that tantrums were inappropriate here. Louise looked at Simon in surprise. She hadn't seen him act so tough. Stella curtsied and begged her pardon. Simon said he didn't know when she became the Earl's representative, but he wouldn't be happy if she was rude to his friend. Stella tried to justify herself by saying that she hadn't meant anything like that. Simon called Stella a daughter of the Lapis family, and said it was his job to draw conclusions, not hers. His eyes burned with contempt. It was a humiliation for Stella. Her eyes widened. She hadn't expected such an offense. He added that, in any case, thank you that she spoke for the royal family. And Stella tried again to say that it wasn't so, but he cut her off at half a word and made it clear that she had nothing more to do here. And she asked his lordship's permission to leave, and having endured all the formalities, departed. As she passed Louise, she saw out of the corner of her eye that she was talking to Simon. She couldn't hear what their conversation was about, but she saw Simon looking at Louise. It was a look of anxiety for someone he cared about. A hunch struck Stella, and the thought made her eyes grow wide. She couldn't believe the discovery. Well, for now she was leaving, but a plan was already maturing in her mind, and she thought, we'll see about that, Louise Sweeney. On the way out of the cemetery, she met Professor Larson. She told her that she wanted to go even higher so that no one would look down on her. And it was a different Stella, a Stella whose soul was captivated by the lust for vengeance and hatred of Louise Sweeney. Professor Larson cheered with exactly the kind of attitude she liked Stella to have. She was ready to go head-to-head. And Julianne Larson, smiling enigmatically, said she could offer her something. When Simon had put Stella in her place, he turned to Louise and asked her why she was listening to all this, and Louise said dejectedly that because she was Lapis and Louise was Sweeney. Simon was amazed, and Louise thanked him for his help, addressing him as per status, your lordship. Simon covered his eyes and said he didn't care what she called him. They went outside. The smile returned to her face, and she told him that she might be in trouble. She couldn't make mistakes in front of other people, neither could he. Simon told her that the situation was frankly not good. Ian had a little argument with His Majesty. It was like they were at each other's throats. It's not good. Louise changed the subject by asking what about his lordship, Simon. Is he eating well? Is he sleeping? This came as a bit of a surprise, and Simon was even a little shy and replied that he was fine. But Louise noticed that his eyes were red. He said he hadn't slept much, and added that she had beautiful hair, and Louise replied that the maid helped her, and said that he should sleep when he only had the chance. They sat down on a bench, and Simon said he was more concerned about her, and recommended that she not eat too much cold food and remember to use a blanket. Louise smilingly thanked him for his concern and said she would be careful. Simon looked at her and asked if he had something to tell Ian, and she laughingly asked him to tell him the same thing she had told Simon, to sleep and eat well. And Simon, smiling back, said he'd be sure to pass it on. Louise returned to the palace. She was assigned a room, and the maid asked what Louise would like. Would she like her to help her change her clothes when she had finished cleaning the living room? And Louise asked her to help. She entered the room and, feeling a draft, decided she had not closed the window properly. But the next moment she looked at the window and was startled to see a man at the window. She didn't immediately recognize Ian. He was sitting on the windowsill with his back to her. He said he was waiting for her. Louise went to the window and ran her hand over Ian's face. His cheek was damp. She looked at him and asked what he was crying about. Ian clung to her hand and said he hadn't cried since that day. Louise asked if he was comfortable on the windowsill. He said he was fine. Louise asked if he had eaten, and he nodded in reply. Then she asked if she could give him a hug. Ian looked at her tiredly, as if he didn't understand what she had said, and Louise repeated that she wanted to hug him for support. Ian wrapped his arms around her and lifted her onto his lap, pressing himself against her. He needed her. She was the only person he could be himself with. Louise stroked his back and asked if he was tired. Ian said that he was just... He trailed off and sighed heavily as he continued that he just wanted to talk to him again. Louise hugged him, leaning her head against his, and said that he really loved him. Ian replied that he was his mother's father, and he could not help loving him, and added that he didn't know if the Earl loved him. Ian found it hard to speak and fell silent. Louise said that of course the Count loved him, for he was his grandfather. Ian repeated that he wondered if he loved him, and the first large tear rolled down his cheek. He pronounced that he could not ask it now, and he silently sobbed. Louise thought that probably these tears were probably caused by a difficult childhood and confusing adult relationships. She thought that the only thing she wanted now with all her heart was to comfort him. So she clasped him to her and wept, weeping with him for his grief. Ian saw her tears dripping. He pulled back and looked into her eyes. Tears rolled from her eyes and she sobbed. Ian looked at Louise in shock. He ran his hand over her cheek, wiping away her tears. The tears. Louise pulled his hair away from his face and said it was better than crying alone, and then he said he would cry with her. Louise looked at him with eyes moist with tears and asked that he would cry with her then and next time. But Ian replied that he hoped she would never have to cry again. At that moment, a maid knocked on the door and called out to Louise, and Louise and Ian flinched in surprise. Louise turned away from Ian and asked what was wrong. The maid replied that she had come to help her change, and Louise remembered how she had asked for it. She had forgotten all about it with Ian. She pulled the blanket off the bed and commanded the president to hide, rather. He lay back in bed, cradling her pink bunny and rubbing his face against it. He asked her how she thought they'd be seen. Louise whispered to him why he had taken the toy, and added that she wanted to put it on top of the blanket to cover his huge body. The maid from behind the door asked if Louise was asleep, and she pulled back the canopy and told her to come in. The maid came in and said that Louise's place was so dark and offered to light more candles. But Louise said she liked everything and asked if she could leave it like that, and the maid said of course she could. But if you were sad, it was better not to stay in the dark. But Louise said she was going to go straight to bed because she was so tired. The maid helped her change her clothes and offered to help her make the bed. The maid helped her get dressed and offered to help make the bed. She saw the maid off saying that everything was fine and wished her a good rest. The maid told her to call her if she needed anything, and Louise said with a sigh that she could relax because no one would come in while she was asleep. She went over to the bed where Ian was lying and told him not to hug the doll so tightly, but he said it was so soft. Louise thought he must be tired. On second thought, he said he hadn't slept for days, and she asked if he could leave before sunrise. And Ian, without opening his eyes, told her not to worry. If he didn't leave on his own, Hesse would carry him away. After a second, he perked up and said he couldn't let him into her room. But Louise assured him that it was all right and she liked Sir Hesse. Ian exclaimed, "What?" and said he couldn't ignore it. And he grabbed Louise's arm and pulled her towards him. All Louise could do was shout that he couldn't. Ian pulled her to him. Louise blushed with embarrassment. The situation was very intimate. Ian looked her in the eye and said he couldn't ignore it, just not tonight. Louise smiled and said she had something important to say, so he would have to. Ian looked at her intently, and Louise said she wouldn't be too stubborn anymore, but he said she wasn't too stubborn for him anyway. Louise laid his head on the pillow next to Ian and said she had been. She drew a line between them. Ian took her hand in his and said that she was saying that she had a man, and that she didn't want to be misunderstood. Louise said she wasn't, and she didn't have anyone she liked. Ian asked how he should feel about her now, and Louise said how she used to. Ian said it's not that simple. Even she has to understand. He said she says she'll stop being stubborn and let him. Ian looked her in the eye and asked, "That's what it sounded like to him." Louise looked him in the eye too and said she knew, but they'd already kissed. "You don't do that with all people." He said he was glad she wasn't denying his feelings, and asked that she called it a kiss. Louise jumped up and said how could it not be a kiss, and added that she had even marked that day on her calendar. Twice. And Ian admitted that he'd noted it too, and even used different colors to distinguish who was the initiator. Louise was amazed. She looked embarrassed, and he said he was glad either way. And he added that he was worried she'd think it was an accident. And Louise asked that how could he have come to such a terrible conclusion? And she sadly said that if she came to that conclusion, that would indeed be the end. Ian looked at her and asked what she thought it was that they needed to face this, and Louise nodded in response. Ian looked at her and wondered why she had that look on her face. Sometimes he thought Louise had two personalities. Louise saw him thinking and asked him what he was thinking about, but Ian replied that it was nothing. And saying it was time for bed, it was getting very late. He laid her down on the pillows. She asked how he was, and he told her not to worry and he would leave as soon as she was asleep. She objected that he was tired and told him to go now, but Ian told her not to worry and to go to sleep. The tiredness took its toll, and she soon fell asleep. He sat beside her and stroked her head and said that when she slept, she still had the same childlike face. He looked at her and thought that day. He had no idea where this was all going to lead to. Ian looked at the sleeping Louise and remembered that she had been one of the few who had been worried about him that day. His heart filled with warmth. He recoiled from this girl and the help she offered, but that didn't stop her, didn't scare her. She persisted in caring for him and empathizing with him. Even then, he had been struck by her words that she wanted to ease His Highness's pain. It was as if she were looking into his soul and seeing through what he wanted to hide from everyone. She was a warm, warming ray, and he asked her name, Louise Sweeney. Since then, the owner of that name had become a necessity in his life. That day should have caused him pain, but he felt only warmth, and that was a credit to Louise Sweeney. He remembered how they had learnt to dance as children, and the adults had said that Miss Sweeney and the prince looked so good together. Louise's mum had thanked the prince for teaching Louise to dance. Louise didn't look happy about it because only Ian was being praised, but she was determined that she would not lose. Meanwhile, he was smiling contentedly. She was a woman he admired, though at first she was just the daughter of his mother's friend. He thought she was an ill-mannered child, for she constantly challenged him. And now he could see that she was burning with anger. It was written all over her face. It was as if he could hear her asking why he was smiling, but he was amused by her reaction. Even when it was about the engagement, he thought it wasn't really about him, that it wasn't serious. But gradually, the feelings began to overwhelm him. He tried to remember when it had started. Looking at her, he began to notice that she made him feel strange, and that feeling grew and grew over time. But by the time he realized what was going on, and once she became a student, there was no fixing it. She became the only one in the universe. He wanted to see her every minute, spend time with her. He'd look for her and get jealous if she looked at someone else. That's when he realized it. He entered the academy a year early, and they didn't see each other for a year. But when they met, a feeling of immense joy and happiness filled his heart, and he told her he was glad to see her. But she was cold, kept her distance, and seemed so distant. It hurt him. He asked her that she still seemed the same, but she looked at him as if he were a stranger. And after a while, she said she wanted to break off the engagement, and she started to drift further and further away. It came as a complete surprise to Ian. He felt a wall between them, and it was Louise who had built it. She was shutting him out, and it made his heart ache. His mind refused to accept this reality. He stroked the serenely sleeping girl's cheek and remembered that he had offered her a bet then. Ian looked at her with eyes full of adoration and said he liked her more than he could imagine. But it was time to go, and he said goodnight to his Louise Sweeney and left her room discreetly. It was a stormy night outside. It was pouring rain, and thunder rumbled. A lone carriage was traveling along the road. Simon sat by the window in his manor. Raindrops drummed on the glass. He was concentrating on his reading. Suddenly, a servant entered the room and informed him that a guest had arrived. Simon was surprised that someone had decided to come in this weather. And who could it be? It must be urgent. He went towards the newcomer and froze with surprise when he saw who it was. Stella Lapis stood before him, and he could not imagine what could have brought her here in such a storm. Stella looked at him with sad eyes and said she thought he'd be busy later, so she'd come now. She needed to talk to Simon and added that it should interest him. They walked to the living room, and Stella sat down in a chair and said that she didn't mean to, but she needed to tell him something. Simon asked impatiently what she wanted to say. Intuitively, he felt that the conversation would be about Louise, and that worried him. What could have happened? Stella said she was worried. Louise Sweeney is the best student at the academy, and she is sure she has a great future ahead of her. But now, after hesitating, she continued that Louise is at risk of being cut off and may not have time to blossom. Just like the former empress. The last phrase stabbed Simon's consciousness, and he tensed. He was filled with anger and asked, holding back, did she have any idea what she was talking about? But Stella calmly continued that she was just worried about Louise, and she added that he knew that everyone was jealous of the empress, didn't he? And watching his reaction, she asked him that he didn't want Louise to go the same way, did he? But Simon was not so easily embarrassed. He'd had to hide his feelings all his conscious life, and he'd been quite successful at it. And now, looking at Stella, all he could say was how interesting. So she wanted him to help Stella get Louise away from Ian. There was silence in the room. Stella was silent. She was thinking about what next step to take, and after a little thought, she decided to act straightforwardly. Stella bluntly asked that Simon liked Louise, didn't he? Such a statement made him angry. He rose from his seat and asked her if she was being too cheeky. He moved closer to Stella and asked who had told her that. His voice was full of restrained rage. Stella shuddered. Simon said it was the first time he'd heard of it. But even if he did, so what? Stella was nervous. She clutched the fabric of her skirt nervously. But there was no retreat, and she said that she liked His Highness. Simon was surprised by her admission, but he only changed his face for a second. In the next instant, he said, "So be it. There's nothing you can do about it." She said she just wanted him to speak up, because she thought they had common goals. She apologized if she'd been too harsh. Simon told her never to say to anyone what she'd just said to him, and with a threatening tone in his voice, he said, "She's smart, isn't she?" Simon, who never shows his feelings, protects Louise with all his might. Stella, rising from her chair, replied that she understood, and bowing her head, asked permission to leave. Simon did not delay her and rose from his seat to let her know that the audience was over. Stella was upset. She had hoped to gain an ally in Simon, but he disappointed her with his refusal. Simon was upset too. If Stella had dared to come to him with such a proposal, it meant that somewhere he hadn't dealt with his feelings well enough to be noticed. Some time had passed. Another annual event was approaching. Every year there was a celebration for foreign ambassadors at the Royal Arts Center. This time, the Sweeney family was in charge of the decorations. So during the holidays, Louise's mom was very busy. She created many different arrangements of flowers to decorate, and all the racks and shelves were full of them. But one day she gave Louise some unpleasant news, and Louise was simply stunned by it. Mom said that the director said he was unilaterally terminating the contract. Louise didn't understand why their services had been withdrawn so suddenly, and most importantly, that so much work had already been done. But Mom said that no reason was given. Louise was upset. She thought that the event wasn't canceled, so they must have changed the vendor. And her mom said that she wondered who it would be, and went on to say that thanks to the generous compensation they had not gone under. But annoyed to add that, however, losing a long-term contract was a serious problem, Louise looked at her mom and asked that couldn't they protest. After all, her mom had worked so hard to prepare all this. But she smilingly told Louise that it was okay, and she and her father had been through this many times. Mom added that the headmaster had sent something else and showed Louise the sealed envelope. Asking that isn't that a good thing? Louise opened the envelope and read that it was an invitation to a play. And with annoyance she asked, "What good is that?" But Mom, smiling enigmatically, said that of course it was good. Since it's a bank holiday, both the emperor and the crown prince will be there. And she intriguingly added that it also meant they could find out who took their contract. Looking at her, Louise had the thought that she now seemed to know from whom she had inherited her talent for villainy. The evening of the celebration had arrived. The guardsman checking invitations asked, surprised, that she had come alone. And Louise answered confidently that she was. She was wearing a dress with an open top and a flowing skirt. Her golden hair was pinned back and flowed in golden waves down her back. The guard said she could come in, and Louise walked past with annoyance, thinking, so what if she had come alone? She was walking down the corridor and thought sadly that her mom had suddenly fallen ill, so she had come alone. It must have been because of a lot of work. And cheered up, she mentally promised that she would make sure to find out who had taken their contract. She walked down the corridor, passing many doors. She was rather curious as to who had intercepted their contract. Suddenly, from behind a loose door, she heard the voice of a man thanking the principal for trusting their family. Louise stopped abruptly. She wondered if it was the principal. She looked around. There was no one around. A voice came from the office again, thanking her for her work. Louise stood outside the door. Questions swarmed in her mind. What does it mean that the director himself changed the supplier? Why had it happened? And they had even been compensated. She moved closer so she could hear the conversation better. Suddenly someone asked what kind of flowers are these, and noticed that they had such a nice fragrance. In reply, the director said that he had good taste and that they were quite rare and hard to get. Louise wondered if they had used real flowers, but one of the ambassadors was allergic to flowers, and if nothing was done, the ambassador would have watery eyes and a runny nose all evening. She decided to intervene. She came out of the door and said she apologized for the inconvenience. There were 2 people in the office, a man and a woman, and they were surprised by her appearance. The woman was the director of the center, and she asked who she was and from what family. Louise curtsied and introduced herself that her name was Louise and she was from the Sweeney family. She apologized for overhearing their conversation a little and said that other things were more important right now. She told me that one of the ambassadors is allergic to flowers, and if things were left as they were, they could be in trouble. The director turned to the man and asked with horror, "What are the flowers doing here then?" But he began to make excuses that the Arts Center hadn't warned them about it. And Louise thought that it was true that the Arts Center had been working with the Sweeney family for a long time, and when it comes to events of this level, the Sweeney family always collects and analyzes the information provided to them by the Arts Center according to their contract. Louise watched the altercation. The new flower company didn't know about this procedure, so it was quite expected what happened. The man said there was nothing to be done. There was too little time. And then Louise said they had some artificial flowers that they had originally planned to decorate everything with. A woman took charge of the head and ordered that artificial flowers from the Sweeney family be delivered and used for decoration. Louise said that they would need to draw up a contract with the Arts Center to do this, to which the woman replied that it was just 1 box. But Louise insisted, saying that unless, of course, the center had some other reason why they couldn't sign a contract with them. The principal grinned and said that even if they signed a contract, Louisa was not yet of legal age and had no right to sign contracts. Louise was confused and said that was right, but there was her mom and immediately remembered that her mom was ill. And the director said it was a total headache, and if there was no more representative of the Sweeney house, she would simply remove the jewelry. But Louise, at the same time as the representative of the lodge company, shouted that it was impossible. The principal asked, perplexed, "What then? If she can't use fresh flowers and Sweeney isn't here to sign the contract?" Louise was concentrating on what could be thought of in such a situation. There must be some way. And at that moment Ian came into the office saying maybe he could help. Did he say that if Louise had a guardian, there would be no problem? Louise was extremely surprised at his appearance. She exclaimed in astonishment, "Your Highness!" Hessa emerged from behind Ian's back, happy to announce that he was here too. Ian glanced unhappily in his direction. The principal, apologizing, asked Ian what he meant, and Ian put forward a piece of paper and said it was a power of attorney to transfer custody of Louise Sweeney. The headmistress was stunned. Ian took Louise's hand and said that now she could do as she saw fit, and asked what was wrong with calling her his protector. Louise agreed with him. She wanted so badly to ask what had happened, but she had to hurry. There wasn't much time left. There was a performance going on the stage. Ian and Louise were sitting in a box, and he told her that there was one good thing about being an adult. He could be her guardian. They were sitting in the box, and Louise smilingly asked what was wrong with the delegation, and Ian said that she had saved him today, or rather she had saved the honor of the royal family. Louise looked at him with a rapt look, and said she would like to ask one thing. How had he managed to get the papers from her mother? For he had turned up at just the right moment, and she had been very much surprised. Ian told her that he had been informed, and explained that Hessa, who had arrived at the art center in advance, had reported that she was in trouble, and added that she would certainly do something to get out of it. And he found something that helped resolve the situation quickly, a power of attorney for guardianship. Louise said they'd worked well together today, and Ian confirmed that they had worked very well. At this time, a song came from the stage and they turned their attention to the performer, who tried to convey all the shimmers of the voice. Louise said it was a very beautiful song, but Ian remarked that it was sad. Louise said, "Isn't it beautiful?" and she asked what it was about. Ian replied that it was a good old classic, a story about a guy who falls in love with an angel, and Louise said that the hero was now confessing his love to heaven that can't be touched. And she asked the question, is this kind of love possible? Ian replied that she was, as always, jumping to conclusions, and he asked if she could concentrate on his confession a little longer. But Louise said she didn't understand the words of the song. He said there was only one word that was part of a real confession. Louise became embarrassed, and Ian went on to say what he thought, and without finishing he fell silent. He struggled to find the words and said he didn't know how to present these embarrassing words to her in a way that she would accept them. That's what he was trying to say. Louise asked him if he thought she would reject him. She thought it was a shame to even say such a thing, but Ian said she was capable of it. Finally, she asked what was in that song with their love at the end. Ian looked into her eyes and seemed to look into her soul. He asked about what she herself thought. Louise didn't look away. She wanted to drown in the blue of his eyes. It was a sensual moment, as if time had slowed down. Suddenly, she turned away, saying, "Who knows? Since they were from different worlds, didn't that mean they were doomed?" She thought about her and Ian. They were from different worlds. But Ian took her by the chin and, turning her round again, pronounced that it was how you look at it, and added that he had a different point of view. Louise was embarrassed and would not look at him. Then he asked her to look at him, and she was even more confused. What is he going to do? She looked into his eyes again. He ran his palm over her cheek and held up his hand. The atmosphere was saturated with sensuality. She thought he was going to kiss her and closed her eyes. Her cheeks turned pink with anticipation. She waited, but nothing happened, and when Ian asked what she was doing, Louise came to her senses and opened her eyes and looked at him in surprise. And Ian said there was something in her hair, probably stuck during the decorating. Louise blushed and turned away. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment. She put her hands to her cheeks, trying to keep the heat down. Ian said from behind her that it was all right, and smiling happily, he added that she was already beautiful. He liked that she was embarrassed. She looked like a naive child. Louise calmed down a little, but Ian asked her the question that why did she close her eyes, and she replied that who knows. It was a place for archery. Ian was concentrating on this activity. He drew the bowstring and took aim. A moment, and the arrow sank precisely into the center of the target. It was a perfect shot. Ian turned to Simon and pronounced that it was his turn. Simon also took his bow, drew the bowstring, and taking aim shot. His arrow stuck much lower than Ian's. Ian looked sadly at his score and thought, it's always like this. He's a step down, a step behind Ian. And because of that, Simon's life remained safe. Ian was sorry it was like that. Simon was his peer cousin. Even as members of noble families, they could compete on equal terms. And Ian told Simon that sometimes he wished Simon would take him seriously, to compete on an equal footing. Simon looked at him reproachfully. There was defiance in his gaze. And Ian, realizing he's pushing Simon down a forbidden path, apologizes to him. Simon can't help it, and it hurts him, as he has to stay in the shadows all the time. But Simon replied to him that it was fine, and added that he too wanted Ian to be sincere with him. Ian took up his bow again and prepared to shoot again, saying at the same time to Simon that hadn't he ever opened his heart to his precious cousin. Once again, the arrow fired by Ian reached its target and sank precisely into the center of the target. Simon, standing behind Ian, told him that he was saying that Ian already had someone to whom he could truly open his heart, and Ian realized he was talking about Louise. Ian turned to Simon and admitted that, to be honest, it wasn't that simple. And Simon asked why he said that, but Ian said Simon was being too forward today, and his cousin remained silent. Ian remembered Louise's frightened look and said that she was afraid of him, and she didn't even seem to notice it herself. But Simon said not to let Ian think about it too much. Ian turned away and replied that he would try, but Simon called out to him, asking if he was the only one she was afraid of. Ian looked at his cousin and asked him, he didn't think he was intimidating, did he? Simon's gaze froze, and the next moment he bowed sharply to Ian and said, addressing him, that His Highness had promised always to be better than Simon. His speech saddened Ian. He knew Simon was loyal and sincere with him, and he didn't need extra proof like he did now. And Simon went on to say that so that no one could see Simon as potential, and in return he gave His Highness his friendship. Ian called him out, but Simon said that he, Simon Hilliard, with monstrous rights, like a beast. Ian thought Simon was the only one who could kill him and avoid being held accountable to the law. In fact, all of Ian's fame would fall on Simon. And Simon finished by saying that of course Ian had managed to tame the beast beautifully, but a beast is a beast, and Ian summarized that if he wasn't tough enough, he would dare to encroach on what belonged to the master. A shadow lay across Ian's face. He realized that they would never be too close. Simon, meanwhile, gustily took his bow, took aim, and fired lightning fast. Ian was still wondering what Simon meant by saying what belonged to the master. Throne or Louise? He tried to push those thoughts away from him, thinking about why he was even thinking about it, and thought he hoped Simon wasn't being sincere in saying that. The arrow swiftly flew out of the bow and was lightning fast as it approached the target. Simon watched her intently. He'd made up his mind to show his true abilities. And, at that moment, his arrow sank into the center of the target, splitting Ian's arrow in half. Simon turned to leave, but first told Ian that no one should get their hopes up. Ian watched him in silence and thought that perhaps this nobody was Simon Hilliard himself. He remembered Duke Hilliard bringing Simon to the palace and imagining it was his son, and asking if Ian remembered him. Simon had been a young boy, and Ian answered cheerfully that of course he remembered. How could he forget his only cousin? And the Duke said that all this time he had been living in the duchy, but from today he would be in the capital. Henceforth, Ian and Simon would attend all classes together. Simon bowed to Ian and introduced himself with all the proper honors, calling Ian His Highness. Ian, a boy, was astonished at this treatment and protested, saying that Simon didn't need to be so formal with him. But the Duke replied that the holiness that Ian had inherited did not extend to Simon, and he added that he therefore asked him to accept the respect that Ian deserved. Ian grimaced and said he understood, but he wanted a brother around, not a subject. Then life went on as it had been before, with the only difference being that Ian was not alone. He had a friend, and they were together everywhere. In one of the classes, the teacher said that the law of succession had been enacted to determine the rightful heir to the throne, and having said that he had the most important factor, she asked if they knew about it. Ian replied that he knew. Simon sat in silence. Ian looked at Simon. He realized that Simon knew the answer, but pretended he didn't. Ian wondered why he was acting like this. And when the teacher asked Ian to answer, he said that only those who have proven themselves to be of the Kron family can become heirs. It's an absolute condition. The teacher asked that they knew how to prove it. Ian replied that by using the Matapa treasure. It glows only when touched by a suitable person. The teacher thanked His Highness for his answer and pronounced to Simon that since he had a clear background, he too could take the test. Simon shuddered at this suggestion. He jumped up and shouted that he didn't need to prove it. Ian looked at Simon in surprise, not understanding the reason for his anxiety. The teacher hurried to reassure him, saying that Simon was certainly right, and coughing, she suggested that the lesson should continue. After the lesson, They went out into the corridor, and Ian stretched and said that archery was next. Simon agreed, calling Ian his highness. They came to the shooting area where the targets were located, and the instructor asked them if today they would just shoot without paying attention to the score. And while Ian was talking to the shooting coach, Simon picked up a bow. He looked at it and thought he didn't just want to shoot, he wanted to shoot the way he wanted to shoot. He took the arrow and drew the bowstring. He loved archery. The tension and sensitivity that came from pulling the bowstring absorbed him. The rustle of the released arrow flying lightning fast towards the target, and its distinct clang as it hit the target. He savored every moment of the process. It brought him pleasure. Simon released the bowstring, and there was something about that moment that stirred the mind. A slight rustle, and the arrow hit exactly in the center of the target. Before he knew it, there was a shout of delight from Ian behind him, who was delighted that Simon had managed to make such a shot. And Simon realized that he'd gotten carried away and forgotten himself. Simon turned to Ian and sullenly replied that it was no big deal, but Ian continued to cheerfully praise his success, saying that even his arrow had trouble reaching the target. The shooting coach came up to them, and holding up an arrow pronounced that this was a commemorative arrow, the first point earned. Ian took the arrow in his hands and, looking at it as if it were a special trophy, said that he would like to keep it, but it was more important to his cousin, so he couldn't take it. Simon replied that Ian could have what he wanted, and he didn't have to give him anything, but Ian replied that it wasn't a concession and that fame belonged to him, and he handed Simon his arrow. Simon didn't know what else to say. He only held out his shaking hands to take the arrow. Simon was very pleased. He took the arrow with both hands. He really wanted to keep it too, but he knew he had no right to stand out from the crown prince, and Ian thought that from now on he would train even harder so that he wouldn't lose to Simon, and he had to work hard to reach the level Simon had set. He tried again and again until he was tired, but could not achieve what he wanted. Simon laughed from behind him, as if gloating that Ian wasn't doing well. Ian turned round to see what had caused his laughter, but this was the first time he'd ever seen Simon show his emotions so genuinely and laugh so heartily. And then Ian said he liked it and took up shooting with even more fervor. After the grueling classes, they had lunch, and sitting at the dinner table, Ian said that it would be nice if on other days they could spend time after class the same way. But Simon was always in a hurry to leave after class, and Ian told him so, and Simon asked him to apologize for that. Ian wanted Simon to feel relaxed so they could socialize as equals, but Simon was constantly tense and kept his distance, always making it clear that Ian was the heir and Simon was the subject. And Ian exhaled sadly, saying that wasn't what he wanted to hear. Simon bowed his head and didn't know what to say. His eyes were sad. He tried his best not to stand out from Ian, not to be better. He deliberately got the lowest grades, but still someone was still unhappy with him. After a while, Ian was walking down the corridor when suddenly a servant called out to him. Ian turned round and asked what was wrong. A servant brought a box to him, which contained an arrow with which Simon had aptly hit the target. Ian asked that Simon had forgotten her. Then he explained that his cousin had left in such a hurry. Apparently, he wanted to show off to the Archduke, and he asked me to tell the Archduke that he would drop in on him. He was determined to bring the glory that his cousin had left behind, and thought to himself that this was his first visit to the Archduke since Simon had arrived, and decided it would be fun. Though when he thought of Simon, he remembered his constant apologies, and that worried him a little. When he arrived at the Archduke's house, he was met by the butler. He apologized to His Highness and asked him to wait for a while. Ian replied that he would wait, and the butler invited him to look at the paintings while he waited and invited him to go inside. Ian walked along the hanging paintings and thought about the fact that he had seen all these paintings depicting the beauty of the duchy several times before. The butler accompanied him and told him about the paintings. The butler was interesting, but Ian couldn't concentrate. He couldn't wait to see Simon. Ian wondered if he had told his uncle how he had won his prize. Suddenly, his musings were interrupted by an imperious shout. Was it the Archduke asking someone if he was mad? The butler immediately apologized and offered to escort Ian elsewhere, and Ian accepted. They walked down the corridor, and Ian heard Simon apologize to the Archduke, and the Archduke angrily blurted out that having received support from His Highness, Simon suddenly felt important? Simon tried to justify himself. Ian walked and heard the Archduke yell behind him that how dare he try to defeat the prince. Again Simon tried to say something, But the Archduke finally lost his temper and shouted Simon Hilliard. The next moment Ian heard a sound like a slap. He stopped in surprise. And the next moment he turned and ran at the sound of voices, in spite of the butler's shouts. He went to the door and saw Simon standing with his hand to his cheek, and the Archduke standing with his hand on his cheek. The Archduke asked Simon in a hissing voice if he wanted to survive. The question made Ian's eyes widen, and Simon answered that he did. And then the Archduke pronounced that then he must not let anyone see any hope in him. No one should hope for him in vain. The Duke kept talking about how those foolish nobles see hope in everything. Was he worried that there would be a rumor that Simon was better than His Highness? Simon listened to his father in silence, his cheek flaming from the slap, and the Duke went on to say that the moment their hopes were realized in Simon, his life would be in danger. And he added sadly that even his strength would not be enough to save him from it. He admonished that Simon must not surpass the prince even in minor actions. One must not even look in the direction of what belongs to His Highness. Eventually, he asked if his son understood him, and Simon said he did. Ian said he would return to the palace at once, and handing the box with the arrow to the butler, asked that it should be handed to Simon. He demanded that a carriage be prepared for him at once. This overheard conversation left a residue in young Ian's soul. He had thought about it for a long time and had returned to it many times at different times in his life. But at that moment, he decided that from now on, he would be good at everything. One day, in another moment of reflection, he said in front of Simon that he would be good at everything, and Simon told him that he was already good at everything. But Ian replied thoughtfully that that wasn't what he meant. He's about not letting anyone get ahead of him. He would become the best, not appear to be. He remembered Simon's hearty laugh, and he wanted to see that open boy again. And there was only one way to do that. He would have to be perfect at everything, so that Simon would reach for him and keep up, not hold himself back so he wouldn't outshine Ian. Ian remembered he was talking out loud and said he'd said something strange and asked for forgiveness, but Simon sadly replied that it was okay, and asked him to do him a favor, to crush him completely. So he couldn't fight. He asked that Ian become a wall that Simon would never be able to jump over, and he added that if His Highness would do it, he would give him anything for it. Ian asked if it was really anything, and Simon confirmed his words. And then Ian asked if he could give him his friendship, and from then on, he and Simon became friends. It was not easy to be friends with the silent Simon. Tired of talking to himself, Ian made an important decision and introduced Louise to him. She had a talent for making people's hearts glow, so it was the right decision. Now he sat and thought. He was troubled by Simon's words that if he was not tough enough, he would dare to encroach on what belonged to his master. Though he thought he was even a little sorry. It was pouring rain outside. Louise sat by the window and watched the downpour, thinking. She was comparing what happened in the novel and what didn't. She wanted to know if there was some pattern interfering with the original. Of course, the main hypothesis was that the changes were about something that had to do with Louise. For example, the recent incident where mercenaries who were drunk out of their minds cut off the head of a statue in the square. Up to this point, it's just like the original. In the novel, the case was solved by Ian and Stella, but this time it was the Knights of the Imperial Court who sorted it out. After that, what happened was back to the original, and the mercenaries were pelted with tomatoes throughout the festival. Can this be called the self-preservation power of the original? Or did it not change just because it was outside Louise's sphere of influence? It's all so complicated. The next moment, her musings were interrupted by the news that the prince's carriage had arrived. She went to change her clothes to meet His Highness. They sat in the living room at the table. They were served tea and sweets. Louise took a bite of the cake and said it was delicious. But Ian told her not to admire him so much, for there was nothing special about him. But she objected that she liked him, and added that she was hungry all the time. Ian answered her that maybe she was just in the final stages of growing up, maybe even finally growing up, and she asked that then she would be as tall as His Highness, and he said that would be marvelous. I thought Louise would look marvelous even tall. It would be nice to meet her eyes. And he jokingly told her to say the magic words that lift her spirits 3 times a day and eat meat. Louise remembered their life in the academy dormitory, where she had repeated after Ian the words that tomorrow would be delicious meat and marveled that he remembered it. She frowned at his mocking her weakness, but thought they were wonderful words. They not only gave her strength to get through today, but also gave her hope for tomorrow. And at that moment Ian said, "Even when he's not here, Louise looked at him in surprise and repeated his words, not realizing what he meant. Ian explained that he had some business planned outside the capital. He told her that even though they had sent a lot of money over the years to prepare for the floods, the amount of damage was not decreasing. So her father ordered her to go and check things out personally. Louise knew the truth. The aid sent from the royal court each year to mitigate flood damage was spent by officials on gambling and horse racing. It was a sad episode. Ian sighed and pronounced that he didn't know what he should do with Count Lapis, and Louise became sad. The place where His Highness will go is Stella's house. Ian looked at her and said that the daughter of the Lapis family has caused her a lot of trouble. Moreover, this family is very suspicious, and there are many things that don't add up. Louise pronounced that he would still work honestly. If he went there, he'd meet Stella, and Ian replied that though he wasn't happy about it, he would. Louise wondered what would happen this time. Stella and Ian's relationship from the novel has been made even deeper by this flood story. This was the final part of this episode. Although the course of events changed, the outcome was the same as in the original. And she asked herself, not without sadness, what would be the ending to this story? She caught herself thinking that she hated to worry about something like this, and she didn't want to love this man. But since this was really happening, Ian subtly picked up on her mood and asked bluntly that she didn't seem to want him to go. And Louise asked that it was official business, wasn't it? Ian replied that it was, but he thought for a moment, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, and pronounced that, by the way, if she had any interesting books. And with a glance at the maid, he said it would be nice if she lent him some. That way he wouldn't be too bored in the carriage. Louise said they had a lot of books like that, and told the maid who came up what books to bring for the prince. The servants departed to fulfill her errand, and the young men escorted them with a glance. Ian rose from his seat and said that now he really understood why he should value his time at the academy, and Louise asked why that was. He came swiftly up to her and, placing his hands on the back of the chair on which she was sitting, leaned towards her and said, because it was short. He looked into her eyes and said sadly that because there was no time now, and now he wouldn't be able to see his fiancée for a few weeks. Louise looked into his eyes and asked him if he regretted it. He replied that he would be sorry, and suddenly Louise leaned over and kissed her forehead. He said regretfully that it would probably take quite a while, and he didn't want to keep her waiting too long. Louise said it was all right, and he said that after her words, his heart ached, feeling lonely. She was about to say that she too would yearn, but at that moment Ian rushed to her lips and began to kiss her frantically. He couldn't tear himself away from her, wanting to memorize the taste of her lips so that he could remember this vivid moment during the separation. He brushed his lips against hers again and again, and Louise thought it was a good thing it was a rainy day. Otherwise, those embarrassing sounds would have been audible. Finally, he broke the kiss and pulled away from her lips. He was breathing heavily. Louise sat still too, the color of embarrassment covering her cheeks. They looked into each other's eyes, and Ian said that honestly, he'd go mad, making Louise's already fluttering heart beat even faster. Ian figured he wouldn't see her for weeks, and they'd only kissed once and he'd kissed her again. And he thought about remembering to circle this day on the calendar, even if it meant he'd end up making a hole in it. At that moment, there was a knock at the door, and the maid asked warningly if she could come in. They shuddered. Ian stepped away from Louise, and she pronounced that the servants could come in. The books were placed on the table, and Louise pronounced that His Majesty should read carefully and remember to return them safely. To which Ian jokingly said that he knew not to put the books face down and not to read while eating biscuits. She playfully added that he should remember to circle the calendar. Ian wanted to say something back, but she beat him to it by asking that he circle it in dark blue, and she laughed happily, looking at Ian's concentrated face. He sat back in his chair trying to control his feelings. He wanted to draw 5 circles in dark blue, but this girl? And he said that he wanted to draw 2 more circles in purple, and now Louise looked at him questioningly, and Ian thought that if he had known, he would have asked for something else instead of books, something that would take more time. And sipping tea from his cup, he made the decision that he would definitely do so next time. Simon saw Ian off and said that it must be a long journey. He added that he hoped Ian would return safely. Ian said of course and shook Simon's hand. They loosened their hands and Simon wanted to say something but stopped, looking around, and Ian, noticing his confusion, said it was all right and he could speak openly. Simon rubbed his chin and said uncertainly that the former queen had organized the engagement party for him. Ian asked in surprise, what was it their grandmother had organized? Ian told him that it would be okay if Simon didn't agree, and he added that he didn't know who he liked, but he had the right to date whoever he wanted. And Simon said one name, and that name was Louise. His bride would be Louise Sweeney, and he added that he had accepted. Ian didn't understand what he was talking about at first. It was as if he could hear and not understand who he was talking about, but when the meaning of what was being said began to come to him, everything went dark. He looked at Simon, and it rang in his ears that he had accepted the offer. He swallowed. His beloved is engaged to another, and that other is none other than his cousin Simon Hilliard. Simon was the first to break the silence. He said that he had no choice but to accept it. Louise attracted the attention of the adults. Ian asked what Simon meant to say, that his family didn't want to see money flowing to other noble families. Simon nodded and added that besides, there was also him, Simon, who needed to find a use for it. Ian clutched his head and said bitterly, which now made sense, if Simon didn't accept the offer, other families would have their eyes on her. Whoever it was would woo her without hiding their intentions. Simon said it would be difficult to refuse the royal family's marriage proposal. He started to say that Louise was rather... But he hesitated and didn't finish the sentence. And Ian finished for him by saying that she was quite attractive. He remembered the image of the golden-haired girl, and his heart clenched in the grip of longing. Simon brought him out of his reverie again by saying that if the period of courtship dragged on, and it became known that she was attracting the interest of the royal family, Louise Sweeney would inevitably be drawn into the vortex. And then there would be no other option but marriage. And he summarized that it wasn't good. Ian, of course, expected this family to be noticed one day. They were too rich to be ignored. Simon said that in that respect he was the perfect choice. He wouldn't be hurt if Louise refused. Ian interrupted him, saying that if that was the reason, but Simon didn't let him finish and assured him that it was fine. He said nothing would happen to him. He loved Louise, but Ian loved her too, and he could not cross the crown prince. So he resigned himself to it and would enjoy only those brief moments with her. It looked to Ian as if Simon had accepted the offer without consulting him, but he wasn't angry with him. Of course, Simon didn't dare ask for more time to think about what the former empress had said. Yet somewhere in the back of his mind, Ian welcomed this suggestion, and he thought that Simon had once asked him if Ian was afraid, and now he admitted to himself that he was afraid of Simon. Ian averted his gaze so that Simon wouldn't see his true feelings, and said that it looked like Louise Sweeney would love Simon. He added that since the marriage negotiations between the two of them had already begun, Simon should ask Louise to marry him. He thought of Louise and said that she would understand. Simon tried to hide it, but there was something else behind his words and actions. At this point, the servant announced that all preparations for departure were complete, and Ian patted Simon on the shoulder and said he had to go, thus bidding his cousin farewell. Simon stared after Ian as he left. He looked worried, even a little confused. He remembered how Ian had patted him on the shoulder in parting. What had been in that gesture? Was it approval, or was it a warning? Ian had been traveling in the carriage for some time. It was raining outside again. The weather was in keeping with his mood. He looked longingly out of the window, but his thoughts were far away. He remembered the time when they were still children. He and Simon had genuinely cared for Louise. Simon and Louise must have felt the same way. He even thought of something that was beyond his comprehension. Couldn't three people with absolute trust in each other share a common affection? He remembered Louise praising Simon, pointing out his positive character traits, smiling looking at him. And Ian realized that as much as he loved Simon and as much as he liked him, because his feelings for Louise were different, the fact that Louise was at ease with Simon, that she spoke to him in a friendly way, and that she gave him presents, made him uncomfortable. He felt jealousy. The carriage stopped. The footman said they had arrived. Ian woke up and noticed that it was night outside. The sky was covered with black and gray clouds, and it was raining steadily. He thought again that the weather matched the longing that had recently settled in his heart. He looked at the gray castle cloaked in darkness, and thought that this place was Lapis Manor. From one of the windows, Stella was watching what was happening outside. She heard the rumbling of the wheels of the carriage. In the evening of the same day, as Louisa was preparing for bed, the maid brought her a letter and told her it was from Mr. Hilliard. Louise, sitting on the bed, opened it and thought, Did it happen to talk about marriage? She would be very embarrassed by such talk. She read in the first lines that he was apologizing, for she must be very surprised, and she smilingly thought that it was not something he needed to apologize for. He went on to write that the truth was that all this marriage talk was nothing more than a formality. There was no pressure or obligation on her. Louise thought it was all arranged by the royal court. She had her doubts. Would it really be all right? The letter went on to say that there was something they had to do. They must meet 3 times, and they are free to use the money from the royal treasury as they wish. This came as a surprise to Louise. It's a long-standing tradition for the wedding planner to cover all expenses. The royal family honors tradition. And he ended the letter by saying that that was really all there was to it, so she could be sure that he was still the same Simon Hilliard to her. Louise smiled at the message, thinking that Simon was as alert as ever. Earrings of different shapes and extraordinary beauty were laid out in front of her. The stones, sapphires and rubies, shimmered in all the colors of the light. She had tried on countless outfits. She was amazed that Simon had said it would be a simple date, just a formality, but it was a big one. A few hours ago, they were standing in front of the door of a famous boutique, and Louise had asked Simon, amazed, that she would have to go in there, and he said, embarrassed, that he hadn't realized his grandmother would be so keen on it. Louise said she was all right, but confused, for he was not treating her as he should have. She added that she couldn't buy a dress here, could she? She figured that as rich as the Sweeneys were, this was one of the elitist shops that put status before money. If the former empress didn't contact them personally, Louise wouldn't even be allowed in. Simon was afraid to look at Louise, lest he give away his feelings, so he put up his hand and gave her a furtive glance, telling her to take a lighter view of the situation. He offered to imagine that it was a tax refund. Things would be bought with the large amount of taxes the Sweeney family paid. Louise took him under her arm and thought she was still uncomfortable. They entered the room and it was astonishing in its rich decoration. When they first entered, the employees of this boutique bowed to pay their respects. Louise was amazed at the reception they received. It was the sort of thing that members of the royal family deserved, and Louise felt out of place, not being one of them. Simon glanced at her, and her reaction brought a smile to his face. He thought she deserved it. She woke up from her thoughts when Simon led her over to the mannequins and asked her how she liked the dresses they were wearing. Louise jokingly told him that she hadn't realized he was the kind of man who was obsessed with a woman's neckline, and he frowned and replied that he just thought Louise's neck was very pretty, and she looked at him and thought his look didn't match his words. But she still decided to try on the blue-colored dress, and when she changed and called him over and asked him how he liked it, Simon looked at her with bated breath and froze in place. She was beautiful, delicate and subtle, and the color suited her. And he'd told her so. Suddenly, Louise grabbed his arm and pulled him towards her, saying that it was his turn. And surprised by such an outburst on her part, Simon tentatively stretched out that he wasn't sure about it. But he couldn't escape her insistence, and after a while, when the changing cubicle opened, Simon stood before her in an elegant suit with a white jacket and dark trousers. He looked amazing. Louise giggled and thought that handsome men were the best after all. Simon couldn't understand her reaction. They enjoyed this pastime. They had fun trying on different outfits. Louise told Simon that she hadn't realized he had great taste, but Simon modestly replied that he just thought the clothes suited her. After choosing a dress, they had a relatively normal schedule. Just like Ian had told her, they ate good meat. Went to the theater, saw an interesting play. They talked a lot and had a lot of fun. Louise felt good and relaxed with Simon. It started to rain outside. They opened their umbrellas and walked along the street. Louise said that on a rainy day, walking was beautiful. Simon said it was a relief that she liked the weather. In a moment, Louise stopped. Her gaze became sad. Simon didn't understand her change. And Louise noticed a boy on the pavement selling flowers in the rain, offering them to passers-by. He looked unhappy. He must have been cold. Louise walked over to the boy and handed him a coin. The boy was happy and handed Louise the flower and thanked her. Louise was pleased that she had brought a smile to the child's face, so she took the flower and smiled back. Louise handed him her umbrella and told him to take it. The boy was surprised and hesitated to take it, but Louise cheered him up by saying that he couldn't let the flowers he had worked hard with get wet, and she added that there were more people down the street than here, and she advised him to go there and shoved the umbrella in his hand. The boy, shocked by this attention, thanked her and went away, leaving a happy Louise with the flowers and the rain. Simon covered Louise with his rain umbrella at the same second. He took out a handkerchief and held it out to Louise so that she could wipe her face, and Louise turned to him and said cheerfully to look at the petunia flowers she held in her hands. Simon silently wiped at her wet hair, which was dripping wet. Louise thanked him for his concern, and Simon said in a deliberate tone of displeasure that she could have walked slower. But Louise asked her to forgive her, and explained that her grandfather's grandfather's grandfather was also like this boy who sold flowers on the street, and added that her father had always told her to respect him. On top of that, they were flowers she liked. And Louise, smiling radiantly, handed him a bouquet and asked him if he would accept the flowers. It was a surprise to Simon, his heart skipping a beat, then beating again at an accelerated pace. He stared at her, confused, trying to figure out why she was doing this. He reached out to take the flowers Louise offered him. It was something special to Simon. There was doubt in his eyes. He remembered what Ian had said, that Louise would realize that he was hiding something, that there was something else behind his words. Simon took the flowers and thanked her for the gift. He thought he couldn't believe what Ian had said. How could Louise, who had never noticed anything, understand anything now? He realized now. He'd always lurked in Ian's shadow. But Ian wasn't here now. It was just him and Louise. They went to pick out a new umbrella for Louise. She took a black umbrella and said thoughtfully that she was considering what color umbrella to buy. Simon was adamant that it should not be black. Louise asked in surprise. Why should she? She added that she genuinely liked the color black, but Simon insisted that black would not do. He said that bright colors suited her. Green or yellow would be just right. And to finally convince her, he added that her petunia was also yellow in color. Louise agreed that the yellow one should be taken, adding that my Lord Simon himself had chosen it. And she also said that she was celebrating today. She said that today was the day they were walking in the rain, and Simon asked uncertainly, what were they celebrating? And Louise said cheerfully that they could celebrate anything. And Simon smiled relaxed and said that Louise was right. A carriage pulled up to them and they sat in it opposite each other. Simon looked at her and said that when he spoke of their next meeting, he would like Louise to delay it. She said she didn't mind, but asked why. And Simon hesitated at first, but then decided to tell her that it wouldn't be fair to keep what Ian knew from her, so he would be honest with her. And he said that the reason he accepted the offer was because he wanted her to turn him down. Louise was dumbfounded, not knowing what he was talking about. It was hard for Simon to talk about it. He clenched his hands so they wouldn't show his excitement, and said that he just didn't want her to be with anyone else. Simon was silent for a few seconds, trying to find the right words. He went on to say that he didn't want to see her marry anyone but Ian. Louise said confusedly that she was making Simon very uncomfortable, but he hastened to assure her that she wasn't. It was for the sake of them all, and he added that it was best to make their relationship with Ian official. But if they're not ready for that, it will only hurt Mr. Sweeney. Louise clarified that it was about business, and Simon nodded, saying that she should be careful until Sweeney had proper aristocratic status. But Louise said sadly that it was, after all, a royal family marriage. The former empress could have interfered. But Simon said it's nothing like that. Marriage outcomes in situations like this are rare. Simon said he was fine with it, and he asked her what she thought about it. Louise said she was too, but still she had her doubts. But Simon said it was a deal. At the same time, thunder rumbled outside and lightning lit up the whole place. Louise's eyes shone with doubt. Simon said that if it rained like this where Ian was, it could be a big problem. And Louise said that was true, and she hoped that nothing would happen. She wondered if Ian was with Stella now. Her mood had soured. She mentally asked him if he was going to be all right. Simon watched the change that was happening to Louise. He realized that she loved Ian and longed for him. Ian entered Lapis Manor in the pouring rain. He was met by the Count himself. He endeavored to show His Highness a cordial welcome. The Count bowed in respectful greeting and said that it must have been hard traveling such a long way. Ian replied courteously that he had not seen Sir Lapis for a long time. Ian looked round the inside of the manor and said that he had heard that Lapis Manor was not in the best of condition, but added that apparently it was not. But the Count hastened to assure him otherwise, saying that it was not so. In fact, things are quite difficult. He said that their family had also been badly affected by the flood, and he added that the fact that His Highness had decided to visit them was a great comfort to him. He said that His Highness had traveled a great distance, but enough of this talk, and he invited him and Hesse to go through to the dining room, and added that he had paid special attention to it on account of his arrival. They sat down at the table and began their meal. The Earl must have been nervous, and so he chattered away. He asked Ian how he liked the food, and without letting him get a word in edgewise, he continued to make excuses that it was certainly not royal cuisine. Ian interrupted his chatter by saying that while he was on his way to Lapis's estate, he had looked round the village. The Count was very surprised at this statement, and Ian went on to say that half the village was drowning in water. And he asked if the Count knew about this, and that all the inhabitants were being evacuated. The Earl mumbled, stammering that perhaps His Highness knew that during the rainy season in this area, it rains non-stop, so it doesn't matter how long and thorough the preparations are, and he tried to keep the conversation quiet. Ian got up from the table and said that he had finished his dinner, and as he was tired from the road, so he would go to rest. He was not satisfied with Count Lapis's answer and was annoyed. The Count jumped up after Ian and began to lament that he hadn't even tasted anything. He tried at all costs to detain His Highness and shouted that he wanted to introduce his daughter Stella to him. Ian stopped. He didn't react in any way, didn't even turn around for decency. He just froze in place. But the Count was glad of that too. The Crown Prince had responded to his daughter, and he ordered the butler to bring Stella in as soon as possible. He was nervous as to why she was taking so long to come. And when Stella entered the dining room, he blurted out in impatience as to why she had come only now, and demanded that she should go and say hello to His Highness. Ian gave her a cold, barbed look. Ian gave her a cold, prickly stare. They stood looking at each other for a few seconds, and Stella bowed respectfully. She wore a scarlet dress with open shoulders, black lace around the bodice, and black gloves to match the lace. She smiled and introduced herself and said she was very pleased to see him. Ian said it was their first meeting since the holidays, and he asked if she was doing well. Stella smiled at him and offered to repast in her company and socialize, and she kindly asked him to come to the table. But Ian thought she was soaked in falseness. He put his hand out in front of his face and said he shouldn't. And turning away, he went away throwing to the surprised girl that she didn't seem to have an ounce of conscience. His words were hurtful, and she, stunned by his dislike, only managed to murmur, "What does he mean by that?" But Ian threw her a look of contempt and sealed it by saying that now he knew who she had that temper in her. Stella listened to his hurtful tirade and could hardly hold back her tears. Why was he doing this to her? What had she done to him wrong? Meanwhile, Ian said that she looked so much like her father, and adding that he was done and had no appetite. He withdrew, leaving Stella standing in bewilderment and confusion. When she went into the dining room and took her seat, Count Lapis asked in bewilderment why His Highness had refused such delicious dishes. His wife, Countess Lapis, also expressed her surprise, saying, "Shouldn't the palace serve a lot of this kind of food?" And she angrily added that she had spent all the money to prepare it, but it was all in vain. But the Count said why in vain, and turning to Stella declared that he would give her food and let her take it to His Highness. He asked her that they had been good friends at the academy, and praised her, saying that she had done an excellent job. And Stella sat there with one phrase in her head about being so much like her father. And then there was that chatter from her father. She couldn't take it anymore and put the cutlery away. Stella rose from the table and said that she would be the first to leave. The Earl unceremoniously asked if she was going to His Highness. He did not care about his daughter's feelings, but she silently left the dining room. When she went into her room, resentment and tears choked her. She was shaking like a fever and thinking that she was like her father in some ways. Tears rolled down her cheeks. She didn't understand where she, who worked like hell, was like someone who lived in idleness without making any effort. Resentment overwhelmed her, and she clenched her fists in self-pity and thought that no one would recognize her. She sat there thinking that if Ian had known how hard she was trying, he would never have dared to say such a thing. The door opened and her parents came into the room, but they didn't come to comfort her. They came to demand that she not behave so selfishly and go and see His Highness. The Count said that this might be the last chance their family had to get off their knees. He hoped that if she became Empress, the damn debt would be over. He added cheerfully that what debt there was, they would live without thinking about money. Stella said without raising her face that it was useless, for they had just seen it all for themselves. The Count joined in, and the Countess said, "What kind of excuse is that?" She added that now His Highness was very depressed because he was tired, and the Count supported his wife, saying that if she spoke to him kindly once more, he would accept everything. A tear froze in Stella's eye. She was trampled by the humiliating treatment of herself. She clenched her knees with her palms and said with restraint that if her father wanted it so badly, then let him do it himself. But the Count had had enough of Stella's unclouded future, and he came up to her and seized her by the shoulders, shaking her and demanding that she should not be so obstinate, for he was trying to explain to her that it was all for her sake. But the girl couldn't stand it and shouted in his face about what he meant when he said that everything was for her, and added that everyone was busy satisfying their own interests. But the Earl quickly brought her to her senses by telling her that she had raised her voice. He was worried that His Highness would hear how they would explain it then. Stella bit her lip and said she was fed up with it. She added that she understood and agreed to go to the prince's house if her parents wanted her to, but she added that she couldn't vouch for what she had said. And she stood up and walked briskly to His Highness's bedroom, and the Count ran after her, trying to reason with his daughter. But at some point the Countess grabbed his arm and told him not to follow her. She said conspiratorially that he should wait a little while first. But the Earl expressed his fears. What if their daughter gave them trouble? And his wife said with confidence that Stella was a good child, and added that had she ever disappointed them. Ian sat at the table leafing through a book. All his thoughts were on Louise. He wondered what she was doing now. Did her date with Simon go well? He sighed heavily. Thoughts of Simon and Louise's date kept him on his toes. He remembered their kiss. His heart fluttered at the memory of her soft lips, and he thought he should have gone further. He closed his eyes, not wanting to say goodbye to her image, and pronounced that he missed her. Meanwhile, Simon walked Louise home and they said goodbye standing on the doorstep. Louise politely thanked him for walking her home, and he replied that it was also part of the date. Suddenly, Louise asked him what he liked to do. It was a surprise to Simon. He hesitated and couldn't think of what to say. She said, smiling, that she thought it would be a good idea to do something he liked. Simon hesitated for a moment. He didn't know what he liked. He tried to remember a self that liked something. He looked at Louise and his gaze became penetrating. He suddenly realized clearly what in this life at the moment was most fascinating to him and absorbed all his thoughts, though he tried to suppress the feeling. What he liked was her. Louise Sweeney was a light to him. Her smile warmed him like the sun's rays warmed the earth in spring. He shook off his stupor and relaxed beside her. And he replied that he liked everything as it was. And Louise said thoughtfully that there wasn't an ounce of greed in him. And she added that sometimes it was all right to do what one's heart desired. He asked what that might be. And Louise said that he could ask her for a gift, or ask her to tell him an interesting story. And then he said that he wanted to hear an interesting story. And Louise smiled warmly and replied that then she would tell many stories to make my lord smile. He could not help himself and stroked her head and said he would wait. Louise laughed and thanked him for helping her and her family. Simon told her that was exactly what he wanted to hear, and she replied that it was true, and she was willing to repeat it as many times as he wanted, and he assured her that he was ready to hear it repeated every time. Suddenly, Louise realized that something had changed between them. Simon was looking at her in a different way. There was admiration and adoration in the depths of his eyes. It could be felt even in the atmosphere around them. He wasn't just treating her as a friend. It was more than that. Louise froze and watched him as if discovering a new Simon. He was silent too. The pause lengthened. Simon lowered his hand as if he'd come to his senses and said he had to go. He opened his umbrella and turned to walk away. Louise stared at him in bewilderment. She didn't know what to say. Many questions had occurred to her in the last minute. She called out to him. And when he turned round, I told him I'd see him later. And Simon smiled in response and replied that, of course. A few days passed. Simon came to visit Louise at the greenhouse. He said that it was the first time the weather had been clear outside in a long time. Louise looked at him confused and said that it was the first time the sun had come out today, but she wanted to say that she had to help in the greenhouse, but he beat her to it by saying that it was Grandma who had insisted that he help in the greenhouse. He told how she called him to an audience and asked him why he didn't go to the second meeting. And Simon replied that it was the rainy season. The greenhouse was full of visitors and everyone was very busy. So he thought it was a good idea to wait until the end of the season. But she argued that that wasn't what was called giving your best, and asked slyly, "Isn't she right?" And Simon agreed with her. Louise reached over to the shelf and asked Simon if she should put away his old work uniform. She added that she didn't think it would fit him after 2 years. Simon watched her and noticed that her hairband was noticeably loose, and her hair was a little out of its neat ponytail. And he said that, with her permission, he could fix her hair. Louise turned to him and asked him if he wanted to put them back together again, and after Simon nodded, she said in surprise that it seemed fine. But after he noticed that she had told him that he should do what he liked, she gave in and sat down in front of the mirror and trusted Simon. He brushed her hair, and she noticed that she seemed to be the only one enjoying it. Simon didn't say anything, but he thought that touching her hair was a pleasure for him too. When he took the ribbon to fix her tail, he said that she had chosen a beautiful ribbon, and added that it must have been a gift from Ian. And Louise said it was, and asked how he'd guessed it. To which Simon said that Ian had said that purple was Louise's color. She remembered the moment when Ian had said he'd marked the day they'd kissed and used different colors to distinguish who was the initiator, and he'd marked her day with purple, and she'd said that was what he'd said. And she asked Simon what color he was marked with. Simon replied that it was probably black. Louise replied placidly that it was good. Black harmonizes with all colors. But Simon muttered absently, grimly, that, no, black is the color that swallows up all others. Her hair was gathered, and Louise smilingly said they could go to work now. They went into the greenhouse and work boiled over. Simon helped carry boxes of ready-to-sell plants and young seedlings. His help was needed here and there, and he was happy to fulfill every task. Louise watched him, and for a moment thought that no one would even realize that he was the Duke's son. It was because he didn't show up at official events, but still. It was hard to imagine that the precious heir of the imperial family would be good at such a job. She felt a little ashamed that instead of a date he was working so hard, so she went up to him and suggested that he take a little rest. And she added that the sun was shining so clearly, and it would be a pity if he did not properly enjoy the view of the clear sky. So they left the greenhouse and went for a walk in the park that surrounded it. Their footprints remained on the damp ground, and Louise noticed that if the sun continued to shine clearly until the end of the day, their footprints would remain here on the ground. But Simon said it was only for a while, but Louise argued that it was still longer than the footprints after the first snow. Louise raised her head to the sky and a large raindrop fell on her face, and the next moment the rain came down. Louise said sadly that everything was over, and Simon supported her tragically, saying that everything was ruined. It rained for many days. They were already looking forward to the sunshine, but nature had decided otherwise, not even allowing them to go for a walk, and they rushed to hide from the increasing rain, saying indignantly that they had only been walking for 20 minutes. They hid under a thick clump of trees and watched as streams of water poured down from the sky and covered the ground. Louise said that all their footprints had been washed away, and Simon agreed, saying he thought they'd last at least a day. Louise said that when the rain stopped, they would have to go to the manor house, and she and he would need to change. And she barely finished the sentence before sneezing. Louise managed to cover her mouth with her hands, and Simon held out a handkerchief so she could wipe her face. Louise apologized. Simon said that sneezing and a stuffy nose were not shameful. He said it was all right and added that he didn't think it was disgusting and offered to give it back to her. But Louise objected strongly, saying that she could not return it, for she had wiped her nose with it. She said she would buy him a new one, and if he didn't want a new one, she would wash this one. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. Simon looked furtively at Louise and noticed that she was shivering. He pronounced that it looked like the rain wouldn't stop, and he would have to go and fetch an umbrella and a shawl. He turned to leave. But Louise intercepted his palm and said, "No, it's all right." She said it was raining like a bucket, and if he went there now, the situation would get worse. Simon looked at Louise with a sidelong glance. He touched her palm. It was cold, and he thought he would like to hold her hand, but he wondered what would happen after he continued to hold it. If he took her fingers and warmed them, he would definitely want to warm everything else. He looked at her rain-soaked shoulders, and even her lips cold and trembling. She needed warmth, and he couldn't resist stroking her face. Louise said his name questioningly in surprise, but he leaned towards her and already had 2 hands around her face. His gaze was troubled. He touched her forehead, and his fears were confirmed. He said it looked like she was running a fever. Louise was surprised. She didn't want him to worry and fuss with her at all. The rain continued, and Simon realized she couldn't stay here for long. They needed to get her to the estate as soon as possible. And he said he would bring the umbrella after all, and turned to leave. But Louise caught hold of the edge of his uniform and demanded that he not do it. Simon looked at her in surprise. His gaze became misty. A memory came flooding back to Simon. Here he is as a child standing before his father, and he demands obedience from him. And little Simon bows to his father's will, not daring to cross and protest. But then she, Louise Sweeney, comes into his life, and it's like a ray of hope and light breaks into his dark realm. He remembered how she and Ian had argued, how their eyes had burned. He remembered that he'd promised Ian he'd keep her for him, and suddenly Simon thought how cruel it was. He was sure he could give up, but now he realized that just as she was now not letting go of him, he couldn't let her go. At Lapis Manor, life was also booming. There was a sudden insistent knock on the door of Ian's room. He tore himself away from his reading and grudgingly wondered who dared to allow themselves to break in on him like that. The door swung open and Stella appeared on the threshold. Ian frowned and asked her irritably, "What did that mean?" She stopped in the doorway and said she had something to tell him. The girl was sad, but her eyes burned with an unkind fire, and she added that there was something His Highness must know. But Ian had a different opinion and stood up from the table and said there was nothing he wanted to hear from her. Moreover, he said, she seemed to have forgotten who he was. Ian demanded that she leave, but Stella was tired, and the remnants of her self-control left her, and she blurted out that she knew that His Highness had not come here in such a downpour for nothing. She asked that he had come here to find out where the money allocated to cover the damage was going, hadn't he? She blurted out that since he couldn't waste his precious time, she would tell him herself. Ian pushed aside the papers on the table, and she shouted in despair that indeed all the money allocated from the treasury had been squandered on gambling and horse racing. There was not a penny left. And she added that the records of all expenditure were in the library and he could go and see for himself. Ian said in surprise, thanking her, and added that now he could go home earlier than expected, and he bowed to her. But that wasn't enough for Stella. She needed to talk, so she said Louise's name. Ian's eyes lit up with an unkind light at the mention of that name. He knew Stella had caused Louise a lot of trouble. What else could she say? But Stella crumpled up the fabric of her dress and pronounced that it was she who had dropped the note during the exam to get Louise in trouble. She was the one who accepted the dress from Louise, who was having a party, ignoring her gesture. And it was she who tried to ruin Louise's future by accepting Professor Larson's offer and breaking Sweeney's contract with the Royal Arts Center. She spoke up and looked at Ian and said that he thought she was crazy, didn't he? And how much he hates it all. And she added that when she sees Louise, she has the same feelings. Louise, everything she, Stella, had coveted, everything that should have belonged to her, now belonged to Louise. And she said without fear that in doing so she wanted to trample her. Fearful that she was only failing, she wanted to get at least something of what was Louise's. He asked her what he should do now, knowing the whole truth, and she told him to destroy the entire Lapis estate, so that not a single pebble would be left, and she added that they were no longer to be believed in.